solidarity, and shared action for all our people and planet. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Somalia, as a broad non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, is working tirelessly to promote the ideals and the values of peace, stability, and shared opportunities across the world. We are actively working with all Security Council members and the wider UN membership to find solutions for peace in the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. Somalia remains deeply concerned by the continued suffering of the Palestinian people. The ongoing violence, displacement, and deprivation faced in the occupied territories, including Gaza, demand our collective conscience and urgent action. We call for an immediate and lasting ceasefire, unhindered humanitarian access, and renewed commitment towards the two-state solution as the only viable path for a just and lasting peace in the Middle East today. Somalia Security Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Somalia is a unique history of decisively transitioning from conflict to a brighter socio-economic and political and security future. Starting from 2012 is the history of a real national effort supported by truly committed international partners, many of whom are represented in this room today. In fact, Somalia is an evidence that multilateralism and global solidarity can make the world a better, safer, and progressive place. This lived experience is our own government's inspiration for a determinedly working for a more just, peaceful, and progressive world within the UN Security Council during our membership, because we know that we are truly better together. When we all work in unison at home, we are bravely fighting the last remaining pockets of international terrorism while building a strong and sustainable national security architecture. We are working closely with all our valuable international partners in defeating the violence, extremism, ideology, falsehoods, and illicit financial systems that facilitate global terrorism. As a result of our efforts in Somalia, our people and citizens across the world are safe today. Of course, while we remain grateful for all international support to combat terrorism, I strongly commend the unwavering commitment and courage of Somali security forces and the local community defense forces for their sacrifices, resilience, and success against Al-Shabaab and ISIS, the two most dangerous terror organizations in the world today. This will continue until we achieve complete victory and harmony in our country, our region, our continent, and the wider world. We must never give in to cowardly terrorists. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our government has embarked on a historic journey to undertake universal suffrage elections in Somalia for the first time in 57 years. Somalia was Africa's first democratic nation in the 1960s, and we are proudly returning to that path of inclusive governance once again. Today, our national election registration process is ongoing, and more than 40 independent political associations have registered to participate in the upcoming elections. Our national experience is that nothing is better than a people-centered, a people-led, guided by the rule of law to build a unified and prosperous nation in our country. Financing development, the sustainable development goals are the blueprint for achieving dignity, justice, and equality through real investment in human capital, job creation, and social protection for the most vulnerable in all our communities. However, It was very clear from the fourth financing for development conference in Seville earlier this year that the financing gap between our ambitions and the reality are very far apart. Today, developing nations are facing the terrible shock of high debt burden, higher cost of sovereign borrowing, and expenditure on recurrent shocks, which is impossible to budget for annually. The traditional economic model of forecasting predictable expenditure supported by clear revenue streams is no longer this simple. Governments of the developing nations are also now subjected to real-time investment cuts in core developmental activities, including health, education, and basic infrastructure. This is because of realignment of the already dwindling development assistance they use to receive from the developing nations. This is not sustainable, and if we, as a community of nations, are to achieve collective developmental progress together, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in Somalia, we are taking responsibility of our own economic development by building on the successes of our recent reform based on the debt relief. Today, we are focused on mitigating the excruciating cost of public service investment by continuously raising domestic revenue, strengthening public financial management systems, and enforcing strict expenditure controls while enhancing transparency and accountability. Furthermore, we are committed to benefiting from strategic location and natural resources through trade with our region and the world. In line support of this ambition, Somalia has joined the East Africa Community and is ratifying the African Continental Free Trade Area policies and joining World Trade Organization. Process is going on very well. Climate emergency, we are also resolute in our commitment to combat the devastating impact of climate change in the most vulnerable communities, especially those who are unable to mitigate and adapt effectively. Climate change is wreaking havoc across the world, with the most vulnerable countries suffering systemic and repetitive meteorological and socio-economic shocks. These devastating economies, destroying livelihoods and diverting limited public resources towards mitigating and adaptation responses, which take away from other vital social investment like education and health. The impact of climate change is forcing governments in developing countries, including my own, to make impossible financial trade-offs, which hamper our own aspiration for investing in resilience and development. Around 10% of the developing nations' budgets are diverted to responding to climate change. This needs to be addressed urgently through developed industrialized nations by meeting their financial obligations for climate crisis. They continue to exacerbate the climate crisis that continue to exacerbate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the resilient Somali people live with the climate crisis every day. For us, climate change is not an abstract. It is a horrible reality of disrupted and destroyed lives. Somalia's contributes almost nothing to global emission, yet we endure some of the harshest consequences. Droughts, floods, and rising seas erode livelihoods and displace families, threatening to undo the progress we are making towards peace and development. As a government, we understand that addressing the adverse impact of climate change is a global public good that requires a strong partnership and genuine burden sharing. On our part, Somalia has adopted the national climate change policy, updated our national determined contribution, and is preparing its first biennial transparency report. We are also developing a robust national climate finance strategy to guide how we mobilize and manage resources to address the challenge. To ensure these resources are used effectively, we have established the National Climate Fund, a dedicated institution to channel climate financing transparently and directly to the communities on the ground, to the communities on the ground. We are restoring degraded lands, strengthening water security, and piloting nature-based solutions that protect both people and ecosystems. Despite our efforts, accessing climate finance remains too slow and complex. As our government strengthens its domestic revenue capacity and initiates the process for pre-arranging disaster risk financing, we call for financial support that is accessible, affordable, predictable, and just from the international financing institutions and capital markets. Nations on the front line, like Somalia, cannot be left to face this crisis alone, unsupported by the dominant global financial architecture, which is not fit for the purpose in this age of great challenge. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the 80th anniversary of the UN General Assembly is the best possible opportunity to take stock of our global achievement as far as our common commitments to sustainable development are concerned. We quietly transitioned from the Millennium Development Goals to now the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I wonder, with the clock rapidly ticking very fast towards 2030, what the next acronyms of our global development aspirations will be. For us, being better together means common ownership, common responsibility, and genuine partner sharing on the global achievement of sustainable development through investment in a resilient and fair future for all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. And now the Assembly will hear an address of His Excellency Jakob Mitovic, President of Montenegro. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey my warmest congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as the President of the 80th session of the General Assembly. This election is both historic and inspiring, as she is only the 5th woman entrusted with this very high responsibility. We recall Vijaya Lakshmi Pandit from India, who spoke with the voice of a liberated Asia. Angie Brooks, a Liberian diplomat and a judge who championed the rights of small states and women in Africa. Haya Rashid Al Khalifa from Bahrain, who brought a message of dialogue and international law from the heart of the Middle East. And Maria Fernanda Espinosa from Ecuador, who raised her voice for climate action and indigenous people of Latin America. And each of them left a mark of their time So this election gives Europe the opportunity to embody the principles of the unwavering defense of human rights and multilateralism. Dear colleagues, this year, as we commemorate 80 years since the founding of the United Nations, we reflect on the remarkable journey of this great organization that was created as a mission of global peace. Born from the ashes of the Second World War, the United Nations emerged as a beacon of hope for humanity. Dear colleagues, imagine the devastated cities throughout the world back in 1945. Warsaw, reduced to ashes. St. Petersburg, shattered after the years of the siege. Berlin, in ruins. Hiroshima and Nagasaki struck by the unimaginable horror. And my hometown and the current capital of Montenegro, Podgorica, was also in the bombings virtually razed to the ground. And imagine at the same time the world leaders gathered who, despite their wounds, looked to the future. And at that very moment, when the trenches between nations still existed and the graves of the loved ones were still fresh, the Organization of the United Nations was born. The idea that light could emerge from darkness and that solidarity could triumph over despair. Despite the unprecedented destruction, the idea of peace and unity triumphed over division and hostility. The leaders of that time understood the urgent need for a strong global organization capable of preventing all future wars and fostering cooperation among nations. As part of the former Yugoslavia, Montenegro was among the founding nations of the United Nations. We have so far established an international system that promotes peace, upholds rules-based global order, safeguards human rights, and fosters sustainable development. Dear colleagues, without the United Nations, much of our collective progress would have remained just a distant dream. Yet, even after 8 decades, we must also acknowledge a sobering truth. The absence of the World War has not always meant the presence of genuine peace and prosperity in the world. Today, multilateralism is being tested like never before, and our world is confronted with devastating conflicts, rising polarization, grave human rights violations, deep economic inequalities, and the corrosive spread of disinformation. Those challenges remind us of one essential fact. We cannot afford the marginalization of the United Nations, nor the silencing of the international law. Dear colleagues, now more than ever, we need to renew our commitment to the founding principles of the UN Charter. And despite its imperfections, the United Nations remains the only global organization where every nation has a seat and a voice, and where international law remains the basis for international legitimacy. And that makes the United Nations indispensable. Ladies and gentlemen, since regaining our independence back in 2006, Montenegro worked hand in hand with the United Nations to advance reforms in sustainable development, human rights and good governance, and in line with our European Union membership aspirations. Next year, we will proudly mark 2 decades of regaining our independence, as well as 2 decades of our UN membership. So over the past 20 years, Montenegro has evolved into a modern democracy. This transformation is also reflected in our economy, which has grown steadily, driven by key sectors such as tourism and energy. Our resilience has been tested by many global crises. Yet, Montenegro remains firmly committed to building a knowledge-based economy that fosters sustainable development and contributes to regional stability and regional prosperity. Montenegro's commitment to the United Nations and multilateralism remains a cornerstone of our foreign policy, fully in harmony with our European and Euro-Atlantic paths, and our dedication to good neighborly relations and regional cooperation. With NATO membership as the pillar of our security, our strategic focus is now on joining the European Union by 2028. It's an ambitious goal, dear colleagues, yet one that is now firmly within our reach. And as the most advanced EU candidate country, Montenegro remains steadfast in implementing structural reforms and fully aligned with the European Union's common foreign and security policy. We are convinced that the EU integration is a catalyst for lasting progress, stability, and ultimately security of the European continent. And in this process, Montenegro is not only a beneficiary, but also a contributor, demonstrating that enlargement strengthens the European Union as much as it strengthens the candidate countries. Your Excellencies, to strengthen multilateralism, we also must confront its weaknesses. The Security Council is increasingly paralyzed and unable to fulfill its mandate as the primary guardian of peace and security. The latest example is the war in Ukraine, which has brought unimaginable suffering to the people of Ukraine. And Montenegro welcomes recent diplomatic efforts of the international community led by the United States aimed at achieving a just and lasting peace. And we sincerely hope that these efforts will succeed. At the same time, Montenegro is deeply concerned about the unfolding humanitarian suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza. And we call for an immediate ceasefire. Montenegro also strongly condemned the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas on October the 7th, 2023, and calls for unconditional release of all hostages. Montenegro has consistently supported a peaceful resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the two-state solution in full accordance with international law and relevant United Nations resolutions. And this is why we also endorsed the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. Dear colleagues, dear delegates, Montenegro fully supports the implementation of the UN Pact for the Future, as well as the Seville Compromise, a renewed global commitment for financing sustainable development, as important steps in strengthening our collective capacity to respond to global challenges. And we also believe that the upcoming second World Summit for Social Development must move decisively beyond reflection and analysis and deliver concrete, tangible solutions that will improve lives of people across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, back in 1991, Montenegro proudly became the world's first ecological state, a milestone that proclaimed our commitment to the highest principles of environmental protection, the preservation of nature, and the pursuit of sustainable development. UN Agenda 2030 remains our guiding light for sustainable development, and Montenegro takes pride in being among the first countries in the world to integrate all the SDGs into its national framework almost a decade ago. A further important step in advancing the implementation of the 2030 Agenda was the creation of the SDG Acceleration Fund, a powerful mechanism for financing SDG goals. Ladies and gentlemen, for Montenegro, the priority is clear, which is to create conditions that will enable our young people to build their future at home, offering them equal opportunities to thrive. And by insisting on the value of knowledge and ensuring equal access to education, we strive to reduce inequalities and empower our citizens to reach their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change must be tackled globally and urgently. And it is no longer just warnings from the scientists. It is floods that swallow villages and cities, fires that destroy forests, fields, and homes, and delaying a more decisive action on the international scale means gambling with the lives of those who live today, but also of the future generations. Dear colleagues, rapid technological change, and particularly the rise of the artificial intelligence, must be harnessed in a safe, responsible, and inclusive manner. Technology should be an evolutionary gift to humanity, developed, founded, and guided with social responsibility, serving the greater good. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, human rights and fundamental freedoms continue to face serious challenges. And while significant progress has been achieved in advancing women's rights since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration, much remains to be done. In this regard, Montenegro is fully committed to gender equality. We have harmonized national policies with the best international standards, strengthened our institutions dedicated to the protection of women's rights, and promoted women's leadership in all spheres of our society. Your Excellencies, as we celebrate today 80 years of shared achievements, our collective task is to reform the United Nations and prepare it for the challenges and opportunities of the future. Criticism of the UN reflects not just on the organization itself, but on all of us as member states. For it is we who have created it, who guide it, and who bear responsibility to strengthen it. This is why Montenegro strongly supports the Secretary General's Reform Initiative UN 80. It must not be seen as a mere bureaucratic exercise, but embraced as a commitment, a solemn commitment that the United Nations of tomorrow will be more agile, and more efficient. And at the heart of these efforts must remain the UN's three key pillars: peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights, as the bedrock of all United Nations action. To conclude, dear friends, Montenegro is firm in its conviction that the United Nations must remain the cornerstone of peace, international law must prevail over force, and the rule-based order must be further strengthened. For without these principles, there can be no trust among nations, no true security, and no hope for a just and lasting peace in the world. And let me, at the end, quote the most famous writer from our part of the world and the Nobel Prize laureate, Ivo Andrić, who wrote in his masterpiece, The Bridge on the River Drina, "Of everything that man erects and builds in his urge for living, nothing is, in my eyes, better and more valuable than bridges. They are more important than houses, more sacred than temples, for they belong to all and are equal for everyone." Dear colleagues, this timeless truth reminds us that bridges are not only structures of stone, but structures of peace. It is a dialogue that builds bridges, and it is only through bridges that nations can walk towards peace. So our task is not to be passive heirs of history, but active builders of a better legacy. So let the next 80 years of the United Nations be not years of hesitation, but of courage and solidarity. So guided by these values, Montenegro will continue to build bridges, strengthen dialogue, and work tirelessly towards a future of stability, future of progress, and future of common success, fully aligned with the very spirit and mission of the United Nations. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Montenegro. In accordance with Resolution 80/1 of 19 September 2025, I give the floor to the distinguished observer of the Observer State of Palestine to introduce an address by the head of a state.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة أنالينا بيربوك رئيس الجمعية العامة، معالي أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو ورؤساء الوفود، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أتحدث إليكم اليوم بعد مرور قرابة عامين يواجه فيها شعبنا الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة حرب إبادة جماعية وتدمير وتجويع وتهجير تشنها قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، قتلت وجرحت خلالها أكثر من 220 ألف فلسطيني، غالبيتهم من الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ العزال، وشردت مئات الآلاف، ومنعت وصول المواد الغذائية والطبية، وتسببت في تجويع مليوني فلسطيني، وفرضت حصاراً خانقاً على شعب بأكمله، ودمرت أكثر من 80% من البيوت والمدارس والمستشفيات والكنائس والمساجد والمرافق والبنية التحتية. إن ما تقوم به إسرائيل ليس مجرد عدوان، بل جريمة حرب وجريمة ضد الإنسانية موثقة ومرصودة وستسجلها كتب التاريخ وصحف الضمير العالمي كأحد أكثر فصول المأساة الإنسانية فظاعة في القرنين العشرين والحادي والعشرين. وفي الضفة الغربية بما فيها القدس الشرقية عاصمة دولتنا الفلسطين تمضي الحكومة الإسرائيلية المتطرفة في تنفيذ سياساتها الاستعمارية عبر التوسع الاستيطاني غير القانوني ووضع مشاريع تضم المستوطنات، كان آخرها خطة البناء في إيوان التي تقسم الضفة الغربية إلى قسمين وتعزل القدس المحتلة عن محيطها وتقوض خيار حل الدولتين في انتهاك صارخ للقانون الدولي ولقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، وعلى رأسها القرار 2334. هذا علاوة على إعلان رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي عن خطة ما يسميه إسرائيل الكبرى التي نرفضها ونستنكرها أشد الاستنكار، والتي تشمل التوسع في دول عربية ذات سيادة، فضلا عن الهجوم الغاشم على دولة قطر الشقيقة والذي ندينه ونعتبره تصعيدا في غاية الخطورة وانتهاكا صارخا للقانون الدولي، ويتطلب تدخلا حاسما وإجراءات رادعة لمثل هذه المخططات التوسعية. وبدعم رسمي وتسهيلات متزايدة يتنامى إرهاب المستوطنين الذين يحرقون البيوت والحقول ويختلعون الأشجار ويهاجمون القرى ويعتدون على المدنيين الفلسطينيين العزل، بل ويقتلونهم في وضح النهار تحت حماية جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. إلى جانب ذلك لم تسلم الأماكن الدينية الإسلامية والمسيحية في القدس والضفة الغربية وقطاع غزة والخليل من الاعتداءات والانتهاكات التي طالت حرمة المساجد والكنائس والمقابر في تعد سافر على الوضع التاريخي والقانوني القائم وفي مخالفة صريحة لأحكام القانون الدولي. ورغم كل ما عاناه شعبنا فإننا نرفض ما قامت به حركة حماس في 7 أكتوبر من أعمال استهدفت المدنيين الإسرائيليين وأخذهم رهائن، لأن هذه الأفعال لا تمثل الشعب الفلسطيني ولا نضاله العادل من أجل الحرية والاستقلال. وقد أكدنا وسنظل نؤكد أن قطاع غزة جزء لا يتجزأ من دولة فلسطين، وأننا مستعدون لتحمل كامل المسؤولية عن الحكم والأمن فيه، ولن يكون لحماس دور في الحكم، حيث يتوجب عليها وغيرها أيضا من الفصائل تسليم سلاحها للسلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية في إطار عملية التوجه لبناء مؤسسات الدولة الواحدة والقانون الواحد وقوات الأمن الشرعية الواحدة، مجددين التأكيد على أننا لا نريد دولة مسلحة. السيدات والسادة، جراحنا عميقة وكارثتنا كبيرة، ولا يزال 7 ملايين من الفلسطينيين يعيشون ويلات النكبة والتهجير منذ العام 1948. ولا يزال شعبنا في الضفة الغربية بما فيها القدس الشرقية وقطاع غزة يعيش مآسي العدوان والاحتلال الإسرائيلي منذ عشرات السنين، سنوات يعيشها شعبنا تحت الاحتلال والقتل والاعتقالات والاستيطان وسرقة الأموال والممتلكات والأرض ولا زالت مستمرة دون رادع أو حسيب. سنوات من القهر والحرمان وحماية المحتل وتمكينه بدلاً من حماية الشعب الواقع تحت الاحتلال، والمزيد من الانتهاكات لحقوق شعبنا الفلسطيني في تقرير مصيره في الحرية والكرامة والاستقلال والسيادة على أرض دولة فلسطين المحتلة منذ العام 67 بما فيها القدس الشرقية. أكثر من 1000 قرار في الأمم المتحدة لم ينفذ واحد منها، والعديد من الجهود والمبادرات الدولية دون الوصول إلى نهاية لهذا الوضع المأساوي الذي يعيشه الشعب الفلسطيني تحت نير الاحتلال. وفي العام 1993 وقعنا اتفاق أوسلو والتزمنا بكل بنوده، واعترفنا بدولة إسرائيل، واعترفت إسرائيل في ذلك الوقت بمنظمة التحرير الفلسطينية ممثلا شرعيا ووحيدا للشعب الفلسطيني. بناء على هذا أعدنا هيكلة مؤسساتنا وعدلنا ميثاقنا الوطني ونبذنا العنف والإرهاب واعتمدنا ثقافة السلام وبذلنا كل جهد لبناء مؤسسات دولة فلسطينية عصرية تعيش جنبا إلى جنب في أمن وسلام مع دولة إسرائيل. ولكن إسرائيل لم تلتزم بالاتفاقات الموقعة وعملت بشكل ممنهج على تقويضها. السيدات والسادة، قبل 3 أيام فقط اجتمعنا في مؤتمر دولي رفيع المستوى في نيويورك تحت الرئاسة المشتركة لفرنسا والمملكة العربية السعودية، وبحضور دولي واسع ومواقف موحدة عبرت عن إرادة دولية حقيقية لوضع حد لهذا الصراع التاريخي عبر الاعتراف بدولة فلسطين وإنهاء الاحتلال وإعادة الأمل للشعبين الفلسطيني والإسرائيلي. وأود ها هنا أن أعبر باسم الشعب الفلسطيني عن بالغ التقدير والعرفان لجميع الدول التي اعترفت مؤخرا بدولة فلسطين وتلك التي تنوي الاعتراف في وقت قريب، ونحث جميع الدول التي لم تعترف أن تقوم بذلك، ونطالب بدعم حصول فلسطين أيضا على العضوية الكاملة في الأمم المتحدة، علما بأننا سبق وأن اعترفنا بحق إسرائيل في الوجود في عام 1988 وفي عام 1993 ولا زلنا نعترف بها. وفي هذا الصدد نشكر كل من فرنسا وبريطانيا وكندا وأستراليا وبلجيكا والبرتغال واللوكسمبورغ ومالطا وموناكو وسان مارينو وأندورا والدنمارك على اعترافهم بدولة فلسطين، والشكر لجميع الدول 149 التي اعترفت سابقا بدولة فلسطين. شعبنا لن ينسى لكم هذا الموقف النبيل. كما نشيد بالدور الكبير لرئاسة المؤتمر المملكة العربية السعودية وفرنسا وكذلك بريطانيا، والشكر موصول لجميع الدول التي ترأست مجموعات العمل وتلك التي شاركت وتشارك في التحالف الدولي من أجل السلام. كما نشكر الدول التي تساند جهودنا لوقف الإبادة الجماعية وإنهاء الاحتلال وتحقيق السلام. ونقدر عاليا جميع الشعوب والمنظمات حول العالم التي تظاهرت دعما لحقوق الشعب الفلسطيني في الحرية والاستقلال ولوقف الحرب والتدمير والتجويع، ونرفض الخلط بين التضامن مع القضية الفلسطينية ومسألة معاداة السامية، والتي نرفضها انطلاقا من قيمنا ومبادئنا. وفي إطار ترحيبنا بما صدر عن المؤتمر الدولي للسلام، نجدد اليوم أمام الجمعية العامة تأكيدنا على ما يلي: أولاً، ضرورة الوقف الفوري والدائم للحرب في غزة. ثانياً، إدخال المساعدات الإنسانية دون شروط من خلال منظمات الأمم المتحدة بما فيها وكالة الأونروا، ووقف استخدام التجويع كسلاح. ونشكر في هذا الصدد الدول والمنظمات الصديقة والشقيقة التي ترسل المساعدات. ثالثاً، الإفراج عن جميع الرهائن والأسرى من الجانبين. رابعاً، الانسحاب الكامل للاحتلال من قطاع غزة، ورفض مخططات التهجير، ووقف الاستيطان وإرهاب المستوطنين وسرقة الأرض والممتلكات الفلسطينية تحت مسميات الضم، ووقف الاعتداءات على الوضع التاريخي والقانوني في الأماكن المقدسة، وجميعها أعمال أحادية تقوض حل الدولتين في غزة والضفة والقدس. خامساً، تولي دولة فلسطين مسؤولياتها كاملة، بدءاً باللجنة الإدارية لقطاع غزة التي يرأسها وزير في الحكومة الفلسطينية لإدارة شؤون القطاع لفترة مؤقتة، والربط مع الضفة الغربية، وكل ذلك بدعم عربي ودولي، بوجود عربي ودولي لحماية المدنيين في غزة، ودعم القوات الفلسطينية تحت مظلة الأمم المتحدة ولا يكون بديلاً عنها. سادساً، ضمان بقاء سكان قطاع غزة في أرضهم دون تهجير، وتنفيذ خطة تعافي وإعادة الإعمار في كل من قطاع غزة والضفة الغربية. سابعاً، الإفراج عن أموال الضرائب الفلسطينية التي تحتجزها دولة إسرائيل دون حق، ورفع الحواجز والحصار الاقتصادي عن المدن والقرى والمخيمات الفلسطينية. ثامناً، دعم جهودنا الوطنية في الإصلاح وإجراء الانتخابات الرئاسية والبرلمانية خلال عام بعد انتهاء الحرب. وقد بدأت الإجراءات العملية بتكليف لجنة صياغة الدستور المؤقت، والتي تنهي أعمالها خلال 3 شهور للانتقال من السلطة إلى الدولة. إننا نريد دولة ديمقراطية عصرية تلتزم بالقانون الدولي وبسيادة القانون والتعددية والانتقال السلمي للسلطة، ونحرص كل الحرص على تمكين المرأة والشباب. تاسعاً، نعلن استعدادنا للعمل مع الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب ومع المملكة العربية السعودية وفرنسا والأمم المتحدة وجميع الشركاء لتنفيذ خطة السلام التي أقرت في المؤتمر المنعقد في 22 سبتمبر الماضي، بما يفتح الطريق نحو سلام عادل وتعاون إقليمي. السيدات والسادة، نقولها اليوم بكل وضوح: لن يتحقق السلام ما لم تتحقق العدالة، ولن تكون هناك عدالة ما لم تتحرر فلسطين. نريد أن نعيش بحرية وأمن وسلام كبقية شعوب الأرض في دولة مستقلة ذات سيادة على حدود 67 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، في أمن وسلام مع جيراننا. نريد دولة مدنية عصرية خالية من العنف والسلاح والتطرف، تحترم القانون وحقوق الإنسان وتستثمر في الإنسان والتنمية والتكنولوجيا والتعليم، لا في الحروب والنزاعات. وقد آن الأوان لأن ينصف المجتمع الدولي الشعب الفلسطيني لينال حقوقه المشروعة في الخلاص من الاحتلال، ولا يبقى رهينة لمزاج السياسة الإسرائيلية التي تنكر علينا حقوقنا الأساسية وتواصل الظلم والقهر والعدوان. نحن ماضون في طريقنا وسنواصل النضال السلمي والقانوني والدبلوماسي من أجل نيل حقوقنا. وفي الختام نقول لأبنائنا وبناتنا في الوطن وفي المنافي وفي الشتات: إن الجراح مهما نزفت وإن المعاناة مهما طالت فإنها لن تكسر فينا إرادة الحياة والبقاء. سيبزغ فجر الحرية وسيرفرف علم فلسطين عاليا في سمائنا، رمزا للكرامة والصمود والتحرر من نير الاحتلال. فلسطين لنا والقدس درة قلوبنا وعاصمتنا الأبدية. لن نغادر وطننا ولن نرحل عن أرضنا، وسيبقى شعبنا متجذرا كالزيتون ثابتا كالصخر، ينهض من تحت الركام ليبني من جديد ويرسل من أرضه المباركة رسائل الأمل وصوت الحق وجسور السلام العادل لشعوب منطقتنا وللعالم بأسره. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. The Assembly will hear an address now by His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. خطابي اليوم سيكون تحت عنوان من أجل اليمن من أجل العالم. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو السيدة رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة السيد الأمين العام، السيدات والسادة ممثلو الدول الأعضاء، في البداية أتقدم للسيدة أنالينا بيربورك ولبلدها صديق جمهورية الأمانية الاتحادية بخالص التهاني لانتخابها رئيساً للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، متمنياً لها كل التوفيق والنجاح في قيادة أعمال هذه الدورة التي نطمح وفق شعارها إلى العمل معاً من أجل السلام والتنمية وحقوق الإنسان. وأود الثناء والإشادة أيضاً بجهود الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش مع تطلعنا العمل مع هذا الثنائي على رأس المنظمة الأممية من أجل الانتصار للسلام وحقوق الإنسان في اليمن، بما في ذلك توفير الحماية لموظفي الإغاثة المختطفين من قبل الميليشيات الحوثية الإرهابية المدعومة من النظام الإيراني. كما أغتنم هذه المناسبة لأتقدم بخالص التهاني إلى أبناء شعبنا اليمني العظيم الذين يحتفلون هذا المساء بذكرى إسقاط نظام الإمامة العنصري قبل 63 عاماً، وميلاد النظام الجمهوري القائم على المبادئ الحرية والعدالة وإزالة الفوارق والتمييز بين الطبقات ومشاركة المرأة وضمان الحقوق والحريات. السيدات والسادة، في إطار هذه المؤسسة التي جاءت على أنقاض حرب مروعة تعهدت البشرية قبل 8 عقود ألا يترك شعب وحيداً أمام الاستبداد أو الفوضى أو المجاعة دون سند من المجتمع الدولي. تعهدتم وتعهدنا معاً أن تكون هذه المؤسسة أمينة على الكرامة الإنسانية وحق الشعوب في العيش الكريم والأمن والتنمية والسلام. واليوم وبعد كل تلك السنوات نحمل إليكم السؤال المصيري ذاته من الشعب اليمني حول ما إذا كانت تلك القيم ما تزال حية أم لا، وإلا ماذا يعني أن يترك بلدنا رهينة لمشروع النظام الإيراني التوسعي وميليشياته التي تستخدم الجوع كسلاح والدين كأداة والممرات البحرية كوسيلة ابتزاز؟ ماذا يعني أن يتحول هذا البلد العريق إلى إحدى أخطر بؤر الإرهاب العابر للحدود في العالم؟ لذلك نحن هنا ليس لإعادة عرض مشهد الصمود الأسطوري للشعب اليمني في مواجهة أشد التنظيمات الإرهابية عنفاً وصلفاً على الإطلاق، وإنما للبناء على ما تحقق ودعوة العالم هذه المرة من أجل الفعل لا التذكر، ومن أجل الخلاص الذي وعدنا به شعبنا لا التكرار. السيدات والسادة، اليمن اليوم ليس مجرد أزمة داخلية، بل أصبح اختباراً لمصداقية النظام الدولي. فبعد أكثر من عقد على انقلاب الميليشيات الحوثية على التوافق الوطني بدعم من النظام الإيراني، يعيش شعبنا إحدى أكبر الأزمات الإنسانية، ويواجه تهديدات أمنية تتجاوز حدوده إلى الإقليم والعالم بأسره. ذلك أن الميليشيات الحوثية لم تعد تلك الجماعة المتمردة في مساحة نائية من البلاد، بل تنظيم إرهابي عالمي مدجج بترسانة إيرانية متطورة، من الصواريخ البالستية إلى الطائرات المسيرة والزوارق المفخخة والألغام البحرية والقذائف الانشطارية وأسلحة نوعية أخرى محرمة دوليا. وفوق ذلك تدعم هذه الجماعة المارقة شبكات تهريب المخدرات وتوطين تكنولوجيا جديدة في التشويش والاتصالات والتوجيه في مسعاها لتحويل اليمن إلى مختبر لتجريب أسلحة داعميها. هذه ليست مجرد أدوات حرب، بل مشروع لإعادة رسم خريطة النفوذ الإيراني في المنطقة. ومن يتهاون مع هذه الجماعة اليوم عليه أن يتخيل كيف سيكون غداً عندما يتحول البحر الأحمر والممرات المائية إلى رهينة دائمة لهذا الإرهاب. لذلك أيتها السيدات أيها السادة، أثبتت السنوات الماضية أن سياسة إدارة الصراع عبر المزيد من الحوافز لم تجلب سوى مزيد من الويلات والدمار، كما أن سياسة الاحتواء منحت الميليشيات الحوثية الوقت والموارد لتوسيع ترسانتها. وحين عجزت الأمم المتحدة عن حماية موظفيها المختطفين في صنعاء أو حماية المنشآت النفطية وسفن الشحن البحري، بدا واضحاً أن السلام المنشود لا يمكن أن يستجدى بل يفرض بالقوة. السيدات والسادة، لقد بات واجباً اليوم على العالم أن يعيد النظر في تصوراته تجاه الحالة اليمنية. فمن جهة هناك جبهة وطنية واسعة تؤمن بالشرعية الدولية وتتبنى قيم الشراكة والديمقراطية وتحافظ على التنوع المحلي، والمشاركة الشعبية، وتعمل على بناء مؤسسات الدولة، وهي الجبهة التي يمثلها اليوم أنا وإخواني أعضاء مجلس القيادة والحكومة العضو في الأمم المتحدة نيابة عن جميع اليمنيين واليمنيات. وفي المقابل ثم تنظيم طائفي إقصائي فاشي لا يؤمن بقواعد الشرعية الدولية، ويمارس الإرهاب العابر للحدود، ويتبنى نموذجاً سلطوياً ثيوقراطياً معادياً لحقوق الإنسان، وهو ما تمثله جماعة الحوثي وداعميها. وللأسف فإن تغافل الكثيرين عن جوهر الأزمة اليمنية شجع الميليشيات الحوثية على التمادي نحو تهديد السلم الإقليمي والدولي واستهداف مصادر الطاقة ثم ممرات الملاحة، وصولاً إلى اختطاف موظفي الأمم المتحدة والتنكيل بهم. السيدات والسادة، لقد تحدثت إليكم من هذا المنبر في مناسبات سابقة، وقد أكدت فيها أن حكومة الجمهورية اليمنية مستعدة دوما لمد يدها إلى سلام شامل، حتى وإن اضطرت إلى تقديم تنازلات مؤلمة طالما كان ذلك في مصلحة الشعب اليمني. لكن وبعد أن فشلت مساعي حفظ السلام فإنه بات ضروريا التحرك بصورة جماعية وحاسمة من أجل فرض السلام. وعليه فإنني أدعو اليوم إلى تشكيل تحالف دولي فعال من أجل استعادة أمن واستقرار اليمن، تحالف يعيد بناء المؤسسات للدولة الوطنية ويحرر البلاد من قبض الميليشيات والجماعات الإرهابية بكافة أشكالها. السيدات والسادة، إن الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة وفي دورتها 80 تبدو بأمس الحاجة إلى أن تثبت لأعضائها بأن القانون الدولي ليس مجرد أسطورة، وأن النظام العالمي القائم على القواعد ليس مجرد دعوة انتقائية. ويظل اليمن وغزة في هذا السياق هما ساحة الاختبار الأخلاقي لهذه المؤسسة العريقة، وهما المسرح الذي يمكن من خلاله تأكيد أن قوة الحق ما زالت قادرة على مواجهة حق القوة. وفي قلب هذه المنطقة تأتي القضية الفلسطينية باعتبارها الجرح النازف في ضمير الإنسانية، وقضية العرب المركزية، وهي تشهد اليوم تحولاً تاريخياً من خلال الاعتراف الكاسح بدولتها المستقلة التي لا ننسى في خضمها توجيه عظيم التقدير للأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية على جهودهم الحميدة مع الشركاء الفرنسيين في انتزاع هذه المكاسب السياسية غير المسبوقة. كما نجددها من هذا المنبر دعمنا الكامل للسلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية وحل الدولتين وفق قرارات الشرعية الدولية ومبادرة السلام العربية، وندعو بقية الدول الأعضاء إلى الاعتراف بها والانحياز إلى حق شعبها وكرامته. وفي ذات الوقت نجدد رفضنا متاجرة الميليشيات المارقة بهذه القضية العادلة التي لم تجلب لفلسطين سوى العزلة والخراب. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، في خضم هذه المعاناة التي يعيشها الشعب اليمني على مدى 11 عاماً لم يتركنا أشقاؤنا وحدنا، وفي المقدمة المملكة العربية السعودية ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، الذين لم يحموا فقط الدولة اليمنية من الانهيار بل المنطقة كلها من السقوط في قبضة المشروع الإيراني، وقدموا نموذجاً عملياً للشراكة الاستراتيجية معنا القائمة على التنمية، وعلى العالم أن يتبنى هذا النموذج لا أن يكتفي بمراقبته. ونهاية الأسبوع الماضي بادر أشقاؤنا في المملكة العربية السعودية مجدداً إلى الإعلان عن دعم اقتصادي إضافي للموازنة العامة للدولة والخدمات الأساسية في وقت تواجه فيه الحكومة اليمنية اختناقات تمويلية حادة، ونتطلع من المجتمع الدولي الالتحاق بهذا الجهد من أجل بقاء ملايين اليمنيين على قيد الحياة. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، كان عنوان بياننا اليوم من أجل اليمن من أجل العالم، إذ أننا لا نناشدكم اليوم من أجل اليمن فقط بل من أجل العالم بأسره. لا يترك اليمن فريسة للابتزاز والإرهاب، يعني فتح الباب لمزيد من الضحايا، وبالتالي ضرب مصداقية هذه المؤسسة ومبادئها في الصميم. إنما نطلبه من هذا الجمع ليس بيانات جديدة بل فعل دولي حاسم إلى جانب الحكومة الشرعية كشريك موثوق على الأرض. لقد آن الأوان لإطلاق تحالف دولي يحرر اليمن من الإرهاب ويعيد بناء دولته الوطنية ويؤمن المنطقة والعالم من خطر متزايد عابر للحدود، وهذا هو عرضنا المتجدد الذي نتطلع أن يقود إلى استعادة سيادة بلدنا وطي صفحة الميليشيات دون تأخير. شكرا لكم وحسن استماعكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. The Assembly will hear now an address by Her Excellency Gordana Dzidzanovska-Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Почитувана председателке на Генералното собрание на Обединетите нации госпоѓа Аналена Барбок, почитуван генерален секретар на Обединетите нации господине Гутереш, ченети екселенции, дами и господа. Како темел на меѓународното право и мултилатерализмот, Обединетите нации спречија нова светска војна, превенираа бројни конфликти и ги ублажија последиците од многу хуманитарни кризи. Им помогнаа на повеќе народи да го изодат патот до суверена еднаквост, издигнаа милиони луѓе од екстремна сиромаштија, описменија цели генерации. Го потикнаа глобалното движење за права и слободи, за социјална правда и еднаквост. Ја пробудија совеста за заштита на животната средина и го мобилизираа човештвото во борбата со климатските промени. За овие и многу други постигнувања, Обединетите нации, нејзините агенции и лидери добија дури 12 Нобелови награди за мир. Но, Обединетите нации денес се соочуваат со геополитички и геоекономски земјотрес, што ги тресе самите темели на поредокот изграден по Втората светска војна. Денешните кризи се последици на длабоки тектонски поместувања, што ги подриваат принципите што го обликуваа светот изминативе 80 години. Пред наши очи започнува нова геополитичка ера. Наместо заедно да одговориме на ургентните предизвици, како што се мирот и безбедноста, климатските промени и уништувањето на животната средина, вештачката интелигенција и растечките нееднаквости, се чини дека одиме кон пост-хопсовска состојба на војна на сите против самите себе. Наместо еден меѓународен поредок, како да никнуваат паралелни поредоци, секој со своји правила, вредности и интереси, што неретко се насочени едни против други. Парализирани и изолирани, баш кога се најпотребни, се прашувам дали може би Обединетите нации се претвараат во Лигата на народите. Знаците се насекаде околу нас. Наместо да создаваме свест за споделена иднина, човештвото се соочува со војни и со губење на хуманоста. Со се почестото игнорирање на меѓународното хуманитарно право, гладот станува оружје, а хуманитарните работници мета. Во амбиент на секојдневно насилство, светот осцилира меѓу нихилистички песимизам и хедонистички ескепизам, меѓу безнадежно ламентирање и бездушна индиферентност, како во првите децении на 20. век. Потресите на меѓународниот поредок отворија длабоки геополитички раседи. Еден од најактивните е во Украина, каде веќе 3,5 децении, 3,5 години бесне е војна. Руската агресија е флагрантно кршење на повелбата на Обединетите нации и директно ги загрозува меѓународниот мир и безбедноста. Изразуваме силна загриженост и за неодамнешните нарушувања на воздушниот простор на Полска, Романија и Естонија, земји членки на НАТО. Ја поддржавме заедничката изјава од 12. септември и повикуваме на итна деескалација, доследно почитување на меѓународното право и примена на превентивната дипломатија за намалување на тензиите и зачувување на мирот. Ваши екселенции, геополитичката раседна линија минува и низ регионот на Западен Балкан. Процесот на македонското пристапување кон Европската Унија веќе 20 години е континуирано попречуван, но не врз основа на објективните копенхагенски критериуми, туку поради субјективни националистички причини. Најновиот ЕУ услов за почеток на нашите преговори е нова наметната промена на Уставот. Уставот, како лекс супериор и општествен договор меѓу граѓаните во Русова смисла на зборот, е највнатрешното прашање на секоја држава. Нашиот устав предвидува 4 предлагачи на измени: председателот на Републиката, владата, најмалку 30 пратеници и 150.000 граѓани. Јасно е дека овластен предлагач на амандмани не може да биде наш сосед, ниту Европската Унија. Укажувам дека условувањето на почетокот на преговорите со нови уставни измени повторно ги отвара прашањата за историјата, културата и јазикот, за кои бевме убедувани дека се затворени со Преспанскиот договор со Грција. Постојано сме предупредувани дека договорите мора да се почитуваат. Пакта sunt servanda, се согласувам, но напоменувам дека во договорот за пријателство, добрососедство и соработка со Бугарија нема одредби за уставни измени. Конечно, со конститутивните акти ЕУ себе си се дефинира како единство на различности и се обврзува да ги почитува културната и јазичната различност, националниот и културниот идентитет, дигнитетот и интегритетот. Како е можно тогаш од нас да се бара со сосед да разговараме и преговараме за нашата историја, култура и јазик? По кој знае кој пат потенцираме дека себе си се перцепираме како европјани и длабоко веруваме во европскиот проект, кој што по Втората светска војна донесе мир и економски просперитет. Европскиот идеал останува наша најголема инспирација и стратешка аспирација. Како држава посветена на добрососедството и на регионалната соработка, не сакаме спорови со нашите соседи. Она што го посакуваме е да се интегрираме во Унијата, но без дополнителни и посебни услови и со зачувано национално достоинство. Предупредуваме дека по војната во Украина, блокираната евроинтеграција на Западниот Балкан не е само политичко, туку е безбедносно прашање. Со затворената политичка врата за земјите од Западниот Балкан и широко отворената врата за влијание на трети геополитички центри на мок, иронично е Унијата да повикува на отпорност кон нив. Зарем треба да се најдеме на дневниот ред на Советот за безбедност за ЕУ да го деблокира нашето проширување? Ако Европската Унија сака да биде геополитичка унија, таа не смее да го остави Западниот Балкан во геополитички вакуум. Како што укажа председателката на Европската Унија, Европската Унија мора час поскоро да го скрши оклопот на консензусот, ако сака да ја заврши реунификацијата на Европа и повторно да стане силен геополитички фактор. Почитувана председателке, ценети екселенции, на крајот не можам да не се осврнам на еден од геополитичките најтрусни региони, Блискиот Исток и Газа. Блискиот Исток има древна и богата традиција на меѓурелигиски и меѓуетнички соживот. Историјата покажа дека различноста кога се почитува може да биде извор на културно збогатување и долготраен мир. Но исто така историјата учи дека насилството, без оглед на неговото потекло, ги продлабочува поделбите, го продолжува човечкото страдење и ги оддалечува страните од праведно и сеопфатно решение. Убедени сме дека одржливиот мир на Блискиот Исток мора да се постигне единствено преку диалог и дипломатија во согласност со меѓународното право. Неприкосновеноста на човечкиот живот и достоинство мора да се почитуваат дури и за време на војна во согласност со меѓународното хуманитарно право. Во тој дух ја реафирмираме нашата поддршка на меѓународните напори насочени кон деескалација, инклузивен диалог и директни преговори. Ценети екселенции, Овие геополитички расцепи и тензии недвосмислено упатуваат на следново. Без мултилатерални институции и процедури, без меѓународно право и принципи кои што би ги скротиле силните и заштитиле слабите, ние одново ќе го водиме тукидитовиот мелијански диалог, во кој што за жал силните го прават она што можат, а слабите она што мораат. Помислете на толерирањето на бројните повреди на повелбата на Обединетите нации, што отворија пат за нови повреди. Сетете се на неимплементираните резолуции на Генералното собрание, на неспроведените пресуди и игнорираните мислења на Меѓународниот суд на правдата, на мировните напори блокирани во Советот за безбедност. Соочени со нефункционалноста на актуелниот меѓународен поредок, некои реалисти советуваат да заборавиме на меѓународните договори и конвенции како на непотребен товар и да се засолниме во регионалните блокови и сојузи. За нив, кризите најбрзо и најдобро се решаваат надвор од Обединетите нации, без мандат од Советот за безбедност. Но, одстапувањето од универзалните принципи и механизми во полза на прагматичниот опортунизам и посегањето по ад-хок мерки не турка кон неизвестна иднина на растечки геополитички и геоекономски надпревар, па дури и во конфронтација во трката за ресурси. Зарем таков суров свет ќе им оставиме на нашите потомци? Алтернативата е да се обидеме да го ревитализираме мултилатерализмот и да ги направиме неговите институции поотпорни на системските потреси. Почитувани, ценети присутни, младите генерации имаат право на обновена повелба, на реформирани и силни обединети нации, што ќе им овозможат да живеат во мир меѓу народите, но и во мир со природата. Тие реформи не смеат да бидат козметички, туку длабоки, за да овозможат поголема инклузивност, хармонизација меѓу вредностите и механизмите, оптимизација на националните и глобалните интереси, силни и функционални институции. Реформите на Обединетите нации зависат од тоа дали на нив се гледа како на можност за обнова на меѓународниот поредок втемелен на право и правила или како оспорување на привилегиите на некои земји членки. Но, која е поентата да се биде привилегирана земја членка на нефункционална, нерелевантна, маргинализирана меѓународна организација? За ефективни Обединети нации потребно е да се реформира Советот за безбедност, за да биде поинклузивен, поотчетен и поодговорен за одржувањето на меѓународниот мир и безбедноста. Генералното собрание мора да прерасне во представнички орган за креирање политики, наместо да остане дебатен клуб. Имплементацијата на пресудите на Меѓународниот суд на правдата мора да стане задолжителна за сите земји членки, обезбедувајќи владење на правото. Реформата е потребна не само заради старите, туку и заради новите предизвици. Вештачката интелигенција носи огромни можности, но и несогледливи ризици за нашата цивилизација. Таа не е обичен технолошки скок. Незиното влијание може да биде и поголемо од индустриската и дигиталната револуција. Свесни за ова, мојата држава и јас го поддржуваме предлогот вештачката интелигенција да биде еден од приоритетите на 80-та седница. Следната година ќе бираме нов генерален секретар на Обединетите нации. Потребна ни е личност со лидерски вештини, со богато дипломатско искуство, со способност да ги премостува разликите и да гради консенсус, но и да биде длабоко хумана и посветена на ранливите. Идниот прв дипломат на светот мора да има многу знаење, трпенија и такт. По 80 години од основањето, крајно време е за жена генерален секретар на Обединетите нации. Во свет доминиран од силни мажи, често со оружје, потребни ни се силни жени со мудрост и емпатија. Верувам дека жените, кои заедно со децата се најголемите и најбројни жртви на војните, имаат неотуѓиво право и обврска да посегнат по нивна превенција. Анархичниот меѓународен поредок е закана за сите, а најмногу за малите држави. Природно е малите и средни држави да бидат најголемите поддржувачи на реформите на Обединетите нации. Ценети екселенции, дозволете да споделам што правиме ние на овој план. Го поддржавме усвојувањето на пактот за иднината како нов глобален општествен договор. Живеејќи во еден од климатски најранливите региони во светот, Медитеранот, македонските граѓани веќе ги чувствуваат последиците од климатската криза, како што се екстремните временски услови. Затоа на КОП-29 во Баку го поддржавме спроведувањето на Парискиот договор. Ја поддржавме обврската од Севилја за финансирање на развојот и ги интегриравме целите за одржлив развој во нашата национална развојна стратегија 2024-2044. На третата конференција на Обединетите нации за океанот во Ница се заложивме за силно меѓународно управување со океаните, поддржувајќи го акцискиот план. Вложуваме големи напори за промоција на женското лидерство и имплементацијата на агендите за жените, мирот и безбедноста. Ја подпишавме новата рамка за соработка со Обединетите нации 2026-2030 заради обезбедување на инклузивен, социјален и човечки развој, одржлива економија и достојна работа, отпорно и зелено општество и екосистеми, владење на правото и добро управување. Почитувани, пред голем испит сме, или ќе го гарантираме меѓународниот поредок врз визионерски принципи, или ќе итаме кон катастрофа со несогледливи размери за човештвото. Поранешниот генерален секретар Даг Хамершелд подсети дека Обединетите нации не се формирани за да не однесат во рајот, туку за да не спасат од пеколот. Треба да ги препознаеме Обединетите нации за она што се, навистина несовршен, но неопходен инструмент на нациите во работењето за мирна еволуција кон поправеден и побезбеден светски поредок. Да им ја дадеме таа шанса. Благодарам.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Macedonia. L'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de son Excellent Monsieur Anthony Frank Laurent Saint-Cyr, président du Conseil présidentiel de transition de la République d'Haïti. Je prie le protocole de vouloir l'accompagner, son Excellence, qui j'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs de délégation, distingués délégués, c'est avec gravité et beaucoup d'espoir que je porte la voix d'Haïti et les salutations d'un peuple digne et résilient qui, malgré les épreuves, revendique pour lui-même et pour l'humanité entière 3 promesses universelles: le développement, le respect de la dignité humaine et la paix. La paix qui est aujourd'hui l'urgence absolue du peuple haïtien. Au nom de ce peuple, je vous adresse, Madame la Présidente, mes plus sincères félicitations pour votre élection à la tête de cette Assemblée. J'exprime également ma gratitude au secrétaire général Antonio Guterres pour son engagement indéfectible en faveur de notre organisation et son soutien constant et multiforme à la République d'Haïti. Mesdames, Messieurs, le thème de cette session, Mieux ensemble, 80 ans et plus pour la paix, le développement et les droits de l'homme, honore l'œuvre remarquable accomplie au fil des décennies. Il rappelle aussi l'impératif de rester unis et résilients face aux crises sans précédent qui menacent l'avenir de la planète, la paix et la sécurité internationale. Aujourd'hui, la faim menace des millions de vies, les conflits armés se multiplient et l'extrême pauvreté s'intensifie, provoquant des migrations forcées qui ébranlent la stabilité internationale et qui mettent à l'épreuve la solidarité des nations. À ces défis s'ajoutent les changements climatiques, la montée du terrorisme, les atrocités de masse, la criminalité transfrontalière, le recul des droits humains, la désinformation. On ne peut fermer les yeux sur l'urgence de renforcer les systèmes de santé, d'assurer une transition énergétique juste et de promouvoir l'égalité de genre, l'inclusion des jeunes. Ces enjeux appellent nous, les leaders mondiaux, à assumer notre responsabilité de bâtir une organisation des Nations Unies mieux adaptée aux défis d'aujourd'hui et aux espoirs de demain. Nous devons veiller à ce que toutes nos actions, y compris les avancées technologiques comme l'intelligence artificielle, servent à la paix, le développement et la dignité humaine. Mesdames et messieurs, à seulement 4 heures de vol d'ici se joue une tragédie humaine, l'une des plus graves de notre hémisphère. Chaque jour, des vies innocentes s'éteignent sous les balles, le feu, la peur. Des quartiers entiers disparaissent, forçant plus d'1 million de personnes à l'exil intérieur et réduisant à néant souvenirs, investissements, infrastructures. Des milliers d'enfants sont privés de leur droit fondamental à l'éducation. Des milliers de jeunes sont condamnés au désespoir. Des centaines de filles et de femmes violées portent à jamais dans leur chair et dans leur âme les stigmates de la violence. Près de la moitié de la population est confrontée à une insécurité alimentaire aiguë. Le système sanitaire s'effondre. Les hôpitaux sont vandalisés, incendiés ou contraints de fermer leurs portes. Les médecins fuient, des vies sont sacrifiées, faute de soins. Même la prise en charge des personnes vivant avec le VIH ou la tuberculose est menacée. Voilà le visage d'Haïti aujourd'hui, un pays en guerre, un guernica contemporain, une tragédie humaine aux portes de l'Amérique, à seulement 4 heures de vol d'ici. Il faut le dire, en Haïti, c'est une guerre qui se joue, une guerre entre des criminels qui veulent imposer la violence comme ordre social et une population désarmée qui lutte pour préserver la dignité humaine et la liberté. La riposte doit être ferme et résolue. Aujourd'hui, la communauté internationale doit, aux côtés d'Haïti, déployer les grands moyens, pas de demi-mesure, mais une action forte, coordonnée et immédiate. Le silence ou l'inaction n'est pas une option. Il faut agir vite pour protéger des vies, rendre l'innocence à des enfants, offrir un avenir à des jeunes et permettre à des citoyens et citoyennes de décider de leur avenir par les urnes. Chaque minute perdue se traduit en vies humaines sacrifiées et en recul de la démocratie. Haïti veut la paix. Haïti attend la paix. Haïti a droit à la paix. Oui, mesdames et messieurs, la paix aujourd'hui, le besoin le plus urgent du peuple haïtien, elle est la raison d'être du combat sans relâche que mènent nos forces de l'ordre et la mission multinationale d'appui à la sécurité. Beaucoup de policiers et soldats sont tombés dans la guerre contre les groupes criminels. Hommage à ces héros haïtiens et kenyans qui ont payé de leur vie, leur engagement pour le rétablissement de la paix et de la sécurité en Haïti. Aujourd'hui, des 2500 initialement requis et promis, il y a sur le terrain seulement 1 millier de membres de la mission multinationale. Leur bravoure, conjuguée à nos propres efforts, n'a pas réussi à contenir la crise sécuritaire. Pourtant, nous avons augmenté de 40% le budget des forces de l'ordre, recruté de nouvelles promotions, renforcé nos effectifs, acquis du matériel et des équipements. Nous devons nous rendre à l'évidence. Haïti se trouve à l'épicentre d'une menace régionale inédite. Des réseaux criminels puissants et lourdement armés cherchent à déstabiliser le pays et à dominer les économies de notre espace commun. La nouvelle ligne de front de ce combat se trouve chez nous, en Haïti. Si nous échouons, les affronter sur notre sol, il sera illusoire de les contenir ailleurs dans la région. C'est pourquoi nous devons afficher la même détermination, la même fermeté et la même unité que celle dont nous avons fait preuve dans la lutte contre le terrorisme. Haïti ne peut et ne pourra relever seul un tel défi. Aujourd'hui, il est impératif de mobiliser une force robuste disposant d'un mandat clair et de moyens matériels, logistiques et financiers adéquats. En cette matière, les leçons de l'expérience de la MMAS et les recommandations des experts haïtiens doivent être mises à profit. Nous avons également besoin d'une coopération internationale renforcée, fondée sur le partage de renseignements et de contrôle douanier rigoureux afin de stopper le flux d'armes, de munitions, de drogue et de financement vers les gangs. La paix ne pourrait être restaurée que si nos partenaires de la région veillent par des mesures concrètes à ce que leur territoire ne serve plus de point de départ ou de transit à ces trafics. Les approches qui n'ont pas porté de fruits hier ne sauveront pas Haïti aujourd'hui. Il est impératif d'écouter la voix du peuple haïtien, d'oser des solutions nouvelles, fortes et adaptées aux réalités du terrain. En ce sens, nous souscrivons pleinement aux efforts engagés pour transformer la mission multinationale d'appui à la sécurité. Nous appelons également à la solidarité de toute la communauté internationale et plus particulièrement l'engagement des membres du Conseil de sécurité pour un vote favorable à la résolution établissant une force de suppression des gangs. C'est pourquoi je veux exprimer au nom du peuple haïtien ma profonde gratitude aux États-Unis d'Amérique et au Panama pour cette initiative dont la concrétisation marquera un tournant décisif dans la lutte contre l'insécurité qui étouffe notre nation. J'adresse également mes remerciements à l'administration du président Trump pour les efforts déployés afin d'apporter soutien et ressources dans notre lutte commune contre les gangs, ces ennemis qui menacent à la fois Haïti et toute la région. Aujourd'hui, la complexité de la crise haïtienne ne doit pas servir de prétexte à des plaidoyers sans fin, à des négociations interminables ou à des blocages dictés par des considérations géopolitiques. Chaque jour, des décisions profitent aux groupes criminels. L'urgence commande d'être proactif, de s'élever au-dessus des divisions pour agir ensemble, au service des valeurs qui nous rassemblent, la paix et la dignité humaine. Haïti accueillera avec intérêt l'organisation d'une rencontre de haut niveau afin d'aplanir les obstacles et d'avancer concrètement. À cet effet, nous saluons les pays de la région qui ne cessent de nous apporter leurs inestimables soutiens, notamment à travers des déclarations au sein de diverses organisations régionales telles que l'OEA et la CARICOM. Nous apprécions à leur juste valeur leur démarche auprès des partenaires du Conseil de sécurité pour une réelle solution à la crise sécuritaire en Haïti. Nous rendons également hommage à tous les États qui, lors des crises passées, se sont tenus à nos côtés et exprimons l'espoir de pouvoir compter à nouveau sur leur engagement. Ensemble, nous pouvons et nous devons résoudre cette crise qui a trop duré. 12 millions d'hommes, de femmes et d'enfants attendent cet engagement. Mesdames, Messieurs, le Conseil présidentiel de transition est né d'un consensus politique issu d'intenses négociations entre les forces vives de la nation. Ce Conseil, dont la mise en place a été appuyée par d'importants partenaires internationaux et facilité par les éminentes personnalités de la CARICOM, dispose d'un agenda clair, au cœur duquel figure l'organisation d'élections libres et crédibles. Je répète, d'élections libres et crédibles. En dépit des multiples défis liés à la crise sécuritaire, le processus électoral pour lequel le CPT et le gouvernement font preuve d'une volonté politique réelle connaît des avancées significatives. Le Conseil électoral provisoire a déjà identifié plus de 85% des centres de vote, mobilisé plus de 70% du personnel électoral et un financement national de 65 millions de dollars est garanti. Le Conseil présidentiel de transition collabore étroitement avec la mission multinationale d'appui à la sécurité, l'OEA, la CARICOM et le BINU pour préparer des élections libres, transparentes et inclusives, reflétant la volonté souveraine du peuple haïtien et garantissant la participation pleine et effective des femmes, des jeunes, des personnes en situation de handicap et des groupes marginalisés. Dans le souci de maintenir une cohabitation politique productive, des efforts constants sont entamés et poursuivront pour élargir le dialogue avec différents secteurs de la vie nationale, pour renforcer le consensus et prévenir un vide qui serait fatal à la démocratie et à la stabilité. Le peuple haïtien doit pouvoir choisir ses dirigeants. L'État veut organiser des élections crédibles. Notre plus grand obstacle demeure le rétablissement de la sécurité. L'appel urgent et solennel que nous venons, une fois de plus, de lancer pour résoudre la crise sécuritaire en Haïti ne doit pas rester lettre morte, ni se perdre dans des discours ou des promesses non tenues. En Haïti, la paix ne peut plus attendre. Mesdames et messieurs, la période transitoire ne permet pas d'engager toutes les grandes réformes structurelles dont le pays a besoin, mais la crise humanitaire actuelle doit être adressée À ce jour, l'État haïtien a fourni 72% de l'aide d'urgence destinée aux personnes déplacées internes et accompagne la relocalisation des familles. Nous exprimons notre profonde gratitude aux partenaires internationaux mobilisés à nos côtés de la réponse humanitaire et accueillons avec un vif intérêt les initiatives porteuses de ceux qui, comme l'Association des États de la Caraïbe, choisissent de rejoindre cet élan. Mais notre stratégie ne se limite pas seulement à l'assistance immédiate. Nous devons impérativement passer de l'aide à l'investissement. En ce sens, la volonté du gouvernement est d'initier le développement de deux grands pôles économiques, le Grand Nord et le Grand Sud, autour de filières stratégiques telles que l'agro-industrie, le textile, l'énergie renouvelable, le tourisme et les services. Haïti entend continuer à compter sur ses partenaires clés pour traverser cette période difficile et relancer son économie. Nous appelons à leur soutien à travers la mise en place de mécanismes concrets tels que le renouvellement de la loi Hope Help ou le lancement de projets de rénovation urbaine qui permettront de créer des emplois, de sortir durablement de l'impasse humanitaire et de réduire les pressions migratoires haïtiennes dans la région. Mesdames et messieurs, 2025 marque le bicentenaire de l'ordonnance imposant à Haïti le paiement d'une rançon pour la reconnaissance de son indépendance. Notre voix s'élève pour réclamer réparation, non pas dans un esprit de revanche ni d'acrimonie, mais avec un souci de justice et de vérité. Nous avons accueilli avec satisfaction la déclaration de la présidence française qui reconnaît la nécessité d'ouvrir des espaces de dialogue et de vérité historique, ainsi que la résolution du 5 juin 2025 de l'Assemblée nationale française reconnaissant l'injustice de cette rançon. Haïti a mis en place le Comité national de réparation et de restitution. Nous demandons que ces avancées soient suivies d'actions concrètes. La France, patrie des droits de l'homme, a aujourd'hui l'opportunité d'écrire une nouvelle page de son histoire avec Haïti en honorant les idéaux de liberté, d'égalité et de fraternité qui nous unissent. Mesdames et messieurs, je me dois de souligner l'apport inestimable de la diaspora haïtienne à travers le monde et le sort souvent difficile qui lui est réservé. Qu'ils vivent en Amérique, en Europe, en Afrique ou ailleurs, des millions d'Haïtiens à l'étranger contribuent au développement d'Haïti. Alors que nous traversons une crise multidimensionnelle, nous appelons à la patience et à la compréhension de nos partenaires et amis, afin que nos ressortissants soient toujours traités avec respect et dignité. Derrière chaque migrant, il y a un visage, une famille, une histoire et une contribution au pays d'accueil. Haïti réaffirme son attachement au dialogue et à la coopération bilatérale dans l'esprit du bon voisinage et du respect mutuel, afin d'identifier des solutions équilibrées et durables aux problèmes de l'île. La circulation sûre et régulière des biens et des personnes, notamment par voie aérienne, est essentielle à un avenir partagé et à une prospérité commune. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Haïti de demain mérite la paix et la prospérité, un avenir fondé sur un système judiciaire indépendant, une éducation universelle, des soins de santé accessibles à tous et une économie qui offre à chacun les mêmes chances de réussir. Cet avenir exige réforme courageuse, justice indépendante et fin de l'impunité. Nous avons le 16 avril 2025 promulgué un décret instituant 2 pôles judiciaires spécialisés. Un pour la répression des crimes et délits financiers complexes et l'autre pour la répression des crimes de masse et des violences sexuelles. Nous avançons sur leur effectivité. Nous sommes prêts à continuer sur cette voie. Ce n'est pas le moment d'éprouver ce sentiment de Haiti fatigue. La communauté internationale n'a pas le droit de détourner le regard de la situation d'Haïti. Face à l'ampleur de cette crise, le silence ne serait pas neutralité, il serait complicité. Mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi de rendre hommage au peuple haïtien. Le représenter ici est le plus grand honneur de ma vie. Au-delà de fonction de président du Conseil présidentiel de transition d'Haïti, je suis un citoyen haïtien authentique, engagé et profondément attaché à cette terre. Une terre de liberté et de dignité, de courage et de talent. Haïti n'est pas une nation de résignés. Nous sommes un grand peuple, un peuple solidaire, des femmes et des hommes qui se sont sacrifiés pour leur patrie et pour l'humanité. Haïti n'est pas un territoire livré aux criminels armés, mais une nation debout, composée de familles dignes et résilientes, qui chaque jour, malgré les pires épreuves, luttent pour un avenir meilleur. Je rends hommage à mes compatriotes, qui sont sans conteste parmi les peuples les plus résilients de la terre. Ils méritent mieux. Leur redonner espoir est ma seule mission. C'est pourquoi, en ce moment, je vous appelle à vous tenir aux côtés d'Haïti. Nous devons bâtir la paix en Haïti, pour la Caraïbe, pour les Amériques, pour l'humanité entière. Je vous remercie.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président du Conseil présidentiel de transition de la République d'Haïti. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mikhail Kabalashvili, President of Georgia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. I can see it here. Yeah.
Albatono Presidento, Batono Generalorum Divano, პატივცემულო კოლეგებო, ქალბატონებო და ბატონებო. მე წარმოვადგენ 3000 წლოვანი ისტორიის მქონე ქვეყანას, სოფლიოს ერთ-ერთი უძველესი ცივილიზაციის აკვანს და მამაც ქართველ ერს, რომელიც სიამაყით და ღირსებით ახსავსია. ქვეყანას, რომელსაც სოფლიოში უნიკალური დამწერლობა, უძველესი ენა და 17 საუკუნოვანი ქრისტიანობის ტრადიცია გააჩნია. საქართველოს ისტორია, ეს არის დამპყრობლების წინააღმდეგ ჩვენი ხალხის თვითგადარჩენისთვის ბრძოლის უწყვეტი ქრონიკები, რის შედეგადაც ჩვენ სასწაულებრივად შევძელით ჩვენი კულტურული თვითმყოფადობის, ტრადიციების და ეროვნული იდენტობის შენარჩუნება. საუკუნეების მანძილზე დამპყრობლებთან უწყვეტი ომიანობის მიუხედავად, საქართველოში არსებული კულტურული გარემო ყოველთვის გამოირჩეოდა უცხოსადმი განსაკუთრებული შემწყნარებლობით, ჰუმანიზმითა და მოყვასით სიყვარულით. ტოლერანტობა, უცხოს მიმღებლობა, მათთან ერთად ჰარმონიული თარაარსებობა და მრავალფეროვნება ჩვენი უძველესი კულტურის ქვაკუთხედს წარმოადგენს, რაც ბრწყინვალე და აღბეჭდილი ქართულ პოლიფონიაში, ჩვენს ეროვნულ ტრადიციებსა და ყველასათვის კარგად ცნობილ ქართულ ეპოსში შოთა რუსთაველის ვეფხისტყაოსანში. საქართველო ის ადგილია, სადაც ისტორიის მანძილზე ეთნიკური თუ რელიგიური ნიშნით არასოდეს მომხდარა არც ერთი ადამიანის ჩაგვრა ან მისი დევნა. პირიქით, ჩვენ ყოველთვის გამოგვარჩევდა სამართლიანობის მძაფრი განცდა. მე წარმოვადგენ ქართველ ხალხს, რომელმაც იცის როგორც ომის ფასი, ასევე თავისუფლებისა და მშვიდობის მნიშვნელობა. ხალხს, რომელიც უფრთხილდება თავის მდიდარ ისტორიას და ტრადიციებს, მაგრამ ამავდროულად თვალს უსწორებს და უმკლავდება იმ გამოწვევებს, რომლის წინაშეც ჩვენი ქვეყანა დგას. სწრაფად ცვალებადი გეოპოლიტიკური ლანდშაფტისა და უპრეცედენტო გლობალური გამოწვევების პირობებში, როგორიცაა მიმდინარე კონფლიქტები, კლიმატის ცვლილება, იდეოლოგიური პოლარიზაცია, კულტურული გაუცხოება, ომით გამოწვეული ჰუმანიტარული კრიზისები, საქართველო მტკიცედ დგას დიალოგის, მშვიდობის, სტაბილურობისა და მდგრადი განვითარების სადარაჯოზე. ჩვენს გარშემო არსებული მრავალი გამოწვევის მიუხედავად, ჩვენ შევძელით ჩვენი ხალხის უსაფრთხოების უზრუნველყოფა. საქართველოს ხელისუფლების ძირეულ ფილოსოფიად რჩება შევინარჩუნოთ მშვიდობა და რაც არ უნდა დაგვიჯდეს, ჩვენ ხალხს თავიდან ავარიდოთ ომი. უკვე მეოთხე წელია, რაც უკრაინაში საშინელი სისხლისმღვრელი ომი მიმდინარეობს, რომელსაც კატასტროფული შედეგები და უზარმაზარი ადამიანური მსხვერპლი მოჰყვა. 2008 წლის ომის მწარე გამოცდილების გათვალისწინებით, რომლის ზიარები დღემდე არ მოუშუშებია ქართველ ხალხს, ჩვენ ბევრზე უკვე გვესმის ის ტკივილი, რასაც დღეს უკრაინელი ერი განიცდის. დღესაც, როგორც უწინ, საქართველო უკრაინელი ხალხის მიმართ მტკიცე და ურყევი მხარდაჭერას გამოხატავს. იქიდან გამომდინარე, რომ მშვიდობის მნიშვნელობას სიღრმისეულად ვაცნობიერებთ, საქართველოს თავისი წვლილი შეაქვს სამხრეთ კავკასიის რეგიონის ტრანსფორმაციაში და ცდილობს ის კონფლიქტების რეგიონის ნაცვლად ცივილიზაციათა დიალოგისა და ეკონომიკური კეთილდღეობის სივრცე დაქციოს. მივესალმებით პრეზიდენტ დონალდ ტრამპის სამშვიდობო ინიციატივას სომხეთსა და აზერბაიჯანს შორის, ისევე როგორც მის ძალისხმევას, მალე დასრულდეს რუსეთ-უკრაინის სისხლისმღვრელი ომი. საქართველო ყოველთვის მხარს უჭერდა და აქტიურად იღვწოდა სამხრეთ კავკასიის რეგიონში მდგრადი და გრძელვადიანი მშვიდობის დასამყარებლად, ისევე როგორც მეზობლებს შორის ურთიერთობისა და თანამშრომლობის გასაღრმავებლად. საუკუნეების მანძილზე ჩვენი ქვეყანა ცივილიზაცია და გზაჯვარედინსა და განსხვავებულ კულტურათა დიალოგის სივრცეს წარმოადგენდა. დღეს საქართველო იბრუნებს თავის ისტორიულ ფუნქციას. სამხრეთ კავკასიისა და ცენტრალური აზიის ქვეყნებთან მჭიდრო ურთიერთობები, ევროკავშირთან არსებული შეთანხმებები და შუა დერეფანში საქართველოს საკვანძო პოზიცია ჩვენი ქვეყნის როლს როგორც რეგიონში, ასევე ევრაზიის კონტინენტზე განსაკუთრებულ მნიშვნელობას ანიჭებს. საქართველო უმოკლესი დამაკავშირებელი გზა და ბუნებრივი ხიდია ევროპასა და აზიას, დასავლეთსა და აღმოსავლეთ შორის. ჩვენი გეოგრაფიული მდებარეობისა და პრაგმატული საგარეო პოლიტიკის წყალობით საქართველო მრავალგანზომილებიან და მულტიფუნქციურ რეგიონულ ჰაბად ყალიბდება, როგორც ვაჭრობის, ასევე ენერგოტრანზიტის მიმართულებით. საქართველოს მნიშვნელოვანი წვლილი შეაქვს შუა დერეფნის სტრატეგიული მარშრუტის განვითარებაში და ყველაფერს აკეთებს იმისთვის, რომ დერეფანი აღმოსავლეთსა და დასავლეთ შორის ყველაზე უსაფრთხო, სანდო და სტაბილურ გამაკავშირებელ მარშრუტად იქცეს. ჩვენ აქტიურად მუშაობთ საერთაშორისო ინვესტორებთან, ვავითარებთ ინფრასტრუქტურას და ხელს ვუწყობთ ახალი ენერგო-სატრანზიტო გზების ჩამოყალიბებას. ეს ყველაფერი კი საბოლოო ჯამში აზიური და ევროპული ბაზრის დაკავშირებადობის ხარისხს ზრდის. შუა დერეფნის განვითარების ფარგლებში საქართველომ სტრატეგიული მნიშვნელობის პროექტები წამოიწყო, რომლებიც სარკინიგზო, საზღვაო და საჰაერო ტრანსპორტირების მოცულობისა და ინტენსივობის გაზრდას ემსახურება. მათ შორის რკინიგზის მოდერნიზაციის პროექტი უკვე დასრულებულია, ხოლო ანაკლიის ღრმაწყლოვანი პორტის, თბილისის ახალი საერთაშორისო აეროპორტისა და შავი ზღვის წყალქვეშა კაბელის პროექტებზე აქტიურად მიმდინარეობს მუშაობა. აღნიშნული პროექტები ერთი მხრივ შუა აზიისა და სამხრეთ კავკასიის ზღვაზე გასასვლელის არ მქონე ქვეყნების დანარჩენ მსოფლიოსთან საზღვაო კავშირს უზრუნველყოფს, ხოლო მეორე მხრივ ჩვენ მიერ განხორციელებული პროექტები ხელს უწყობს ენერგომარშრუტების დივერსიფიკაციას, რითაც მნიშვნელოვნად გააძლიერებს ევროპისა და სამხრეთ კავკასიის რეგიონების უსაფრთხოებას. შუა დერეფნის განვითარებისა და ორი უდიდესი ბაზრის, აზიისა და ევროპის დაკავშირებადობის გაუმჯობესების მიზნით უკვე მერვე წელია, რაც საქართველო თბილისის აბრეშუმის გზის ფორუმს მასპინძლობს. ეს არის საერთაშორისო დიალოგისა და ახალი შესაძლებლობების პლატფორმა, რომელსაც 60-მდე ქვეყნის 2000-მდე დელეგატი ესწრება. ჩვენი ამოცანაა კონსტრუქციული, ურთიერთპატივისცემასა და ურთიერთსარგებლობაზე დაფუძნებული ურთიერთობები განავითაროთ ისეთ ძლიერ ეკონომიკებთან, როგორიცაა ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატები, ჩინეთი, ევროკავშირი თუ სხვა. ჩვენ ღია ვართ ნებისმიერი დიალოგისა და თანამშრომლობისთვის, მაგრამ ამავდროულად ვითხოვთ სამართლიან და ღირსეულ დამოკიდებულებას, რასაც ქართველი ხალხი არ შეეგუება, ესაა ულტიმატუმების, შანტაჟისა და დაშინების ენით საუბარი. საქართველო გაეროს დეკლარაციის ფუნდამენტური პრინციპებისა და ღირებულებების ერთგული და საერთაშორისო საზოგადოების ღირსეული და პასუხისმგებლობით აღსავსე წევრია, რაც იმითაც დასტურდება, თუ რამხელა ძალისხმევა გაიღო საქართველოს მოქმედმა ხელისუფლებამ ადამიანის უფლებების დაცვის ხარისხის გაუმჯობესების კუთხით. სწორედ ხელისუფლების პრაგმატული და რაციონალური პოლიტიკის დამსახურებაა, რომ შევინარჩუნეთ მშვიდობა და ეკონომიკური ზრდა, რითაც ჩვენი მოქალაქეების ცხოვრების ხარისხი მნიშვნელოვნად გავაუმჯობესეთ. გასულ წლებში უამრავი გამოწვევის მიუხედავად, საქართველომ გარე შოკების მიმართ შთამბეჭდავი მედეგობა გამოვავლინა. საქართველოს განვითარების პოზიტიური დინამიკა ასახულია და დასტურდება მსოფლიოს ავტორიტეტული ორგანიზაციების საერთაშორისო რეიტინგებით და პარამეტრებით. მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ საქართველოს ტერიტორიების 20% ოკუპაციის ქვეშ რჩება, ჩვენ დიდი ენერგიითა და შემართებით ვაგრძელებთ განვითარებასა და წინსვლას. ჩვენ გვაკისრია მისია, რომ ჩვენმა შვილებმა უფრო ძლიერ, ღირსეულ საქართველოში და მშვიდობიან მსოფლიოში იცხოვრონ. ახლა კი მინდა მივმართო საოკუპაციო ხაზის მეორე მხარეს ყოფ ჩვენ აფხაზ და ოს ძმებსა და დებს. საუკუნეების მანძილზე ჩვენ ერთად ვწერდით საქართველოს ისტორიას, რომელიც სავსეა ჩვენი წინაპრების გმირობებით, საერთო ბრძოლით, ჩვენი ერის თვითგადარჩენისა და სამშობლოს სიყვარულისთვის. ჩვენ არასდროს ყოფილვართ დიდი იმპერია, რომელიც სხვებს საკუთარ წესებს თავს მოახვევდა. ჩვენ ყოველთვის ვიყავით ქვეყანა, რომელიც ამაყობდა საკუთარი მრავალფეროვნებით. საქართველო არის ადგილი, სადაც ცივილიზაციები საუკუნეების მანძილზე ხვდებოდნენ, ერწყმოდნენ და აბალანსებდნენ ერთმანეთს. ჩვენი კულტურა კი ამ რთული და მუდმივი სინთეზის პირმშუა. ჩემო, აფხაზო და ოსო, ძმებო და დებო. ჩვენი კულტურული კოდი არ შეცვლილა. ჩვენთვის მრავალფეროვნება არა პრობლემა, არამედ კვლავ არსებობის აუცილებელი ფორმულაა. ამიტომ საოკუპაციო ხაზის მიღმა მყოფ თანამოძმეებს ყოველთვის ღია გულით და გაშლილი ხელით შეგხვდებით. ჩვენი ვალია, რომ ერთობლივი ძალისხმევით გადავლახოთ ხელოვნურად შექმნილი დაბრკოლებები, აღვადგინოთ ჩატეხილი ხიდები, წარსული წყენები კი, როგორც გამორჩეულ სუგრძელმა ხალხმა წარსულს მივაბაროთ. მე მწამს, ერთ დღესაც ჩვენ შვილებთან ერთად, ერთიან, ბედნიერ და განვითარებულ საქართველოში ვიცხოვრებთ, სადაც ჩვენს ჰარმონიულ თანაცხოვრებას ხელს ვერაფერი შეუშლის. აქვე მინდა მადლობა გადაუხადო საერთაშორისო საზოგადოებას საქართველოს სუვერენიტეტისა და ტერიტორიული მთლიანობის ურყევი მხარდაჭერისთვის. საქართველო ისევე როგორც მთელი მსოფლიო თანამედროვე ისტორიის საკვანძო მომენტს გადის. ჩვენ ცხოვრობთ გარდამავალ ეპოქაში, სადაც ჯერ კიდევ ბუნდოვანია თუ როგორი იქნება მომავალი საერთაშორისო წესრიგი. გაერთიანებულმა ერების ორგანიზაციამ უნდა უზრუნველყოს ჩვენი პლანეტის ტრანზიცია მშვიდობიან, სტაბილურ და სამართლიან მრავალპოლუსიან საერთაშორისო წესრიგზე. საქართველო როგორც საერთაშორისო საზოგადოების პასუხისმგებლიანი წევრი მზადაა ხელი შეუწყოს გაერთიანებული ერების ორგანიზაციას გახდეს ომის გარდაუვალი ალტერნატივა და მშვიდობის მთავარი გარანტორი. კიდევ ერთხელ აღვნიშნავ, რომ ჩვენ მზადყოფნას გამოვთქვავთ და ღია ვართ ჩვენი ეროვნული ინტერესების გათვალისწინებით დიალოგი ვაწარმოოთ გლობალური თუ რეგიონალური მნიშვნელობის საკითხებზე უკლებლივ ყველა ქვეყანასთან. არსებული რეალობა ჩვენგან მოითხოვს, რომ რთულ საკითხებს თვალი გაუსწოროთ და დავიწყოთ ღია, პრაგმატული და შედეგებზე ორიენტირებული დიალოგი. ვფიქრობ, მხოლოდ ასე შევძლებთ გლობალური გამოწვევების დაძლევას და ახალი შესაძლებლობების გახსნას ჩვენი ქვეყნების, ხალხების და მომავალი თაობების სასარგებლოდ. დიდი მადლობა ყურადღებისთვის, ღმერთი ფარავდეს კაცობრიობას. დიდი მადლობა.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Georgia. La Asamblea escuchará ahora un discurso del excelentísimo señor Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, presidente constitucional del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a su excelencia, a quien invito a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. En primer lugar, permítame expresar un fraternal saludo a la Presidenta de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, Annalena Baerbock, y por su intermedio a toda la Asamblea. El 80º periodo de sesiones no es un dato cualquiera, es un espacio de un momento histórico que nos invita a detenernos y mirar hacia atrás para recordar por qué nació esta organización y se dio los resultados que la humanidad esperaba después de 2 guerras mundiales en las que la lucha por la riqueza y las áreas de influencia dejó millones de muertos, desplazados y heridos. Vivimos con una verdadera lacerante que pretendemos ignorar. En 8 décadas se han desarrollado en el concierto de las naciones narrativas que, usando la habilidad de las potencias con larga experiencia en el derecho internacional, han camuflado heridas profundas y recuerdos desgarradores de la humanidad. Empleando inteligentes cuerpos normativos que predican el deber ser de las Naciones Unidas, registrados en costosos materiales impresos y audiovisuales, que son poco efectivos ante problemas flagrantes como el neocolonialismo en todas sus expresiones, ocupación territorial, genocidio, injerencia política, económica y cultural, el racismo, la discriminación, el armamentismo y la violencia que lleva implícito, sin contar otros aspectos como el hambre, la crisis climática, energética, alimentaria y las cada vez más frecuentes crisis financieras. Los efectos de esta realidad son claros: confrontación y discursos que promueven el odio y la división entre naciones hermanas, inequidad, exclusión, pobreza y desigualdades e injusticia producidas aún en instituciones creadas para resguardar los derechos de los más débiles. Ya ni hablar de los derechos económicos, sociales y culturales de los pueblos, y más si se tratan de los pueblos indígenas. Una evaluación sincera nos lleva a confirmar que a 80 años los resultados no son los esperados. Por consiguiente, no estamos bien. El mundo actualmente está igual de dividido y confrontado más que hace 80 años atrás. En el mundo existe mayor inequidad en la distribución de la riqueza que hace 80 años atrás. Las cifras de pobreza, desigualdad e injusticia, en lugar de reducirse, cada vez son mayores. El riesgo de que la paz que aún exista desaparezca y que una tercera guerra mundial de nuevo tipo enlute el planeta es muy cercano si no reaccionamos a tiempo. El peligro de que el irrefrenable desarrollo de las fuerzas productivas en el capitalismo, con un mal empleo de la inteligencia artificial, incremente la crisis climática, liquide al planeta y convierta a la inmensa mayoría de la población en innecesaria, es también algo no muy lejano. No estamos bien. La ONU se erigió sobre las osamentas que entre el 50 y 70 millones de vidas que perecieron en el Holocausto y la destrucción de naciones que quedaron en ruinas, no solo físicas, sino también morales, debido a la violencia que aplicó el fascismo, pero también el naciente imperialismo con el uso de 2 bombas atómicas. Uno de los objetivos con que nació las Naciones Unidas fue no repetir la barbarie de la guerra. Hoy suenan los ecos de tambores de guerra en todos los continentes. Se practica el genocidio por la sola decisión de 2 países de negarle el derecho a ser libre y soberano a un pueblo. Se usan armas sofisticadas en clara señal de provocación contra un país soberano y se impulsa una mayor militarización de una región con la doble moral de la lucha contra las drogas. Y en esa misma región se mantiene un criminal bloque contra un pueblo y su Estado por el solo hecho de haber conquistado su plena independencia hace más de 6 décadas. Las guerras no son las mismas de hace 80 años. Las guerras ahora son multidimensionales, articulando mecanismos de guerra económica, financiera, mediática, información, cibernética, sin dejar de aplicarse la guerra propiamente militar, que ahora abarca también a la guerra desde el espacio, la guerra biológica y otras técnicas que se siguen desarrollando impunemente en base a una tecnología de la guerra. No será una novedad encontrarnos con guerras climáticas energéticas que impacten sobre la soberanía y seguridad alimentaria, poniendo también en riesgo recursos estratégicos como el agua. Se está poniendo en riesgo la supervivencia del ser humano sobre la Tierra y de la vida misma sobre el planeta. Es hora de quitar la máscara al origen de esta suma de tragedias. La causa de esta lógica destructora no es otra que el dominio salvaje del sistema capitalista que coloca a la acumulación, la ganancia y el lucro de pocos sobre los derechos y la vida de las mayorías planetarias. La causa es el actual desarrollo capitalista que trata de resolver su crisis irresuelta, retornando a las formas originarias de acumulación y revirtiendo la tendencia decreciente de la tasa de ganancia. El capitalismo, en su fase imperialista, está recurriendo de nuevo al despliegue de la violencia, el saqueo de los recursos naturales, al asalto de los estados soberanos y al derramamiento de sangre para cumplir con las dos lógicas de acumulación con las que nació: el poder político y militar de una parte y el control territorial de otra. Y se suma una tercera causa, más inmediata, y es el obsesivo afán de la nueva administración de Trump de devolverle a los Estados Unidos su condición de hegemón, a una costa de poner en tela de juicio el propio sistema liberal, el llamado libre comercio, la globalización, y de ocasionar dolor y muerte. ¿Para qué? Para apropiarse de los recursos naturales, tomar el control de las materias primas para beneficio de una burguesía imperial y subordinar a la mayor parte de los países a su sed insaciable de riqueza y privilegios, y para tratar de mantener un orden unipolar a toda costa. La reciente publicación de la Estrategia de Defensa Nacional de Estados Unidos de Norteamérica plantea un repliegue de sus tropas en el mundo para asentarlas en su país y área de influencia: Canadá, Alaska, el Caribe, Centro y Sudamérica. La experiencia histórica con nuestros vecinos nos hace concebir que esa no es otra cosa que una nueva forma de aplicar el monroísmo, doctrina que vuelve a plantear que América es de los norteamericanos, generando condiciones para un nuevo momento de neocolonialismo. Señora Presidente, estimados y estimados jefes de Estado, desde el Abiyala, nombre indígena del continente americano y del Caribe, nos declaramos zona de paz en la segunda cumbre de la CELAC en 2014 en La Habana. Las naciones de nuestra región cumplimos ese mandato que nos autoimpusimos, aún teniendo en cuenta nuestras diferencias ideológico-políticas en varios temas y respecto de problemas fronterizos y de ocupación territorial hasta ahora no resueltos. Podemos decir, invirtiendo la ecuación de los estrategas del Pentágono, que es la paz y no la guerra lo que guía nuestras relaciones internacionales. A la impronta de esa declaración, desde 2022, en este mismo lugar, he venido haciendo un llamado a las Naciones Unidas para que una Asamblea General como la que nos cobija declare al mundo como territorio de paz. Han pasado 11 años desde aquella histórica declaración de la CELAC y 3 años desde ese periodo que hice en esta Asamblea, y no solo que no hemos declarado al mundo como zona de paz, sino que enfrentamos la dura realidad de ver cómo la muerte en el sello que se va usando con normalidad en las relaciones internacionales. También sentimos la amenaza del fascismo en cualquiera de sus variantes para explotar y dominar a los pueblos en la hora presente. La amenaza de muerte acecha América Latina y el Caribe. La quinta flota norteamericana, dependiente del Comando Sur, está movilizada con un potencial bélico que contempla desde lanchas patrulleras hasta misiles, pasando por aviones, helicópteros y submarinos, usando el pretexto de que ese espacio marítimo está siendo utilizado contra la seguridad nacional de los Estados Unidos, a partir de la introducción ilegal de cocaína por parte de bandas criminales pertenecientes a carteles de drogas. Más allá de violaciones de derechos internacionales, esta acción provocadora del imperialismo tiene dos intenciones. Primero, la intervención sobre nuestra hermana República Bolivariana de Venezuela, que desde 1999 levanta en alto las banderas de la independencia efectiva, la libertad de su pueblo y la soberanía de su Estado, y que posee importantísimos recursos naturales, especialmente petróleo, que desde el norte se pretende controlar y apropiar. Segundo, intentar reconquistar el control de América Latina y el Caribe sobre la base de minar la democracia liberal, impulsar la militarización y emplear otras prácticas colonialistas que debemos llamar por su nombre. El imperialismo dice que interviene para luchar contra el tráfico de drogas y combatir el crimen organizado, lo cual es una falacia, pues si fuera verdad, empezaría a enfrentar efectivamente ambos hechos dentro de su propio país, donde la demanda de consumo de todo tipo de drogas es alta y en ascenso, y donde se plasman distintas modalidades de crimen organizado. Lo que en realidad pretende Estados Unidos es darle a nuestra región el papel de dique de contención a la edificación de un mundo multipolar y sometido a sus intereses. A estas acciones militares, cuyas imágenes se han visto en todo el mundo, se suma otro tipo de acciones devastadoras como las orientadas a endurecer el bloqueo económico contra Cuba. Ya son miles de millones de dólares que Estados Unidos le debe al Estado cubano por los efectos de estas unilaterales medidas y que se explican por el rechazo del imperialismo a la primera revolución socialista de la región, que no ha sido ni será destruida. La amenaza de la muerte también recorre Oriente Medio. En el Oriente Medio, el dolor de millones de familias por la muerte de decenas de miles de palestinos a manos del poderoso ejército israelita no encuentra consuelo ni se detiene. Toda esta violencia cuenta, hay que decirlo, con el apoyo incondicional de los Estados Unidos, que quiere acelerar el desplazamiento del pueblo palestino en el menor tiempo posible. La paz será una palabra vacía mientras el pueblo palestino siga siendo sometido a prácticas de genocidio y no cuente con territorio propio y soberanía plena con Jerusalén Este como su capital. Pero en esta región, eso no es lo único que ocurre. La frágil estabilidad política y geopolítica está amenazada por ataques preventivos contra la República Islámica del Irán y contra la pequeña nación de Yemen, muy al estilo del que empleara en su momento el expresidente George Bush. La amenaza de muerte también está en Euroasia. En la zona de Eurasia, a pesar de los intentos intermitentes de lograr una salida política, la ambición expansionista de la OTAN, que no es otra cosa que el brazo militar del capital concentrado, apuesta a la prolongación del conflicto militar utilizando a Ucrania como punta de lanza contra la Federación Rusa. La amenaza de muerte no excluye a Asia. El mar de China Oriental, área de gran importancia geoestratégica y económica, presenta al menos dos problemas que puedan incidir no solo en la región, sino en el mundo. El alejamiento de Taiwán de la soberanía de la República Popular China, como otro ejemplo de neocolonialismo explícito o alentado por Estados Unidos, así como la controversia en torno a las islas Senkaku, cuya soberanía es disputada entre Japón, Taiwán y la República Popular China. Islas desiertas que en sustrato, aparentemente, se encuentran importantes recursos hidrocarburíferos. Por otra parte, la constante tensión entre Corea del Norte y Corea del Sur puede convertirse en un problema que no solo afecta a estos dos países, sino a la seguridad del mundo. Señoras y señores jefes de Estado, me he referido a todo este cuadro mundial para advertir a que esta nueva etapa de intervencionismo imperialista se le debe llamar por su nombre, neocolonialismo. ¿Qué hacer? Recurro a esta pregunta que se formulara uno de los estrategas más brillantes de la lucha por la emancipación del trabajo frente al capital, que hoy también, en siglo XXI, es de la vida contra la muerte, para proponer a ustedes lo siguiente. Primero, la creación de una comisión de reparaciones por la esclavitud, el apartheid, el genocidio y el colonialismo en los países del sur global. Para eso, las Naciones Unidas deben encontrar la forma para que los señores de la guerra y la muerte más bien destinen esos miles de millones de dólares en su cartera armamentista a un fondo de reparaciones. Que esta tribuna, la más alta del concierto internacional, sirva también para hacer un llamamiento y reconocer que el colonialismo y el neocolonialismo fue y es un error histórico que trajo y sigue trayendo consigo lacras sociales sobre la población que hace víctima. Lo que fue con las sociedades indígenas especialmente y hoy afecta a conjuntos sociales más amplios aún, en nombre de la construcción de un futuro justo, hoy debemos condenar el impacto devastador del colonialismo en el pasado y el presente. Hago un llamamiento a los jefes de Estado de la CELAC y de la Unión Africana para que unan sus esfuerzos y se opongan a las consecuencias negativas del colonialismo. Dicha comisión deberá crear mecanismos eficaces para restablecer la justicia histórica en los siguientes ámbitos: reparaciones, derecho a la tierra, recuperación del ecosistema destruido por las acciones de los colonizadores y las corporaciones transnacionales, disculpas por el pasado colonial por parte de las antiguas metrópolis, restitución de los bienes culturales de los pueblos indígenas arrebatados por los colonizadores durante el proceso de expansión y genocidio, prevención de prácticas neocoloniales, programas para el desarrollo de los pueblos indígenas y la preservación de su cultura e identidad, indemnización a los pueblos que resisten la ocupación militar en sus territorios y los que padecen de bloqueos económicos y sanciones unilaterales. Segundo, convertir a la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas en un órgano vinculante para que sea la voz efectiva de todos los pueblos y no el espacio de realización de la voluntad de los poderosos. Necesitamos que este foro sea un núcleo ético, el corazón político y alma viva de una nueva era dirigida por la cultura de la vida. Necesitamos que las resoluciones aprobadas en la Asamblea de las Naciones Unidas no sean vetadas por ninguna superpotencia y sean de cumplimiento efectivo. Esto implica la vigencia efectiva y no formal del multilateralismo. Tercera, declarar al mundo como territorio de paz e impulsar la desmilitarización hacia donde sea posible. La inmensa mayoría de la población del mundo se niega a aceptar que la revitalización o la salida de las crisis cíclicas del capital tengan que hacerse sobre la base de la inversión de miles de millones de dólares para la fabricación de todo tipo de armas, convencionales y no convencionales. Con la tercera parte del gasto militar global, tendríamos mayor y mejor educación, salud y vivienda garantizada para todas y todos. Naciones Unidas tiene que convertirse en un pacto por la paz y la vida, como el destino compartido de todo lo que sostiene la vida común. Cuarto, una reforma profunda del Consejo de Seguridad que impida que uno de los dos países tenga secuestrada la estabilidad mundial. Esta reforma es una necesidad y un planteamiento que las naciones del sur global están insistiendo desde hace varios años. Democratizar el Consejo de Seguridad es hacer efectivo el principio de igualdad jurídica de los Estados y es democratizar el futuro. Es asegurar que las voces de África, América Latina y el Caribe, Asia y de los pueblos históricamente marginados también cuenten. Quinto, avanzar hacia la Declaración Universal de los Derechos de la Madre Tierra. Bolivia, junto a los pueblos amazónicos, levanta la voz para recordar la necesidad urgente de la cooperación internacional para fortalecer la conservación de la Amazonía, desde el fortalecimiento de la soberanía de los países amazónicos sobre el bioma estratégico para el mundo, Defender la Amazonía significa defender la vida. Sexto, rechazar todo tipo de guerra comercial y trabajar por la disminución de las brechas económicas y sociales entre los países del capitalismo central y los países de la periferia. Las guerras comerciales afectan no solo a las empresas, sino al inmenso mundo del trabajo y disminuye a niveles alarmantes la posibilidad de que las clases subalternas accedan a una alimentación aceptable. Las pugnas intercapitalistas, y mucho menos las ambiciones hegemonistas, no tienen el menor derecho de ahondar las relaciones de intercambio desigual y mucho menos de ir reduciendo a límites inimaginables al derecho al trabajo, la alimentación y la educación de las clases trabajadoras. Apreciados concurrentes a la sesión de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, agradezco profundamente que en ocasión de este aniversario de creación de Naciones Unidas, haber escuchado el análisis y la prospección del Estado plurinacional de Bolivia sobre problemas globales, críticos en nuestros días, en la perspectiva de trabajar en pro de la paz, el desarrollo y los derechos humanos colectivos. El pueblo boliviano, a quien le hemos garantizado un tránsito democrático, como no se vio en 28 años en nuestro país, estará vigilante y atento a los cambios que deben darse en el marco de las Naciones Unidas en procura de garantizar la paz mundial. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Constitutional President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic, Head of State and Head of Government. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, à l'entame de mon propos, il me plaît d'adresser mes plus sincères et chaleureuses félicitations à Son Excellence, Madame Annalena Baerbock, pour son élection à la présidence de cette 80e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. Madame la Présidente, votre expérience vous permettra, j'en suis convaincu, d'accomplir avec efficacité les missions inhérentes à votre haute fonction. Soyez assurés de l'entière coopération de mon pays. À Son Excellence, Monsieur Philemon Yang, votre prédécesseur, j'adresse mes compliments pour le remarquable travail accompli durant son mandat. Enfin, je voudrais saluer à nouveau l'action de Son Excellence, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général de notre organisation, pour tous les efforts qu'il ne cesse de déployer depuis sa prise de fonction. Le Gabon, mon pays, est particulièrement attentif à l'initiative ONU 80 qui vise l'efficacité opérationnelle face aux défis mondiaux et à la rationalisation des mandats au sein du système des Nations Unies. Madame la Présidente, il y a un an, devant cette auguste Assemblée, en qualité de président de la transition de la République gabonaise, je présentais le processus politique entamé dans mon pays depuis le coup de la libération opéré le 30 août 2023. Au terme de l'élection présidentielle du 12 avril 2025, dont le processus et les résultats ont été unanimement salués par la communauté internationale. Cette transition s'est achevée par mon investiture le 3 mai 2025, en qualité de premier président élu de la République gabonaise, établissant ainsi les bases de l'ordre démocratique. Comme vous le savez, le Gabon a connu une transition pacifique et exemplaire, marquée par l'inclusion de l'ensemble des forces vives de la nation. Cette transition apaisée, ouverte à un dialogue national inclusif et à un référendum constitutionnel et conforme au chronogramme qu'il s'est fixé, lequel se poursuivra par l'organisation des élections législatives, locales et sénatoriales, libres et transparentes. Pour ce faire, le premier et le second tour des élections jumelées, législatives et locales, se tiendront le 27 septembre et le 11 octobre 2025. En ce qui concerne l'élection des sénateurs, celle-ci aura lieu le 8 novembre et le second tour est fixé au 29 novembre 2025, en vue d'un retour définitif à l'ordre constitutionnel dès janvier 2026. Nous pensons légitimement ce processus pacifique et historique pourrait d'ailleurs faire l'objet d'enseignements et d'études dans divers milieux. Le peuple gabonais a puisé les ressorts de ce succès dans son histoire, sa culture de paix et sa vision partagée du futur. C'est l'occasion pour moi d'exprimer au nom du peuple gabonais et au mien propre nos sincères remerciements à l'Organisation des Nations Unies pour son accompagnement multiforme. Je sais également pouvoir compter sur l'appui de l'ONU dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre du plan de croissance et développement du Gabon. Ce plan met l'accent sur l'augmentation de notre capacité énergétique, le renforcement des infrastructures, le développement du numérique et l'employabilité des jeunes. Mesdames et messieurs, le Gabon revient devant vous avec un message clair. Notre pays a changé. Après des décennies de tensions et de dérives politiques et économiques, le peuple gabonais a choisi la voie de la réconciliation et du renouveau, devenant ainsi le symbole et la preuve qu'il est possible de transformer l'épreuve en espérance, la dépendance en unité, la division en unité, le tout sans effusion de sang. Aujourd'hui, le Gabon n'est plus un pays en suspens. Il est de retour aux côtés des autres États, debout, digne et prêt à assumer toute sa place dans le concert des nations. Le Gabon nouveau, digne d'envie, que mes compatriotes appellent de tous leurs vœux, signifie aussi que l'État gabonais doit désormais être au service de son peuple. Mais notre renaissance nationale serait vaine sans évolution de l'ordre international. Il n'est plus acceptable que les nations africaines restent cantonnées dans le rôle de pourvoyeuses de matières premières, dont d'autres fixent les prix et en tirent profit. C'est donc le lieu pour moi d'inviter les investisseurs publics et privés à nous accompagner dans le cadre de partenariats gagnant-gagnant. Nous avons décidé de transformer nos ressources sur place, de créer des emplois chez nous, développer des filières industrielles africaines et dialoguer avec le monde sur des bases d'équité, de probité et de respect mutuel pour notre essor vers la félicité. Dans sa marche vers le développement, le Gabon, pays de paix et d'opportunité, continuera d'être une terre d'accueil pour tous ceux qui s'engagent à respecter nos lois, nos valeurs républicaines et à contribuer de manière exemplaire à l'essor national. Distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, cette 80e session de l'Assemblée générale, ayant pour thème « Mieux ensemble, plus de 80 ans et plus pour la paix, le développement et les droits humains », se tient dans un contexte international marqué par des crises économiques, environnementales et sécuritaires qui appellent à un engagement collectif plus soutenu et plus ferme. Ceci est une invitation urgente à faire face à ces préoccupations, conformément à l'esprit et à la valeur de la Charte des Nations Unies. Mesdames et Messieurs, le monde offre aujourd'hui un visage profondément différent, alors que l'humanité n'a jamais disposé d'autant de moyens technologiques pour assurer son bien-être. Jamais la paix et la sécurité internationale n'ont paru si fragiles et si menacées. Il est plus que temps que la paix règne sur la terre, et particulièrement en Afrique, si meurtrie par des conflits dont les donneurs d'ordre et financiers se trouvent hors du continent. Que les armes se taisent en République démocratique du Congo, au Soudan, dans la Corne de l'Afrique et au Sahel. À cet égard, plutôt que de toujours stigmatiser et condamner les États du Sahel, la communauté internationale gagnerait à les soutenir dans leur lutte contre l'hydre terroriste. Mesdames et Messieurs, le 12 décembre 1988, le Gabon reconnaissait officiellement l'État de la Palestine. Hier comme aujourd'hui, nous soutenons la solution à 2 États, seule voie, conforme aux résolutions des Nations Unies pour garantir une paix juste et durable entre Israéliens et Palestiniens, autant que la sécurité internationale. De même, le Gabon ne peut que réitérer sa position en faveur de la levée de l'embargo imposé à Cuba en raison de son impact négatif sur le bien-être des populations. Nous réaffirmons solennellement notre plein appui aux efforts internationaux menés à travers le monde pour parvenir à la paix. Ces efforts devraient être centrés sur l'humain, notamment les femmes et les jeunes. Dans le cadre du pacte pour l'avenir de 2024, l'ONU doit continuer à encourager et appuyer l'action cruciale des femmes, résultant de la déclaration et du programme d'action de Beijing, dont nous célébrons les 30 ans cette année. Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, la triple crise planétaire, des changements climatiques, de l'appauvrissement de la biodiversité et de la pollution est une menace existentielle pour l'humanité. Pourtant, les efforts de la communauté internationale face à ces défis restent dramatiquement insuffisants. Le traité de la biodiversité, au-delà des juridictions nationales que nous venons de ratifier, vient combler un vide juridique et offre un cadre ambitieux pour une gouvernance équitable et durable dans la biodiversité. Ensemble, nous avons une réelle opportunité de faire de ce traité un véritable levier de transformation pour les générations présentes et futures. Le Gabon est le gardien d'une partie du bassin du Congo, deuxième poumon vert de la planète. Ce patrimoine exceptionnel ne sera pas sacrifié aux appétits financiers. Nous demandons un partenariat mondial équitable où la protection de nos forêts s'accompagne d'une juste rémunération pour les services écologiques rendus à l'humanité. Mesdames et messieurs, le nouveau ordre mondial est en marche. Les mutations en cours dans nos sociétés sont inévitables et ne peuvent pas continuer d'être ignorées. La paix et la justice internationale ne seront garanties que par un multilatéralisme revitalisé, notamment par la réforme du Conseil de sécurité, tenant compte des exigences africaines exprimées à travers la déclaration de Sirte et le consensus des Unies, auquel le Gabon est fermement attaché. En souhaitant plein succès à nos travaux, je formule mes vœux d'heureux anniversaire à notre organisation. Je vous remercie.
I thank you and happy birthday to all of us. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Gabonese Republic, Head of State and Head of Government. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I'd like to speak about Africa's role in the future of this organization. However, it's impossible to do that without first considering the collective role that Africa played in its founding, which was small and relatively insignificant. Of the 51 member states involved in the founding of the United Nations in 1945, only 4 were African: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. It is important to point out that the United Nations came into being in the aftermath of World War II because of the inability of its predecessor, the League of Nations, to avert a large-scale global conflict, which had been its guiding purpose when it was founded in 1920 at the end of the First World War. Out of the 42 founding member states of the League of Nations, only 3 were African: Liberia, the Union of South Africa, and Ethiopia. Egypt was to join later in 1937. Africa's overall participation in the organization's founding was minimal and relatively unimportant. That's because before all the other talks and meetings, representatives from a group of 14 nations gathered in Berlin for a series of discussions that began in 1884 and which led to the partitioning and formal colonization of the African continent, which is also called the Scramble for Africa. It has famously been written that past is prologue. Well, in the past, the majority of the 54 nations that now comprise Africa were never offered a seat at the table where plans for a new world order were being drawn. But, Madam President, as fate would have it, the tables are turning, and Africa's role in the authorship of whatever is yet to come for this world is going to be huge, and it will be consequential. According to this organization's own projections, by the year 2050, more than 25% of the world's population is expected to come from the African continent. Additionally, by 2050, 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 to 24 will be residing on the African continent. So you see, the future of this world is African. Allow me to say this once again a little louder for those of you in the back. The future is African. Already today, Africa is a catalyst for human potential and development, as well as for economic reform and ecological stability. Africa is a catalyst for systemic change. If this reality, which is fact-based and straightforward, seems provocative or unsettling, perhaps it's because you are viewing it through the lens of centuries of filters, colonialism and imperialism, and the resulting implicit bias. Maybe you are unaware of the resilience of African nations or their remarkable ability to make a strong comeback just when you think it's safe to count them out. That is what is happening right now in my own country, Ghana. Our constitution limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. In January, I was sworn in for a second term, which, let me point out, was non-consecutive with my first term. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, was rapidly depreciating, faced with rising inflation, a huge debt burden, and low morale amongst our citizens. My new administration settled down quickly and embarked on an ambitious program of comprehensive transformation designed to restructure Ghana's economic foundation and enhance our competitive standing globally. We refer to this process of recalibration as our reset agenda. In just 8 months, we have achieved significant reduction in inflation from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in August 2025, restoring price stability for our citizens. Additionally, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has appreciated considerably against other currencies, with Bloomberg reporting it as the best performing currency in the world at one point. Our improved sovereign credit rating reflects increasing investor confidence in our economy. And our 24-hour economy initiative promises to transform our economy. And there's a renewed willingness amongst our people to trust that their elected officials have Ghana's interests at heart and that we're progressing together. Madam President, I believe that in honor of this milestone celebration, the United Nations should also embark on a process of serious recalibration and establish its own reset agenda. Since the organization's founding, the number of UN member nations has nearly quadrupled. And quite frankly, it is not the same world that it was back then when the UN was formed. I mentioned earlier that I began my second non-consecutive term as president this past January. My first term ended in January 2017. In that span of time, 8 years, the world has changed with such ferocity. My first days in office after my return felt as though I had just awakened from a Rip Van Winkle-style sleep. Now, no, that was only after 8 years. Imagine then what it will be like after 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. In 1945, the sun had not yet set on the largest empire in history. The most common mode of international travel was by sea. The personal computer had not been invented, let alone made portable. And television, a new convenience, was still in its infancy, albeit in black and white color. Relations between the US and the Soviet Union were turning frosty, with Winston Churchill declaring that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. Fast track 80 years on, in today's world, hundreds of thousands of commercial flights take off and land every day. Libraries have been digitized so that volumes of literature can exist on a small device, small enough to fit inside your pocket. We live in a world of cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, social media, the internet and its dark hidden dungeon of the dark web, all of which carry a potential threat to global peace and security. Climate change is real, and we're fighting a losing battle against the loss of Maldives and other island nations to the rising sea level, against the loss of Timbuktu to desertification, and the Amazon forest to global warming and deforestation. Madam President, the UN Founding Charter is outdated when it comes to representation in this August Assembly. The most powerful post-World War II nations are still being rewarded with an almost totalitarian guardianship over the rest of the world. And yet, the first sentence in Chapter 2, Article 1 of the UN Charter declares that the organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. If this were true, and was the case, a continent as large as Africa, with its numerous UN member states, would have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. Furthermore, we believe that veto power should not be restricted to only 5 nations, nor should it be absolute. There must be a mechanism in this House for the General Assembly to challenge a veto. No single nation should be able to exercise an absolute veto to serve its own interests in a dispute. In 1995, during the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, Nelson Mandela stood in this very spot, and he said, "The United Nations has to reassess its role, redefine its profile, and reshape its structures. It should truly reflect the diversity of our universe and ensure equity among the nations in the exercise of power within the system of international relations in general and the Security Council in particular." I close quotations. 30 years later, we African leaders are still making the same simple request for a permanent seat on the Security Council with the power of a veto. So today, Madam President, I stand here in this exact spot and ask the world, if not now, then when? We demand not only a reform of the Security Council, but also a reset of the global financial architecture, which is currently rigged against Africa. Africa must have a greater say in the world's multilateral financial institutions. And while I'm making requests, I'd like to call for the removal of the blockade on Cuba. As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our nation's founder, famously said, "We seek to be friends with all and enemies to none." The Cuban people shed their blood on African soil in the fight against apartheid. And indeed, Cuba has been and continues to be a faithful friend of Africa. You see, the very fact that I can stand here and ask these things and say these things, and the fact that all nations can ostensibly gather here to address critical global issues, air our grievances, and express our concerns, that is what makes the survival of this organization so important. In every old city or village, you will find a town square, or a courtyard, or a plaza that once served as a gathering space for the citizens of the community and their leaders. Meetings and celebrations were held there, as were trials and elections. And these were spaces that brought people together and held them together as a community. Sadly, time and technology have eroded these spaces. Madam President, in many ways, the United Nations is the proverbial town square of our modern global village. And it has never been more critical for us to protect this one space that brings and holds the world nations together as a community. The internet, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence offer us the illusion of connectivity, when in fact what they do is reinforce isolation by using algorithms that ensure that we do not receive new ideas and perspectives, but rather more of the same content. We are served alternative facts and manipulated images, making it easy to disseminate disinformation and sow seeds of division amongst communities. Madam President, these are dangerous times. Our world is currently experiencing a rise in nationalism and economic instability. There's a general breakdown of multilateralism. Various acts of aggression have been committed against the sovereignty of others, and nations are attempting to circumvent the very safeguards that were put in place to prevent large-scale global conflict. These conditions are all too similar to the ones that led to the League of Nations' failure in fulfilling its mandate. The denial of visas to President Abbas and the Palestinian delegation sets a bad precedent and should be deeply worrying to all member nations of the United Nations. Ghana recognized the state of Palestine in 1988 and supported a two-state solution to the conflict since then. And I say, contrary to the claims of some, a two-state solution would not be a reward for Hamas. It would rather be a reprieve for the hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children and people who are facing collective punishment and forced starvation for no reason other than the fact that they are Palestinian. For nearly 2 years and for the fear of reprisals, we here in this General Assembly have been playing hide and seek with language to find the right words to help us avoid or excuse what we all know is taking place in Gaza. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter what you call it. If it looks like a duck, it swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, well, then it must be a duck. The crimes in Gaza must stop. The crimes in Gaza must stop. Madam President, I also want to draw particular attention to the conflict in Sudan, which this body has described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. 12 million people have had to flee their homes. And when we speak of migration, we refer to the 12 million new Sudanese refugees, whom we as a global community should be willing to assist in much the same way that many member nations readily assisted new refugees coming out of Ukraine. Let's dispense with the euphemisms and dog whistles and speak frankly. It is not a mystery that when leaders of Western nations complain of their migration problems, they are often referring to immigrants from the global south. But many of those immigrants are climate refugees. And interestingly, the global north emits 75% more greenhouse gases than the global south. However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Walf, a Somali-born prophet, a Somali-British poet born in Kenya to Somalian refugee parents, was London's first youth poet laureate. She writes in her poem titled Home. And it says, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one bends their palms under trains beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the stomach of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled mean something more than just a journey. Madam President, we cannot normalize cruelty. We cannot normalize hatred. We cannot normalize xenophobia and racism. If we're going to tell a story, let's not tell it slant. Let's tell all the truth. When we speak of migrants, we speak of Mami Ewusi Mensah Frimpong, a judge on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. She's the first black female judge on any of California's 4 federal district courts. She was born here in America to immigrant parents from Ghana. We speak of Peter Bosman, a medical doctor in Ghana who moved to the town of Piran in Slovenia in the 1980s and later became the first black mayor of Piran, the first black mayor in Slovenia and in the whole of Eastern Europe. We speak of T. Michael, the iconic Ghanaian Norwegian artist and designer. And of course, we speak of the late Kofi Annan, former United Nations Secretary General. Former United Nations Secretary General and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, who was born in Ghana but spent his adulthood in various places in America and Europe. These are people who have brought great distinction to the countries that they decided to call home. Just as the migrants and the children of migrants before them did, I dare say these are not invaders. These are not criminals. Madam President, the slave trade must be recognized as the greatest crime against humanity. As the African champion on reparations, Ghana intends to introduce a motion in this august body to that effect. More than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly taken against their will and transported to create wealth for the powerful Western nations. We must demand reparations for the enslavement of our people and the colonization of our land that resulted in the theft of our natural resources, as well as the looting of artifacts and other items of cultural heritage that have yet to be returned in total. We recognize the value of our land and the value of our lives, as did our colonizers. as well as the governments that happily paid reparations to former slave owners as compensation for the loss of their property, in quotes. And that property for which they received compensation was paid referred to enslaved people who had been freed. Madam President, an increasingly insecure world is witnessing upward spending on defense budgets of bilateral partners and steep cuts in official development assistance. Since July 2024, it is estimated that there's been a 40% drop in humanitarian aid globally. In this era of global uncertainty, Africa must exercise sovereignty over its natural resources to raise the necessary funds to ensure the well-being of its citizens. The days of parceling out vast concession areas to foreign interests for exploitation must come to an end. We'll continue to welcome foreign investment, but we must negotiate better for a bigger share of the natural resources that belong to us. And we must insist on value addition to these resources. We're tired of the continued image of poverty-stricken, disease-ridden rural communities living at the periphery of huge foreign-controlled natural resource concession areas. We're tired of having people extract the most they can from us and in return offer us the very least by way of respect, consideration, and dignity. We're tired of not being represented in ways that reveal the richness and complexity of our history or acknowledge all that we have overcome to arrive here in this liminal space of untold possibilities. Allow me to echo the Indian-American writer Arundhati Roy, who wrote, "Another world is not only possible, she's on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing." I want to add that for the sake of Africa, and quite selfishly for the sake of my 18-year-old daughter, I hope that this new world that is arriving is a place of safety and equality for women and girls. To succeed, we must empower everyone, including women and girls, to reach their full potential. In closing, Madam President, I'd like to congratulate you on your election to preside over this historic 80th General Assembly and on being the 5th woman to hold this distinction. I'd also like to congratulate Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on being the first woman Vice President of Ghana. Now every Ghanaian girl knows the heights to which she can ascend. Words matter, but issues of representation matter even more, which is why Ghana looks forward to the appointment of a woman as Secretary General of this organization in the near future. Madam President, Your Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Omaho O.C. Sokang Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhora Presidente da Assembleia Geral, ilustres chefes de Estado e de Governo, Senhor Secretário-Geral, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Permitam-me iniciar a minha intervenção felicitando a senhora Anélia Barbock pela sua eleição à presidência da 80ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas. Agradeço ao presidente cessante, Philomene Yang, pelos serviços prestados à comunidade internacional. Ao senhor secretário-geral António Guterres, quero retirar o pleno apoio da Guiné-Bissau pelos seus esforços incansáveis em prol da paz mundial, da cooperação internacional, do multilateralismo e do desenvolvimento sustentável. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, há 80 anos, os fundadores da ONU comprometeram-se a preservar as gerações futuras do flagelo da guerra. Essa promessa, infelizmente, não foi plenamente cumprida. Todavia, esse compromisso, assumido por cada um de nós ou dos Estados-membros, ao aderir à Carta das Nações Unidas, continua válido. E ele perpetua-se através do empenho de cada capacete azul e de cada trabalhador humanitário, que muitas das vezes faz a diferença entre a vida e a morte em zonas de conflito ou na sequência de um desastre natural. As suas agências, nomeadamente a OMS, Unesco, Unicef, FAO, PAM, HCR, PNUD e outras, tratam-se de educação, vacinam, alimentam e protegem todos os dias milhões de seres humanos e contribuem na luta contra a pobreza e as discriminações contra as mulheres e meninas em todas as partes do mundo. A ONU continua, portanto, a ser relevante numa época marcada por profundas incertezas e crises a nível global. Continua a ser a única mesa onde todas as nações, grandes e pequenas, têm um lugar e uma voz. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, vivemos num mundo confrontado com múltiplas crises. Estamos perante o que o secretário-geral António Guterres chamou de por crises. Os conflitos na Ucrânia, Gaza, no Sudão e outras regiões persistem. Estamos confrontados com a desigualdade socioeconômicas, choques ambientais, políticos e humanitários que mais afetam os países em desenvolvimento, com maior impacto nos pequenos estados insulares. O progresso em direção à realização dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável tem diminuído significativamente ou mesmo estagnado. O custo da dívida soberana dos países pobres aumenta enquanto a ajuda ao desenvolvimento diminuiu. A Guiné-Bissau sauda a iniciativa das Nações Unidas 80, UN 80. Esperamos que contribua para o fortalecimento da organização, particularmente em prol da paz, da segurança internacional e da realização dos Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável. O Pacto para o Futuro oferece-nos um roteiro, um plano de ação que não deve ficar nas gavetas. Senhora Presidente, Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a Guiné-Bissau acolheu em julho passado a 15ª Conferência de Chefes de Estado e do Governo da Comunidade dos Países da Língua Portuguesa, CPLP, e assumi a presidência da organização para o biênio 2025 e 2027. A CPLP considera importante a sua cooperação com a ONU e as suas agências especializadas. Durante o nosso mandato, continuaremos a trabalhar com todos os parceiros e organizações multilaterais com vista à implementação dos compromissos assumidos ao nível global, no que nomeadamente o Acordo de Paris sobre alterações climáticas e a 3ª Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre o Oceano e a 4ª Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre o Financiamento para o Desenvolvimento realizada em Sevilha em julho passado. Estamos convictos de que os 2 encontros internacionais previstos no próximo mês de novembro, nomeadamente a COP30, a realizar-se em Belém, no Brasil, bem como a 2ª Cimeira Mundial para o Desenvolvimento Social, que terá lugar em Doha, no Catar, constituem plataforma e oportunidades para reforço da nossa cooperação com vista à realização dos nossos objetivos. Senhora Presidente, Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a Guiné-Bissau tem eleições presidenciais e legislativas marcadas para o dia 23 de novembro do ano em curso. Estão a ser criadas todas as condições necessárias para a realização, na data indicada, de um pleito eleitoral pacífico, livre, transparente e credível. Durante os últimos 5 anos, tenho primado pelo diálogo, a inclusão, a estabilidade política e a consolidação do Estado de Direito e democrático. Estou convicto de que as próximas eleições vão confirmar o caráter irreversível da cidadania e dos valores democráticos na Guiné-Bissau. Senhora Presidente, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, permitam-me concluir: no mundo cada vez mais interdependente, precisamos mais do que nunca de ordem mundial assenta nos princípios sagrados da Carta das Nações Unidas, no respeito ao direito internacional e na consistência pacífica. Este respeito à Guiné-Bissau reitera o seu apelo para pôr fim ao embargo econômico e outros tipos de restrição impostas contra Cuba e a Venezuela. 80 anos depois da criação da ONU, o mundo mudou. E hoje somos mais de 51 Estados signatários da Carta das Nações Unidas. Em 1945, hoje as Nações Unidas, como nós, todos nós, os 193 Estados membros, mas os Estados observadores, a ONGs, Organização da Sociedade Civil e outras entidades presentes nesta magna Assembleia. Para estar à altura dos desafios do século XXI, a ONU deve proceder a reformas urgentes, reformas que refletem as realidades geopolíticas atuais e os equilíbrios mundiais, reforma no sentido do alargamento e da democratização do Conselho da Segurança. Reformas que deem lugar e voz ao Sul global, reformas que restaurem a confiança no multilateralismo e na cooperação internacional. A ONU continua a ser esse espaço multilateral e único onde o diálogo ainda é possível, mesmo quando a diplomacia e os bons ofícios falham nos outros fóruns e circunstâncias. A legitimidade da força e o futuro da ONU residem na inclusão plena, participação de todos nós nas deliberações tomadas de decisão. Os ideais fundamentais da paz, dignidade e igualdade, luta contra a pobreza, cooperação e resolução pacífica dos conflitos continuam vivos a inspirar os propósitos e a marcha da humanidade. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Ahlan wa sahlan. Muito obrigado.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Musawati III, Head of the State of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Madam President of the General Assembly, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, UN Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to address the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly under the theme Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. At the outset, we wish to assure you, Madam President, of Eswatini's unwavering support during your tenure. We also commend the UN Secretary General and the Secretariat for their steadfast leadership in navigating our world through unprecedented challenges. As we gather today, mankind is confronted with many challenges, including conflicts around the world. We must remind ourselves that when the United Nations was established in 1945, it was during a time of widespread global strife. Its founding fathers resolved that no country or people should endure suffering due to conflict. the UN Charter and structure. The UN Charter and structured were designed to be clear and resolute. Now is the time to ask ourselves what has gone wrong and what steps must be taken to correct these challenges and restore the UN's mission of fostering peace. The question we must ask ourselves further is, what is the UN doing to address these issues effectively? I propose that the United Nations establishes ad hoc committees to tackle global conflicts and promote peace. These committees should have equitable representation in dealing with the relative conflicts in the diverse regions of hotspots, including Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and beyond, ensuring that all affected nations have a voice. Supported by the Secretariat of the United Nations, these ad hoc committees would visit conflict zones, engage with local communities, and work towards peaceful resolutions. For instance, in Africa, the conflicts in Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, the Sahel, and the Great Lakes need the intervention of these ad hoc committees. In the Middle East, they should facilitate dialogue with all parties involved. The team could ask the Palestinians what it will take to release the hostages, given the fact that the Israelis would remain aggrieved as long as their loved ones are not with them. Similarly, the ad hoc committee should engage the Israelis to ascertain what it will also take for them to stop the bombardment, to avoid loss of more innocent lives, widespread destruction of property, and a growing refugee crisis. By engaging directly with the affected communities, these communities could help broker solutions that address the concerns of all sides to reduce tensions, suffering, and foster stability. In the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, these ad hoc committees could mediate discussions to identify pathways to peace. Their role would be to engage in meaningful dialogue and report back to the United Nations with actionable recommendations on what it would take to end the war. In Eswatini, we encourage that yield positive outcomes proving that dialogue is the cornerstone in nation building. We thank those countries already making means in finding solutions. This suggested approach is not meant to undermine their efforts, but it would complement them as they are already working towards peaceful resolutions. We must avoid actions that could escalate tensions further and instead focus on saving innocent lives. Millions of lives have already been lost during the COVID-19 pandemic. We therefore cannot afford to lose any more to conflict. The UN must now focus on supporting the building of economies of the world to address issues of poverty and the global financial crisis which we experienced after the COVID-19 pandemic. By investing in these areas, we can create conditions for lasting peace. We therefore need one another in building and supporting our development initiatives in our respective countries. The time for action is now. The UN was established in pursuit of international law and peace, and its mandate dates back decades. In 2025 and onwards, we must renew our commitment to this mission by forming these ad hoc committees and making informed, inclusive decisions. We can work towards a world where peace prevails and no nation or people suffer needlessly. We have been calling for the restructuring of the United Nations as a body representing all member states. It must lead with decisions that are inclusive and widely respected, as no one will question the process taken. These reforms should be fully representative of all countries through the regions of the world in the Security Council to create an all-inclusive structure. Without such reform, the legitimacy and effectiveness of this body will remain incomplete. We have been encouraged to witness UN high-level meetings prior to the General Assembly being held to address various issues. These include the SALL and Awaza declarations on financing for development and socio-economic challenges faced by landlocked countries. We are aware that for any growth to take place, nations must have enough resources to achieve sustainable development goals. As we convene to advance international cooperation and to uphold human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, we are reminded that our work is both urgent and indispensable. The theme Better Together underscores the imperative of delivering on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and reinvigorating global cooperation. Eswatini continues to believe that working together remains our most powerful tool for addressing global challenges that transcend borders. The world stands at a critical juncture in pursuit of Agenda 2030. With only 5 years remaining, we must face the reality that progress on the SDG is far off track. This is a sobering reminder that our collective efforts must be redoubled and that international solidarity, cooperation, and shared responsibility are more urgent than ever before. Through my national call to all Eswatini, to all Emaswati of Ngwe, for a greater sense of agency in the pursuit of sustainable development, the Kingdom has made important strides in advancing Agenda 2030, particularly in the areas of the economy, in various sectors, health, education, and gender equality, to mention a few. Furthermore, the country's literacy rates have improved, reflecting our investments in education, while the nation continues to be empowered through targeted programs that strengthen their role in our society and economy. These achievements demonstrate what is possible when determination and partnership come together. While we have witnessed the GDP growth of our economy, we remain with a number of challenges to address, and we count on the UN for support to become one of the advanced economies of the world. We have implemented initiatives to grow our economy and attract new investments by opening trade opportunities with other countries that give access to regional and international markets. Your Excellencies, the global economy remains fragile. Persistent inflation resulting in rising food and energy prices, as well as tightening financial conditions, have eroded fiscal space for many developing nations. Across sub-Saharan Africa, countries spend on average 12% of government revenues on debt servicing, diverting resources urgently needed for social cohesion programs. Eswatini also advocates for trade facilitation and economic diversification, simplifying customs procedures, reducing regulatory barriers, and enabling greater participation in regional and global value chains. In this regard, the African Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to boost intra-Africa trade by up to 52%, drive industrialization, and create millions of jobs. For countries like Eswatini, the AfTA offers more than market access. It provides a pathway to overcome geographic constraints through regional integration, cooperation, and efficient trade corridors. In an increasingly connected world, the Kingdom of Eswatini is actively striving for digital transformation as a catalyst for sustainable development. Eswatini is open for business in technology and looks forward to partnering and sharing experiences with other developed countries in advancing our technologies. Eswatini is proud of the significant progress achieved under Sustainable Development Goal 3. We welcome the progress made in the ratification of the Pandemic Treaty. This landmark agreement is essential for strengthening preparedness and resilience against future health emergencies, fostering effective and equitable cooperation. We remain deeply concerned about the decline in bilateral and multilateral support for global health priorities. Weakening our joint efforts threatens to erode decades of progress in this sector, as health is a global security. The Kingdom of Eswatini recognizes that the increasing frequencies and intensity of natural disasters, emergencies, and protracted crises highlight the urgent need for integrated responses that bridge humanitarian relief, long-term development, and peace building. We urgently need to strengthen disaster preparedness, build resilient communities, and integrate emergency responses with sustainable development. Eswatini, like other countries in the region, has many young and marginalized groups who face unemployment and inequality in various sectors. Ensuring empowerment, capacity building, and employment is our priority, and with the support of the UN programs, we are taking deliberate steps to provide a more enabling environment to guarantee their future. We equally recognize the rights and potential of persons with disabilities who continue to face disproportionate barriers to education, employment, and social participation so that they can fully contribute to and benefit from national development. The United Nations General Assembly Resolution 2758, adopted in 1971, did not address the issue of Taiwan's representation in the United Nations, and it does not preclude their participation in the UN system. The United Nations must seek suitable ways of including Taiwan so that she can better contribute to realizing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In that way, this will fulfill the UN mandate to ensure that no country is left behind. Madam President, in conclusion, we are entrusted with the hopes of our people and the future of our children. Let us not leave this assembly without reaffirming our commitment to justice, peace, and sustainable progress for all. The Kingdom of Eswatini stands ready to play its part. The international community must remain united in addressing shared global challenges, from hunger and malnutrition to climate change, under the guiding spirit of better together. I thank you. May Almighty God bless us all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of the state of the Kingdom of Eswatini. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sonko Jilwebs, President of the Republic of Palau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, it is my great honor to address this Assembly at a milestone moment, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. 80 years ago, nations scarred by war came together to say, never again. They built this organization on the belief that cooperation, not conflict, could guide humanity forward. Today, as we reflect on that founding vision, let us remember the United Nations was not built for the powerful, but for all nations, large and small. In Palau, we have a saying, "Ndisan son embrari akloes." Small twigs banded together can light the fire that can bring the pot to boil. This wisdom reminds us that even the smallest among us, when united and determined, can drive meaningful change. The recent International Court of Justice advisory opinion affirms this truth, that our voice, though often overlooked, carries the weight of justice. We thank Vanuatu for their leadership and recognize the Pacific youth who co-led this charge. The advisory opinion confirmed that what we have always known, 1.5 degrees is not optional. It is now the benchmark for international law. Let us defend this limit as the political, moral, and legal anchor of the Paris Agreement. The world is at war. Defense spending is at an all-time high, approaching $3 trillion annually. We have many problems. And now more than ever, we need to come together. We are also at war. Our shores are being invaded by seawater. Our homes are being blown away by storms. Our roads are being washed away by torrential rains. Our reefs are overheating. Our fish are disappearing. And our land is on fire. This is our daily battle. And ahead of COP30 in Belém, we must see new nationally determined contributions submitted without delay, particularly from major emitters. And they must be aligned with the 1.5 degree trajectory. We applaud Australia's leadership in setting incredibly ambitious and achievable 2035 emissions reduction targets and developing clear strategies to reach its net zero emissions pathway by 2050. Australia leads the way in supporting Pacific Islands in accelerating the energy transition. This is a testament to the kind of leadership needed to defend and ensure a safe and prosperous future for all. However, ambition without implementation is an empty promise. For SIDS, the fight depends on climate finance. Too often, our countries are trapped in systems that are overly complex, slow, inaccessible. Finance must be predictable and adequate. It should not create new debt. It should free us to implement our NDCs, adapt to climate change impacts, and address loss and damage. The 1.5 degrees Celsius limit remains our lifeline, and finance is the key to achieving it. We need investment, not in defense, but for us to combat our greatest threat, climate change. It is not aspirational. It is the scientifically grounded guardrail that protects the most vulnerable from the worst climate impacts. Madam President, our region has served as the world's moral compass on climate justice. We have helped secure the 1.5 degree goal in Paris. We have pushed for a mechanism on loss and damage. If the world is serious about 1.5, we urge you to come to our region, to see with your own eyes what the Pacific is facing, and be moved to act. That is why COP31 must be a Pacific COP, hosted by Australia, shaped in partnership with the Pacific. Madam President, on the issue of climate solutions, deep sea mining has been incorrectly promoted as the silver bullet for the climate crisis. If we rush forward without understanding the consequences, we risk inflicting irreparable harm. The loss of biodiversity, the release of carbon, damage to our water column, and the destruction of fisheries that sustain our people is unfathomable. At UNOC 3, 38 countries, including Palau, came together to support a moratorium, and our message is clear. We must let science guide before we exploit the deep sea. The historic BBNJ agreement enters into force in January. And while Palau is proud to be the first ratifier, we couldn't have lit this fire alone. Like the Palauan proverb of the twigs, crossing the collective effort of over 60 countries demonstrates that we are better together. While we celebrate this achievement, we need even more nations to join this commitment to truly safeguard our ocean's future. Colleagues, the BBNJ agreement presents an unprecedented opportunity to design new ocean governance institutions where SIDS have a voice from the start. We are big ocean states, and we call on our partners, including the EU, to support a SIDS seat in the BBNJ governance structure. Excellencies, the stakes for SIDS could not be higher. Our economies are small, our vulnerabilities are acute, and our physical space is painfully narrow. The Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS gives us a blueprint for resilient prosperity, but it cannot stand without tools. That is why the Seville commitment matters. The world has finally recognized that the financial system cannot be fair if it measures only income and ignores vulnerability. Multilateralism is our only shield, yet too often it is sidelined, blacklisted, and cut off from finance and boxed in by rules we did not write. We demand a seat not as bystanders, but as equal architects of our shared future. We call for the full and immediate integration of the multidimensional vulnerability index into the policies and frameworks of international financial institutions, multilateral development banks, and international organizations. It is time that we move the MVI from theory to practice. As we commemorate 80 years of this United Nations, we must look honestly at the strengths and its shortcomings. We welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative, but let me be clear, reform cannot be cosmetic. This UN must be more responsive, more equitable, and more focused on delivery. Madam President, Palau knows too well the heavy cost of war, having endured the devastation of World War II on our islands. That history reminds us not only of the suffering left in the wake of conflict, but also the sacred value of peace. Palau has always stood for dignity of every human life and for the peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue and respect for international law. Our positions, whether in support or restraint, are always guided by a deeper purpose, the pursuit of peace that is just, lasting, and stable. We believe that a durable solution, one that envisions two peoples, Israelis and Palestinians living in two democratic states, side by side, in peace and in dignity and security, within mutually recognized borders, is essential for lasting peace. Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine is a stark reminder that when international law is disregarded, peace everywhere is placed at risk. It is only through respect for the rules-based order that all nations, large and small, can live securely. Continuing in that spirit of respect for life and stability, I must raise an important issue of principle. Years ago, China wrongly interpreted UNGA Resolution 2758. And today, it continues to claim that Taiwan is a part of the People's Republic. The end result has been Taiwan been silenced. The 23 million people's voices have been kept unheard, keeping Taiwan out of fully participating in the UN system and contributing to the world. Palau believes that inclusivity, which includes Taiwan, strengthens the United Nations, and that no community should be barred from contributing to the solutions of our world that it so desperately needs. Madam President, let me close with another Palauan proverb. It's about tides. Dol raidis. An incoming tide should lift everyone. The choices we make together are about lifting all of us, ensuring the next generation inherits a world that sustains them just as it has sustained us. As we face today's greatest challenges, climate change, ocean decline, debt, inequality, wars, and conflict, no nation can carry the weight alone. But together, guided by the spirit of the UN's founding and strengthened by 80 years of hard-learned lessons, we can turn the tide. Let this assembly be remembered not only for the words we speak, but for the actions we take and for the resilience we build, the justice we uphold, and the future we secure for the generations yet to be born. We are better together. God bless you. Sulang, thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Palau. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ilhamu Haydar Ogolo Aliou, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, for many years, I spoke from this tribune about tragedies of aggression, occupation, and injustice experienced by Azerbaijan. Today, I will speak about our long road to victory and peace, and a new era in Azerbaijan's history, about how we managed to end the occupation through a liberation war and how we won peace by political means. For nearly 3 decades, almost 20% of Azerbaijan's sovereign territory remained under military occupation by Armenia. 1 million of Azerbaijanis were expelled from their homes as a result of the policy of ethnic cleansing and war crimes conducted by Armenia. Their fundamental human rights were grossly violated. 4 United Nations Security Council resolutions adopted in 1993 demanded immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of Armenian armed forces from the occupied territories. Sadly, these resolutions were never implemented. Armenia demonstratively ignored them because no sanctions were imposed on it by international community. The OSCE Minsk Group, established in 1992 to facilitate a settlement, has failed in its mission. Instead of enforcing the norms and principles of international law, its co-chairs sought to preserve the status quo and keep the conflict frozen. In 2020, after almost 30 years of ineffective negotiations, Azerbaijan was forced to exercise its legitimate right to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. During the war, Armenia shelled our towns and cities with ballistic missiles and cluster munitions, killing more than 100 of innocent civilians. Azerbaijan, in its turn, conducted the war in strict compliance with international humanitarian law. We ensured protection of civilians and refrained from targeting non-military infrastructure. In 44-day patriotic war, our armed forces liberated occupied territories and restored Azerbaijan's territorial integrity in accordance with international law and relevant UN Security Council resolutions. The 10 November 2020 marked the capitulation of Armenia and restoration of Azerbaijan's territorial integrity after nearly 30 years of occupation. Right after our victorious war, Azerbaijan declared its readiness to open a new page in relations with Armenia, based on mutual recognition of territorial integrity and sovereignty. We proposed 5 basic principles rooted in international law. We tabled the proposal for a peace treaty. Then we initiated a negotiation process on its draft text, which lasted from October 2022 to summer 2025. Despite several attempts to derail the process, the negotiations produced positive results as they were conducted on a strict bilateral basis, free from any kind of external interference. On August 8 this year, the foreign ministers of Azerbaijan and Armenia in Washington, in the White House, in presence of the leaders of the United States, Azerbaijan and Armenia, initialed the text of peace agreement. The same day, the President of Azerbaijan and the Prime Minister of Armenia signed the joint declaration. President of the United States, Donald Trump, also signed it as a witness. Moreover, Azerbaijan and Armenia jointly appealed for the closure of the OSCE Minsk Group and related structures as an obsolete mechanism no longer relevant to the peace process. Accordingly, on 1 September, the OSCE adopted a decision to permanently close these structures. Regional connectivity has been at the core of our vision for lasting peace. Another key outcome of the Washington summit is the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity, TRIP, which will ensure unimpeded access through the Zangezur corridor and foster regional connectivity. The recent Washington summit has also signaled a new phase in Azerbaijan-US relationship. Together with President Trump, we signed the Memorandum of Understanding between the two governments regarding the establishment of a strategic working group to develop a charter on strategic partnership between Azerbaijan and the United States. It opens new horizons for partnership in political, economic, energy, regional connectivity, defense, security, and other fields. The waiver by President Trump of the sanctions imposed on Azerbaijan in 1992 in the form of the Section 907 of the Freedom Support Act is a historic step as well. The permanent removal of Section 907 by the US Congress would eliminate a legacy of double standards and help strengthen trust and cooperation at a time when Azerbaijan is contributing to global security and stability. Overall, the agreements reached during my August visit to the United States carry historic significance. I want to express my gratitude to President Donald Trump for opening a new chapter in the US-Azerbaijan relationship, for his decision to elevate it to the strategic partnership level, and for his support to the peace process between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Right after the victory in the patriotic war of 2020, Azerbaijan started large-scale reconstruction program in the liberated territories. During the time of occupation, Armenia leveled to the ground hundreds of Azerbaijani cities and villages, deliberately ruined 65 mosques. That was a policy of Armenia which was ruled by war criminals for almost 30 years. We are rebuilding villages and cities razed to the ground. Under the Great Return Program, already more than 50,000 people live, work, and study in the liberated territories. One of the gravest humanitarian challenges facing Azerbaijan in the post-conflict period is landmine contamination during the time of Armenian occupation. Since November 2020, more than 400 Azerbaijani civilians and military personnel were killed or seriously injured by landmine explosions. This massive contamination obstructs the safe return of displaced persons and delays reconstruction projects. Similarly, the tragic fate of nearly 4,000 Azerbaijanis who went missing during the Armenian aggression and occupation since the early 90s continue to require close attention and action. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the global challenges we are facing, we believe that response must be inclusive, fair, and universal. Through its many initiatives, Azerbaijan has shown its clear commitment to advancing sustainable solutions. Azerbaijan is proud to have hosted COP29 last year, where we achieved important outcomes in advancing climate action, the green transition, and equitable access to financing. As a host of COP29, we guided negotiations towards ambitious and balanced outcomes, ensuring that all voices, particularly those of the developing world, were heard. The adoption of the new collective quantified goal at COP29, also known as Baku Finance Goal, is a historic milestone in global climate finance. This commitment brings previous $100 billion annual climate finance goal to at least $300 billion per year through 2035 from public sources in developed countries to developing countries. Azerbaijan also successfully finalized the long-awaited framework for carbon markets under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, making the Paris Agreement fully operational 9 years after its adoption. Several key agreements were signed at COP29 to make the Loss and Damage Fund fully operational, providing critical support for vulnerable communities impacted by climate change. Being strongly committed to the green transition, we at the same time should not put unrealistic targets in front of us. The world cannot live without fossil fuels today and in foreseeable future. Energy security is closely linked to peace, regional connectivity, and economic development. Azerbaijan continues to play a proactive role in advancing these objectives globally. Azerbaijan has established itself as a reliable and indispensable partner in providing energy security to many countries. We play a strategic role connecting the Caspian region with international markets through diversified oil and gas pipeline systems. As of today, we are supplying natural gas to 14 countries. This ranks Azerbaijan as a top country in the world in terms of number of countries it supplies with pipeline gas. This reflects our strategic role in enhancing energy security and diversifying supply routes across Europe and beyond. Moreover, Azerbaijan and Syria have recently strengthened their bilateral partnership, focusing on energy supply, infrastructure development, and post-conflict reconstruction. Since August this year, Azerbaijan started to supply Syria with natural gas via Turkey, significantly reducing its electricity shortages. Azerbaijan also attracts large investments in renewable energy sources, like solar, wind, and hydropower. Almost 40% of our energy will be generated by renewables by 2030. Connectivity projects like East-West and North-South corridors cross our country. We have witnessed almost 90% growth in cargo volumes through the Middle Corridor since 2022. The transit time along the corridor have been significantly reduced. The biggest trade fleet in the Caspian, Alat International Trade Port, with its annual capacity reaching 25 million tons in the near future. The Baku-Tbilisi-Kars Railroad, 9 international airports, the biggest air cargo company in the region, and many other factors have turned Azerbaijan into one of international transport hubs. There is a great potential for cooperation in digital connectivity. Azerbaijan leads the Digital Transformation Initiative through such ambitious projects as the Digital Seaway. This project includes plans for the advanced fiber optic cable network under the Caspian Sea, establishing Azerbaijan as a key regional digital hub. Azerbaijan achieved significant economic growth by focusing on diversifying its economy beyond oil and gas, developing the non-oil sector and improving the investment climate through reforms and transparency. Reducing poverty and unemployment to the historic low of 5% is another achievement of our country. Recently, 2 major international rating agencies, Moody's and Fitch, have increased Azerbaijan's ranking. Azerbaijan was provided with favorable investment grade status, citing very strong external balance, low public debt, and substantial sovereign wealth assets as a key strength. This underscores our economic resilience, strong fiscal discipline, and favorable investment climate. Our foreign debt is only 6.5% of GDP, which is one of the lowest in the world. Azerbaijan's foreign exchange reserves exceed its foreign debt almost 16 times. Back in 2022, at the summit of the Caspian littoral states, I raised the issue of environmental degradation of the Caspian Sea. Today's situation is much worse. Caspian Sea is shrinking rapidly. The main reason is not climate change. Joint efforts of littoral states are needed to stop ecological catastrophe with unpredictable consequences. Azerbaijan is also ready to cooperate closely with the UN to tackle this problem. Ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan is proud of its global humanitarian assistance efforts. We are providing aid to countries affected by natural disasters, conflicts, and public health emergencies. Azerbaijan contributed to the COVID-19 response, donating financing, protective equipment, medical devices, and vaccines to more than 80 countries in need. Azerbaijan has entered a new era. We won both war and peace. We ended the occupation and started reconstruction. Justice has triumphed. Sovereignty has been consolidated, and peace is de facto reached. We stand prepared to share our positive experience. The achievements of the recent years are not only a victory and success of Azerbaijan, they are also a demonstration that international law must ultimately prevail. Our vision is clear: peace and development based upon international law, non-interference in internal affairs of states, mutual respect and cooperation. Let us together build a world without double standards, where justice is not selective, the rule of law is respected, and peace is achieved not through words alone, but through actions. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Zekel Kohesic, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Gospodine predsjedavajući, gospodine generalni sekretaru, drage kolege, ekscelencije, dame i gospodo. Polazeći od teme ovogodišnjeg zasjedanja Generalne skupštine Ujedinjenih nacija, koja glasi bolje zajedno, 80 godina za mir, razvoj i ljudska prava, dozvolite mi da sa ovog značajnog mjesta u ime Bosne i Hercegovine i svih njenih građana izrazim čestitke Organizaciji Ujedinjenih nacija koja obilježava 80 godina od svog osnivanja, ali istovremeno i 80 godina neprekidnog rada na onome što je temeljni cilj ove organizacije, a to je obezbeđivanje i održavanje mira u svijetu. Koliko je u tome bilo uspjeha u prethodnom periodu, kao i u rezultatima rada i učešća više generacija u samim Ujedinjenim nacijama, u njenim tijelima, organizacijama, svakako će konačni sud dati istorija. Ali istovremeno smatram da je važno da se i danas jasno iskaže naš zajednički stav da mir u svakom dijelu svijeta nema alternativu i da na tome moramo i trebamo nastaviti zajedno uporno raditi. Želio bih vjerovati da svi dijelimo isto pozitivno mišljenje, da moramo zaštititi mir u svakom dijelu svijeta. Međutim, realnost i ono što se danas dešava u različitim dijelovima naše planete jasno nam ukazuje da mir u svijetu često nije interes pojedinih geopolitičkih aktera kojima je sukob ili rat sredstvo za realizaciju njihovih političkih i ekonomskih interesa koji u najvećoj mjeri odudaraju od ciljeva utvrđenih u Povelji Ujedinjenih nacija. Ako tome pridodamo i to da se putem oružane sile nastoje mijenjati granice država u svijetu na način koji je suprotan Povelji Ujedinjenih nacija, onda možemo izvesti jednostavan zaključak da se međunarodno pravo ne primjenjuje istovjetno prema svim državama, subjektima tog istog međunarodnog prava. Svjedočimo da se u proteklom periodu svjesno i planirano isprovocira određeni oružani sukob, da bi se zatim kroz korištenje značajne oružane sile koja se neka država sa manjom ili slabijom oružanom silom ne može oduprijeti. Nakon toga se od napadnute države zahtjeva da sjedne za pregovarački stol i potpiše odricanje od dijelova svoje teritorije, navodno u ime mira, a zapravo u ime sile. Vjerujem da svi mi u ovoj sali znamo da Povelja Ujedinjenih nacija omogućava mijenjanje državnih granica, ali isključivo dobrovoljnim dogovorom između država, ali bez upotrebe oružane sile ili političkog pritiska iza kojeg stoji oružana sila. Međutim, ako se oružana sila koristi da bi druga strana se prisilila da pristane nametnuti dogovor u kojem gubi dio svoje teritorije, onda tu nema dobre, iskrene volje, već ima samo prisile, što je u suprotnosti sa više akata međunarodnog prava. U ovom konkretnom slučaju mislim na Ukrajinu, na pritiske kroz koje ona kao suverena država prolazi, a u kojima se od nje traži da se odrekne dijelova svoje teritorije radi postizanja navodno trajnog i održivog mira. Jesmo li u tom konkretnom slučaju sudionici promjene svjetskog poretka u kojem se mir ne postavlja kao konačni cilj, već se rat i oružana sila pojavljuju kao legitimno sredstvo za postizanje političkih ciljeva velikih geopolitičkih aktera? Mijenjanjem granica, upotrebom oružane sile, kojom se stvara politički pritisak sa ciljem da se pojedine države odreknu dijelova svoje teritorije, stvara se opasan presedan u međunarodnom pravu koji lako može postati pravilo, a to u konačnici znači da bismo živjeli u nestabilnom svijetu u kojem mir više nema vrijednost. To svakako nije željen ishod, niti bi takvo nešto moglo biti opravdano bilo kojim stavom iz Povelje Ujedinjenih nacija ili drugih akata međunarodnog prava. Jednako neželjenu situaciju danas imamo i u pojasu Gaze, gdje se nad lokalnim stanovništvom vrši takvo nasilje koje svojim oblikom ukazuje na postojanje više elemenata genocida, kako je to utvrđeno u Konvenciji o sprječavanju i kažnjavanju zločina genocida. Radi podsjećanja potrebno je istaći da genocid, osim što predstavlja fizičku likvidaciju ili uklanjanje nacionalne, etničke, rasne ili religijske skupine sa određenog teritorija, može biti počinjen i u slučaju da se toj istoj nacionalnoj, etničkoj, rasnoj ili religijskoj skupini svjesno nameću tako teški uslovi života koji prijete da je na određenoj teritoriji u konačnici potpuno uništen. I u konačnici, takav agresivan genocidni pristup koristi se kao sredstvo za nasilno zauzimanje i preuzimanje teritorije koja po međunarodnom pravu ne može pripadati onome koji inicira i proizvodi agresiju. To je ovo što danas imamo u pojasu Gaze, gdje se narod Palestine suočava sa ova dva elementa genocida, propisana pomenutom konvencijom i o sprječavanju i kažnjavanju genocida, gdje jedan dio svjetske političke javnosti zatvara oči i prešućuje ovu neizmjerno strašnu činjenicu. Ne postoji politički interes ili čak onaj ekonomski interes pokrenut namjerom za iskorištavanjem prirodnih resursa kao što je to nafta ili prirodni gas u tom dijelu Mediterana, koji može opravdati ovako visok stepen genocidnog nasilja nad lokalnim palestinskim stanovništvom. Osim što je takvo nasilje neopravdano i neprihvatljivo, na isti način je neprihvatljiva šutnja, a povremeno i odobravanje koje dolazi iz različitih političkih krugova u svijetu. O kakvom miru, razvoju ili zaštiti ljudskih prava možemo uopšte govoriti ako se dozvoljava ovako nasilje sa oblicima genocida nad palestinskim narodom? Da li tako nešto znači da su politički interesi pojedinih zemalja ili interesi korporativnog kapitala snažniji i značajniji od naše zajedničke obaveze da zaštitimo mir u svakom dijelu svijeta, a i time pretpostavke za razvoj, samoodrživost različitih društava, te paralelno tome da zaštitimo i ljudska prava svakog pojedinca u svijetu? Ovdje se radi o velikom izazovu sa kojim se danas suočavamo i od njega ne možemo bježati, niti ga zarad nekih viših oportunističkih interesa kontinuirano prešućivati. Podsjetimo se samo one sintagme. Šutnja je zapravo izraz ili kukavičluka ili odobravanja. Poštovani, dozvolite mi da ukratko kažem nešto i o mojoj državi Bosni i Hercegovini. Prije nešto više od 30 godina Bosna i Hercegovina je bila suočena sa agresijom koja je dolazila iz susjednih zemalja. U to vrijeme Organizacija Ujedinjenih nacija formirala je mirovne vojne snage pod nazivom UNPROFOR u čijem sastavu su učešće uzele zemlje koje su za tako nešto izrazile interes. Uloga UNPROFOR-a bila je takva da su oni u najvećoj mjeri bili puki posmatrači niza ratnih zločina, etničkog čišćenja, pa na kraju i genocida koji su agresori na Bosnu i Hercegovinu počinili. Naravno, bilo je i pozitivnih primjera aktivnosti UNPROFOR-a, što svakako ne treba zaboraviti i na tome smo iskreno zahvalni. Ali je, nažalost, ostala mrlja na toj misiji Ujedinjenih nacija, jer pojedini zapovjednici UNPROFOR-a nisu htjeli aktivirati zračne udare kako bi se spriječilo etničko čišćenje, a posebno genocid počinjen u Srebrenici u julu 1995. godine. Nažalost, genocid u Srebrenici je počinjen. Stotine hiljade građana širom Bosne i Hercegovine tokom agresije izgubili su živote. Još više ih je ranjeno, dok je više od 1 milion građana raseljeno širom svijeta. Želim vas ukratko podsjetiti da je pred Međunarodnim krivičnim sudom u Hagu, kojeg su osnovale ove Ujedinjene nacije, utvrđena krivica više lica za počinjeni genocid kao i za postojanje niza udruženih zločinačkih poduhvata koji su svi imali isti cilj. Etničko čišćenje sa stvaranjem etničkih čistih dijelova teritorija u Bosni i Hercegovini kako bi se ti dijelovi odvojili od Bosne i Hercegovine i pripojili susjednim državama. Prije nešto više od godinu dana ovdje u Ujedinjenim nacijama zajedno smo izglasali rezoluciju o genocidu počinjenom u Srebrenici, što smatram velikim iskorakom i važnim dokumentom ne samo za Bosnu i Hercegovinu, već i mnogo šire. Jer je snaga te rezolucije u njenoj namjeri sprječavanja eventualnog počinjenja nekih novih genocida koji se mogu desiti bilo gdje u svijetu. Iako smo bili suočeni sa lobiranjem više država da se takva rezolucija ne usvoji, ona je ipak donesena, čime se stvorio jedan novi ambijent da se kroz kulturu sjećanja preventivno djeluje kako se genocid kao najstrašniji zločin nikada više ne bi dogodio. Tada smo vidjeli da postoje i one države koje radi vlastitih političkih razloga ili političkog komoditeta nisu bile spremne da podrže tekst rezolucije, koji je bio oslonjen na već donesene presude Međunarodnog krivičnog suda iz Haga, a kojeg su, ponovit ću još jednom, osnovale ove Ujedinjene nacije. Neka takvo odbijanje podrške tekstu rezolucije služi na čast onima koji su lobirali protiv njenog usvajanja i onima koji joj nisu dali jasnu podršku. Želim vas podsjetiti da je u tom periodu, 90. godina prošlog stoljeća, međunarodna zajednica kroz organe Ujedinjenih nacija uvela embargo Bosni i Hercegovini na kupovinu odbrambenog naoružanja i time spriječila odbranu naše države od dvostruke agresije. To bi u svakom slučaju značajno skratilo trajanje ratnog sukoba, mnogi životi bi bili spašeni jer bi se mnogo prije došlo do mirovnog sporazuma, za što je bio neophodan uslov stvaranje balansa u vojnoj moći između Bosne i Hercegovine i dvije susjedne zemlje koje su počinile agresiju. Radi tog embarga, agresija na Bosnu i Hercegovinu je trajala skoro 4 godine i nepotrebno izgubljen veliki broj ljudskih života. Takav ratni sukob okončan je potpisivanjem Dejtonskog, odnosno Pariškog mirovnog sporazuma koji je donio neophodan mir i na tome smo također zahvalni, ali je istovremeno stvorio takav sui generis politički sistem u Bosni i Hercegovini koji danas, 30 godina nakon njegovog stvaranja, predstavlja problem za normalno funkcionisanje države Bosne i Hercegovine. Takav politički sistem ne sadrži demokratiju, već neki njen devijantni oblik, nezabilježen u praksi bilo gdje u svijetu, u kojem se etnička pripadnost stavlja u prvi plan i time u cijelosti negiraju osnovna ljudska prava, te paralelno tome podriva demokratija u tolikoj mjeri da ona više skoro i ne postoji. Taj politički sistem možemo nazvati incidentnim političkim sistemom koji neprekidno destabilizuje državu Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Zašto ovdje spominjem demokratiju? iz najmanje dva razloga. Prvi je da one države koje su se opredijelile za demokratiju i njene principe trebale bi imati mogućnost da tu demokratiju u cijelosti primijene u svom okrilju, potpuno svjesni da postoji jedan broj država koje iz njihovih razloga, bili oni istorijski, kulturološki, religijski, ne žele demokratiju i njene principe. Bosna i Hercegovina se jasno opredijelila za demokratiju i tranziciju iz prethodnog političkog sistema u neki novi demokratski politički sistem, ali nam se to kroz elemente političkog sistema koji živimo, koji je utvrđen Dejtonskim Pariškim sporazumom, u stvarnosti kontinuirano onemogućava. Drugi razlog odnosi se na to da nakon što smo bili suočeni sa embargom na uvoz odbrambenog oružja tokom 90. godina prošlog stoljeća, u ovo današnje vrijeme Bosna i Hercegovina se suočava sa embargom na demokratiju, što svojim političkim i diplomatskim aktivnostima nastoje obezbijediti čak pojedini akteri iz međunarodne zajednice. Dakle, nakon što smo imali embargo da se branimo, danas imamo embargo na demokratiju i demokratski razvoj. Jer kako drugačije objasniti takvu aktivnost tog dijela međunarodne zajednice koja na različite načine nastoji obezbijediti ovaj incidentni politički sistem u kojem manjina upravlja većinom, rušeći jedan od temeljnih principa demokratije koji nalaže da takav sistem u kojem bi zapravo politička većina trebala upravljati svojom državom zapravo ne postoji u Bosni i Hercegovini. Iako takvi akteri to opisuju kao navodnu raspodjelu političke moći između etničkih zajednica, u Bosni i Hercegovini to u svom korijenu toliko podriva demokratiju da ona u mojoj državi skoro više i ne postoji, jer postoji nešto što se jednostavno zove etnokratija u kojoj politička manjina upravlja državom, jer joj to ovaj sadašnji devijantni politički sistem omogućava. Da li takvi akteri međunarodne zajednice nastoje zabraniti ili uvesti embargo na demokratiju u Bosni i Hercegovini radi njene demografske slike ili nastoje proizvesti takvu situaciju da se ponovo otvore razgovori o Bosni i Hercegovini sa neizvjesnim ishodom za njeno postojanje u sadašnjim granicama, ostaju otvorena pitanja. Podsjetit ću ovdje kako bez demokratije nema ni vladavine prava, a bez vladavine prava nema ni zaštite individualnih ljudskih prava. Kao argument za takvo postupanje dijela međunarodne zajednice može se pokazati takozvani predmet Kovačević pred Europskim sudom za ljudska prava. Predmet koji vama je nepoznat, možda i nebitan, ali nama u Bosni i Hercegovini je iznimno važan. To je predmet u kojem je apelant tražio jednostavnu, opravdanu i logičnu zaštitu svog aktivnog biračkog prava koje mu je onemogućeno. Predmet je u prvostepenom postupku riješen u korist apelanta uz utvrđeno postojanje etnoteritorijalne diskriminacije, što je onda dio međunarodne zajednice, ulažući enormne diplomatske i financijske napore, nastoja anulirati u drugostepenom postupku. Jedna od zemalja, što je potpuno neshvatljivo i neprihvatljivo, dala je financijsku donaciju Europskom sudu za ljudska prava i pojavila se kasnije u tom istom predmetu kao zainteresovana strana, što je klasični izraz političke korupcije. Zato se ovdje postavlja logično pitanje, da li se presude međunarodnih sudova mogu kupiti? U obaranju te presude aktivno je učestvovao i visoki predstavnik međunarodne zajednice u Bosni i Hercegovini, iako mu to nisu ovlaštenja data Dejtonskim Pariškim sporazumom, ulažući također enormna financijska sredstva iz nepoznatih izvora, za čije korištenje nije imao potrebnu saglasnost Vijeća za implementaciju mira. Dakle, desila se potpuno istovjetna situacija kao i kod donošenja rezolucije o genocidu u Srebrenici, gdje su pojedine zemlje lobiranjem protiv rezolucije nastojali negirati presude Međunarodnog krivičnog suda u Hagu, dok su u predmetu koji navodim kao primjer neke druge zemlje nastojale još uvijek nastoje poništiti presudu kroz njihovo lobiranje i širu diplomatsku aktivnost. Što nas onda dovodi do zaključka da postoji dio međunarodne zajednice koja ne dozvoljava demokratiju u Bosni i Hercegovini. Jučer embargo na oružje je neophodno za odbranu zemlje, Danas embargo na demokratiju i ljudska prava. Zbog toga želim vas ukratko podsjetiti na još jedan dokument Ujedinjenih nacija pod nazivom Međunarodni pakt o građanskim i političkim pravima, kojim se između ostalog garantuje birati i biti biran na periodičnim izborima koji se održavaju sa opštim i jednakim pravom glasa, tajnim glasanjem, uz jamstvo slobodnog izražavanja volje svakog birača, što se, nažalost, u Bosni i Hercegovini ne dozvoljava uz velike napore međunarodne zajednice koja nastoji da sačuva diskriminaciju, negira demokratiju, a što za posljedicu ima nedostatak vladavine prava i u konačnici nedovoljnu i skoro nikakvu zaštitu individualnih ljudskih prava. Kao logičan zaključak nameće se takva zamisao da je demokratija kao i pravo na odbranu zemlje, privilegija čiju primjenu određuju i omogućuju političke elite iz većih i bogatih zemalja. Dok se one male i siromašnije zemlje mogu nadati da će dobiti demokratiju samo onoliko koliko im to veće i bogati dozvoli. To svakako nije izraz jednakosti niti ravnopravnosti koje svi zajedno danas treba težiti. Poštovani, ovdje dolazimo i do pitanja ljudskih prava, odnosno preciznije jednakosti svakog pojedinca u svakoj zemlji pa i šire, a posebno njegovog ili njenog prava da učestvuje jednako i po vlastitoj želji u svakom aspektu društvenog života u svojoj zemlji. Imamo cijeli niz dokumenata i akata međunarodnog prava koji tako nešto garantuju, pa se onda i ovdje postavlja otvoreno pitanje da li smo spremni biti konzistentni ili uporni na zaštiti individualnih ljudskih prava u bilo kojem dijelu svijeta, koristeći alate koje nam ti međunarodni dokumenti pružaju. Svakako, pitanje zaštite ljudskih prava počinje sa borbom protiv diskriminacije ili svakog oblika nejednakosti pojedinaca u svim njihovim pravima koji im garantuju dokumenti međunarodnog prava, a kao logičan nastavak su i dokumenti ili zakoni u različitim državama. Diskriminacija u bilo kojem obliku je zabranjena aktima međunarodnog prava, ali nažalost veoma se često susrećemo sa situacijama u kojima se diskriminacija prešućuje, a nakon šutnje čak i ohrabruje. Govoreći iz ugla Bosne i Hercegovine imamo 5 presuda Evropskog suda za ljudska prava u kojima je utvrđeno postojanje diskriminacije građana na osnovu njihovog etničkog porijekla ili mjesta gdje žive. Dio političke elita u Bosni i Hercegovini kao i dio međunarodne zajednice prisutne u Bosni i Hercegovini to neće da prihvate i kroz izmjenu Ustava implementiraju. Uz neprovođenje navedenih 5 presuda Evropskog suda za ljudska prava, ova 6. presuda u predmetu koju se traži odbacivanje etno-teritorijalne diskriminacije, koja je oborena zahvaljujući pritisku, donacijama i sličnim djelovanjima od strane pojedinih zemalja, kao i od osobe koja je mirovnim ugovorom ovlaštena da ugovor realizuje i da štiti sve aspekte tog ugovora, i uključujući i sve akte međunarodnog prava koji govore o ljudskim pravima, dovede nas do teških pitanja, ali još težih odgovora. Da li su ljudska prava i njihova zaštita privilegija većih, bogatijih društava i država, dok se manji i siromašniji svjesno ili namjerno zaobilaze u zaštiti ljudskih prava, počevši od prava na život, pa sve do prava na jednakost i demokratiju. Na kraju, dozvolite da istaknem da je na sva 3 otvorena pitanja koje je tema zasjedanja Generalne skupštine Ujedinjenih nacija, možemo ih gledati i možemo odgovoriti samo kroz konzistentnost i principijelno insistiranje zaštiti mira, kako bismo stvorili uslove za nesmetan razvoj društava u državama članicama Ujedinjenih nacija, a da se u konačnici zajedno pojavimo kao aktivni zaštitnici ljudskih prava u bilo kojem dijelu svijeta. Bez te konzistentnosti u ovim pitanjima bit ćemo još jednom samo skupina koja izražava zabrinutost nad devijantnim pojavama u svijetu, kao što su to ratovi, nasilno mijenjanje granica, genocid, ratni zločini, negiranje ljudskih prava, a da zapravo nećemo učiniti ništa više od izražavanja zabrinutosti. Konzistentnost na koju se referiram znači potpunu odlučnost da se suprotstavimo različitim devijantnim pojavama u svijetu kroz alate koje nam pruža međunarodno pravo. Moramo biti odlučni i nepokolebljivi u namjerama da zaštitimo temeljne vrijednosti Ujedinjenih nacija, bez pravljenja bilo kakve razlike među državama kao subjektima međunarodnog prava. U toj odlučnosti pozivam vas da ne pravimo razliku među nama, dijeleći nas na velike i male države, na bogate i siromašne, već da zajedno kao organizacija aktivno tražimo i omogućimo rješenje za sva otvorena pitanja koja se pojavljuju u svijetu. Mir nije privilegija. Mir je obaveza svih nas da ga u svakom trenutku i na svakom mjestu obezbijedimo. Isto tako, ljudska prava nisu privilegija, već trajna civilizacijska obaveza koju moramo kontinuirano ispunjavati. To je svakako trajan izazov sa kojim se suočavale generacije i prije nas i sa kojim će se suočavati generacije koje dolaze nakon nas. Naša misija je takva da im ostavimo svijet boljim nego što je on sada, a za takav cilj potreban je uporan i neprekidan i efektivan rad. Dame i gospodo, ekscelencije, hvala vam na pažnji.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Teodoro Ngoma Obiang MACKY, Vice President in charge of National Defense of State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísima señora Annalena Baerbock, presidenta de la 80 Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Excelencias, jefe de Estado y de Gobierno y jefes de delegaciones. Excelentísimo señor Antonio Guterres, secretario general de las Naciones Unidas. Señoras y señores, me honra tomar la palabra en nombre de su excelencia Obiang Basogo, presidente de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, para expresar la firme posición de mi país en esta 80 Asamblea General, en un momento en el que el mundo reclama un sistema internacional más justo, equitativo y eficaz. Señora Presidenta, hace 80 años, los estados fundadores establecieron esta organización con la aspiración de construir un sistema multilateral basado en la cooperación, el respeto al derecho internacional y la dignidad de toda persona. Ese compromiso quedó asentado en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, que continúa siendo un referente esencial para la acción colectiva de los estados. Hoy, bajo el tema Mejor Juntos, 80 años y más por la paz, el desarrollo y los derechos humanos, celebramos logros importantes. La ONU ha sido, a lo largo de estas décadas, un foro universal de diálogo y un espacio para la cooperación internacional. Ha ayudado a evitar conflictos, ha acompañado procesos de descolonización, ha promovido el desarrollo sostenible y ha servido en la conciencia moral en defensa de los derechos humanos. Sin embargo, este aniversario debe ser ocasión de reflexión crítica Sería un error limitarnos a la conmemoración y no reconocer las profundas deficiencias que enfrenta nuestro sistema multilateral. Excelencias, los pueblos del mundo confían en la ONU para actuar frente a los grandes desafíos de nuestra época: los conflictos armados y la violencia, el cambio climático, las desigualdades crecientes, las crisis migratorias, la amenaza cibernética y la falta de transferencia de tecnología. Pero con demasiada frecuencia, la respuesta ha sido insuficiente, paralizada por intereses particulares y atrapada en una plataforma institucional que ya no refleja la realidad del mundo contemporáneo. Hablar de no dejar a nadie atrás carece de sentido si millones siguen marginados en sistemas de dependencia y exclusión. El Consejo de Seguridad, órgano encargado de la paz y la seguridad internacional, es quizás el ejemplo más claro de este desajuste. 8 décadas después de su creación, su composición sigue anclada en la geopolítica de 1945 y no en la del siglo XXI. En consecuencia, su legitimidad y representatividad se ven con razón cuestionadas. La reforma del Consejo de Seguridad es una necesidad urgente. Sin ella, seguirá siendo percibido como un club exclusivo de privilegios históricos, incapaz de responder con legitimidad a los retos actuales. África demanda lo que le corresponde por derecho: una representación plena y permanente en el órgano de seguridad más importante del planeta. Queremos una gobernanza internacional que sirve a todos, no a unos pocos. Demandamos un Consejo de Seguridad que represente al mundo de hoy, no al de ayer. Demos pasos reales hacia una acción colectiva más democrática, equitativa y eficaz. O nos arriesgamos a que la ONU se vea cada vez más marginada y debilitada en los asuntos internacionales. Nuestro compromiso con esta organización permanece intacto. Creemos en la ONU, creemos en la fuerza del derecho internacional, creemos en la cooperación internacional como único camino para enfrentar desafíos que ninguna nación, por poderosa que sea, puede resolver sola. Pues nuestro compromiso no es ciego, sino es exigente a los resultados, reformas y adaptación a los tiempos. En este aniversario debemos recordar que la paz, el desarrollo y los derechos humanos son pilares inseparables. La paz no es sostenible sin desarrollo, y el desarrollo no es real si no se basa en la dignidad y en los derechos de cada persona. Por ello, reafirmamos nuestra apuesta por la Agenda 2030, aún reconociendo retrasos y dificultades. La Agenda 2030 es un compromiso colectivo que refleja nuestra voluntad de construir un mundo sin pobreza, sin hambre y con dignidad para todos. Sin embargo, nos queda menos de una década para cumplirla y los avances son demasiado lentos. Excelencias, el cambio climático es la mayor amenaza de nuestro tiempo. Las naciones más vulnerables pagan un precio desproporcionado, mientras los grandes emisores posponen compromisos. La justicia climática no es un gesto, es una obligación moral y jurídica. Guinea Ecuatorial defiende también el principio de la soberanía de los estados. Cada pueblo tiene derecho a diseñar su propio modelo de desarrollo sin injerencias ni sanciones arbitrarias que socaven su independencia. Debemos crear un mundo de paz, donde ningún país sea considerado enemigo por ser amigo de otros. Permítanme compartir un ejemplo reciente de la contribución de Guinea Ecuatorial a la paz internacional. El histórico acuerdo con la República de Gabón sobre la soberanía de las islas de Mbañe, Cocoteros y Conga. Durante décadas, Su Excelencia Obiang Mambasogo condujo este diferendo con paciencia y diálogo hasta resolverlo pacíficamente bajo el amparo de la Corte Internacional de Justicia. Este caso no solo crea un precedente histórico en el continente africano, sino que demuestra que los conflictos pueden resolverse con el espíritu de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y la voluntad política de los estados. Excelencias, la promoción de la dignidad humana es una responsabilidad compartida. Guinea Ecuatorial reafirma su compromiso con la protección de los derechos de la infancia y de las personas con discapacidad. Los derechos a la seguridad alimenticia, a la vivienda, al agua potable y a la explotación soberana de los recursos naturales forman parte inseparable de los derechos humanos. Sin dignidad material, la libertad es un ideal vacío. Fieles a los principios de una comunidad internacional inclusiva, insistimos en que se levante el embargo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto contra la República de Cuba. Mantener este tipo de medidas no solo afecta gravemente el desarrollo de una nación soberana, sino que también contradice los principios fundamentales de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Excelencias, para terminar, quisiera dirigirme también a los hombres y mujeres de negocios para invitarles a descubrir Guinea Ecuatorial como un destino seguro y atractivo para la inversión. Nuestro país ofrece un marco de estabilidad política, ventajas fiscales y una visión clara del futuro a través de nuestra agenda al desarrollo Horizonte 2035. Les animamos a acompañarnos en este camino, que no solo generará beneficios compartidos, sino que también consolidará un desarrollo inclusivo y sostenible en nuestra nación. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President in charge of National Defense and State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Josephine Joseph Lago, Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, heads of states and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings and best wishes from my President, His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan. I also bring you greetings from the government and the people of South Sudan, a message of peace, unity, development, and unwavering commitment to global partnership. I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to you, Madam President, on your election to preside over the 80th session of this esteemed Assembly. I also express appreciation to the General Secretary Antonio Guterres for his steadfast commitment to advancing the principles and objectives of the United Nations. The theme of this year's session, Better Together, 80 years and more, for peace, development, and human rights, resonates with the objectives and aspirations of our country. South Sudan is the youngest country in the world and the 193rd member of the United Nations. After 50 years of brutal armed liberation struggle, it gained independence in 2011. Unfortunately, 2 years later, the country descended into an internal civil war. With the support of regional and international community, a peace agreement was signed between the warring parties in 2018, known as the Revitalized Agreement for the Resolution of the Conflict in South Sudan. This led to the formation of the current revitalized transitional government of national unity, a coalition government comprising the warring parties, other peace partners, and stakeholders. The peace agreement has provisions on governance structure, security sector reforms, transitional justice mechanism, economic sector reforms, and Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The agreement also stipulates 35% affirmative action on women representation at the national, state, as well as local government levels. The presidency consists of a president and 5 vice presidents, 2 of whom are female, thus achieving 40% of female representation at the highest level of government. In the first phase, the unified forces have been trained, some of the forces have been deployed, and the rest are waiting deployment. The second phase of the security sector reforms is due to start imminently this October 2025. This will complete the second phase of the second protocol of the agreement. Other protocols, including public finance management reforms, are ongoing. Transitional justice mechanisms are in progress, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission will be established under the auspices of the African Union. Although the implementation of the peace agreement has been slower than we would have wanted due to financial constraints, some of the members of the international community have been contributing in kind. On the whole, the implementation of the peace agreement is about 60% executed. The agreement has held for 7 years, and a relative peace has been attained, thus giving hope to our people. Many South Sudanese have returned from the neighboring countries and the diaspora and are rebuilding their lives and contributing to national development. Work is ongoing, including preparations for general elections in December 2026. Until recently, the permanent cessation of hostilities was observed and relative peace attained throughout the country. Climate change and environmental sustainability. South Sudan is one of the countries adversely affected by the impact of climate change. despite contributing minimally to global emissions. For the last 5 years, our country has suffered recurrent floods on the one hand and prolonged droughts on the other, thus contributing to crop failures, biodiversity loss, and mass displacement. These challenges intensify food insecurity, undermine livelihood support, and threaten social stability. In this regard, the government of the Republic of South Sudan calls on equitable and predictable climate financing to strengthen adaptation and resilience. The Paris Agreement and subsequent COP summits made commitments which must be honored. South Sudan requires support in technology transfer, capacity building, and foreign direct investment in national frameworks such as the South Sudan Development Plan, nationally determined contribution, and national adaptation plan. This support is essential to address the intertwined challenges of development and environmental stability. The global community cannot afford to ignore climate injustice. Collective action is imperative for these challenges which transcend national borders to be addressed effectively. South Sudan has embarked on planting of 100 million trees by 2030, expanding renewable energy generation and strengthening water infrastructure with women, youth, and people with disabilities at the center of these efforts. Our commitments to sustainable development goals. At independence, South Sudan inherited rudimentary state structures and hardly any infrastructures such as roads, electricity. We inherited poor health care, inadequate educational infrastructure, abject poverty, and food insecurity. The SDGs are aligned to our national priorities. For example, each vice president is in charge of a cluster which includes governance cluster, economic cluster, service delivery cluster, infrastructure cluster, and gender, youth, and humanitarian cluster. Madam President, the 2030 Agenda remains a vital framework for peace and prosperity. South Sudan has made some remarkable progress in agricultural transformation, including commercialization and value addition, which will create jobs for women and youth, including in crop production, livestock, and fisheries. This will enable people to produce their own food rather than relying on imported foods. Our policy is, let us produce what we eat. And as a consequence, some states in our country now are self-sufficient in food production, which contributes eminently to reduction of poverty, thus the attainment of SDG 1 and SDG 2. In collaboration with our development partners, government is providing health care, building health care infrastructure, improving maternal and child care, raising awareness about communicable diseases, and providing vaccinations for diseases such as cholera, mpox, and malaria. Access to clean water and sanitation is being improved. As part of the health sector transformation program, we aim to attain universal health care for all in South Sudan. The recent pandemic outbreaks around the world revealed the urgencies of strengthening health systems and equitable vaccine access. South Sudan advocates for global health framework that prioritizes preparedness for pandemics and embraces health as a universal human right. In his latest statement to Parliament in June 2025, His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit identified education as a key priority area for the government. There is improved enrollment in primary schools and secondary schools, and many young people are aspiring now to go to universities and colleges. Enrollment has risen from 300,000 to 2.1 million children, with gender parity in primary schools nearly achieved. This is a remarkable national achievement. There is focus on teacher education to improve the overall quality of education. Despite these efforts and achievements, 2.8 million of our children are still out of school. South Sudan has expanded programs to promote girls' enrollment and retention in schools while investing in technical and vocational skills training for women and youth. Our government would like to take this opportunity to appreciate all those countries that have offered scholarships for our young people to study in their countries, and those supporting girls' education in particular and vocational training to provide employable skills for our young people. But more clearly needs to be done. South Sudan is a young population. Over 60% of the population is under the age of 30 years. In any society, the youth are the future of the country and the future of the society. Our youth are a source of great pride. South Sudan's recent participation in the Olympics Games in Paris last year was a unifying moment for the people of South Sudan and Africa at large. South Sudan athletes showcased talent, discipline, and resilience, embodying the spirit of a nation determined to rise. Sports have become a powerful force for unity, inspiring hope, and bringing communities together across our young nation. The South Sudan basketball team emerged as the best team in the continent of Africa during the last Olympic Games and nearly beat the defending champion in the world. Since independence, and in line with the Transitional Constitution 2011 as amended, we have taken steps to integrate gender equality into our governance and development agenda. Notably, South Sudan has enshrined 30% of women participation in public life at all levels of government. In addition to the 2 female vice presidents, our cabinet, the national cabinet, and state cabinets comprises of 30% of female representation. And our speaker, the Speaker of the National Transitional Assembly, is also a female. We have adopted national gender policies to advance women's rights and are working to harmonize our laws with international commitments. Efforts have been made to address gender-based violence through new legislation and establishment of a special court. We have mainstreamed gender into the National Adaptation Plan and nationally determined contributions for climate change. We are committed to advancing women's economic empowerment by improving access to land rights and credit facilities while creating opportunities for women entrepreneurs. To achieve the SDGs, we must shift from commitments to action, emphasizing multilateral cooperation, fair trade, debt relief, and tailored support for fragile and conflict-affected states. South Sudan has been advocating for debt cancellation and the support of the international community to complement these efforts will be appreciated. Financing for development. Transforming aspiration into results require adequate financing. We urge developed nations to scale up contributions to the International Development Association, which plays a central role in protecting vulnerable populations, reducing poverty, and financing sustainable development in fragile states. South Sudan supports reforms of international financial institutions to enhance the representation of developing nations, ensuring that financing mechanisms align with objectives of development priorities. Together, we can build a more inclusive and just global financial system. Internal peace and security. We acknowledge the delays in implementation of the revitalized peace agreement. However, the government has renewed its political will and is accelerating key benchmarks, including the deployment of the unified forces, electoral legislation, and launching of national civic education campaigns. His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit announced on several occasions that he will not take this country back to war. And this became a theme of our engagement to restore peace and stability in the country. We reaffirm our commitment to world peace and security. In South Sudan, peace and stability remain our highest priority. Since the 2018 revitalized peace agreement, government has been working to consolidate peace through implementation of the peace agreement, transformation of the governance system, and security sector reforms. Additionally, government is also engaged in promoting peace building at subnational and community levels using the principles of people-to-people peace initiatives. The civil society, women's group, youth group, and faith groups are all actively involved in peace-building activities supported by Unies, the United Nations mission in South Sudan, among others. The security sector reform is progressing well. In phase one, the first batch of unified forces are already trained, as mentioned earlier. The second phase is ongoing. At the same level, the governments at state levels are disarming civilians to bolster security. The aim is to have one national army under one commander-in-chief, contrary to the current state of affairs where the country has several commanders-in-chief, which in itself is a source of insecurity. In general, there has been relative peace and security throughout the country, with the exception of the recent attack by the White Army militia associated with the first Vice President, Dr. Riek Machar, on South Sudan People's Defense Forces in Nasir, which led to his detention and the detention of the co-accused. This matter is now being handled legally, and it will take due process, with assurance of a fair trial in a competent court. The government is committed to following due process to achieve justice in this matter. It should be noted that the arrest of the first Vice President, Dr. Riek Machar, and his co-accused was not politically motivated, but had endangered the peace process and constitutional order in the country. Notwithstanding the legal proceedings, Dr. Riek Machar and others have been formally charged and presented to court. Their legal rights have been respected, including granting access to their legal team, and they appear on their behalf in court. South Sudan remains open to meaningful dialogue with other holdout groups. In this regard, the government is considering resumption of the Tumaini Peace Initiative and welcomes facilitation from regional and other partners. We urge regional and international communities to urge the holdout groups to renounce armed violence and engage in political dialogue. Furthermore, we appeal to the international community to continue supporting South Sudan's efforts and democratic process through provision of technical assistance, capacity building, and development support. It is worth mentioning that consolidating peace in South Sudan is not only vital for our people, but also for stability across the Horn of Africa, the Great Lakes, and beyond. Since our last statement to this General Assembly, South Sudan has embarked upon a transformative journey. We have launched the South Sudan Development Plan 2026 to 2036, a forward-looking 10-year blueprint to diversify our economy, fortify our institutions, and reduce reliance on oil. This plan is anchored in the principles of transparency, inclusivity, and resilience. It guides comprehensive reforms in public financial management and service delivery. We have initiated independent audits, strengthened procurement oversights, and recommitted ourselves to the fiscal reforms outlined in the 2018 Revitalized Peace Agreement. We are determined to foster a culture of integrity, accountability, and good governance. Determined to shift from oil dependency to a green, sustainable economy, South Sudan is investing in the future of its land and people. The Agriculture SME Grant Initiative 2025 now empowers farmers, agro-processors with vital tools, training, and market access. Our investment in irrigation, seed distribution, and post-harvest technologies are boosting productivity and strengthening food security. We have successfully established effective governance structures both at the national and local level, including establishment of relevant commissions such as the Constitutional Review Commission, the Judicial Review Commission, among others. The constitutional making process is in progress. Civic education and voter rights training have commenced and are progressing well. The National Bureau of Statistics will advise on options available for elections. The Political Parties Council has been established and has started registering political parties intended to contest in elections. Therefore, with these positive developments, the government of the Republic of South Sudan appeals for the removal of targeted individual sanctions and the arms embargo on South Sudan. Elections. According to the peace agreement, the transitional period must end with the conduct of general elections currently scheduled for December 2026. This will enable the people of South Sudan to democratically elect their leaders for the first time in the history of this young nation. His Excellency President Salva Kiir has reaffirmed the government's determination to deliver credible, inclusive, and peaceful elections. The establishment of electoral institutions, namely the National Election Commission, the Political Parties Council for registration of political parties, and voters' right education have been established. The Bureau of Statistics has been restructured to deal with the issues of census. The restructured Permanent Constitution Review Commission has been actively working to ensure that the country has a new permanent constitution by the time of the general election in December 2026. Civil society groups are being facilitated and have started civic education of the general public, especially among women and the youth. South Sudan is committed to promoting and protecting human rights. We are strengthening national institutions, promoting accountability, empowering women and youth. We have taken steps to integrate gender equality into our governance and development agenda, not forgetting the people with disability. Civil society is actively engaged in the promotion of human rights and civic education. We believe constructive engagement and dialogue are the best path for building resilient and just institutions. Some regional concerns. Madam President, South Sudan and Sudan share deep historical and economic ties, as well as the longest border in the region. For instance, South Sudan's oil is at the moment being transported through Sudan. Developments in Sudan directly affects development in South Sudan. Since the outbreak of conflict in Sudan in 2023, South Sudan has opened its doors for Sudanese refugees and returnees from Sudan. In partnership with the international aid agencies, we are providing humanitarian assistance, and we have also gone further and given plots of land for refugees to cultivate and produce their own food, thus integrating them into our local communities. However, there are still outstanding issues with respect to the Comprehensive Peace Agreement 2005. Among these are issues of border demarcation and final status of Abyei, including the status of the Ngok Dinka of Abyei, which remains unresolved. We are committed to working with the government of Sudan to amicably resolve these outstanding issues. Furthermore, the current composition of the Security Council no longer, in our view, adequately reflects the realities of today. And for this reason, South Sudan supports the call for the expansion of the permanent membership to include African representation. Furthermore, we advocate for the removal of sanctions and arms embargo on South Sudan and other sisterly countries. Madam President, at independent South Sudan inherited rudimentary state structures, hardly any infrastructures. The government is now working simultaneously on nation building, state building, provision of services, including healthcare, education, capacity building, poverty reduction, and food security. South Sudan is seeking to transition from humanitarian aid to development aid. What we are asking for is for the international community to continue supporting South Sudan, a country with immense potential, abundant natural resources, and a young population. We are actively empowering women and young people for the country to become a useful and productive member of the international community. And we are already seeing signs of progress. To conclude, Madam President, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, the United Nations was founded on the belief that humanity is stronger together. The theme of this 80th session, Better Together, is a reminder of our shared responsibility for survival and progress. Notwithstanding the challenges, South Sudan, with the resilience of its people under the leadership of His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, remains committed to a multilateral solidarity and partnership with an aim of building a fairer, safer, and more prosperous world for all, for us in South Sudan. It is, a more prosperous world for all. And for us in South Sudan, we all know that it is better together. It is better together for us nationally. It is better together for us globally. Permit me in closing to reaffirm our unwavering faith in the principles of the United Nations and the possibility of a better world built upon solidarity and shared purpose. May God bless the people of South Sudan. May God bless the nations of the world. I thank you for listening. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Jour, the Vice President of the Republic of Gambia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary since the founding of the United Nations, it is with great honor and profound sense of commitment that I stand before you to deliver this statement on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Adama Barrow, who could not be here due to circumstances beyond his control. At the outset, allow me to convey warm greetings and best wishes for a successful session from His Excellency, Mr. Adama Barrow, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, and government and people of the Gambia. Madam President, let me also use this opportunity to congratulate you on behalf of the government of the Gambia on your election as President of the 88th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your election is a testament to the importance our organization attaches to gender mainstreaming and the empowerment of women. It constitutes an affirmation that more than ever, women are capable of leading organizations like the United Nations and achieving remarkable success. The Gambia, therefore, assures you of its unwavering support and continued cooperation in the discharge of your duties while reaffirming our faith in the relevance of multilateralism and the sacrosanct foundational principles of the United Nations Charter. Allow me to seize this moment to also thank and congratulate Mr. Philomene Yang, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, for his leadership and for competently guiding the work of the Assembly during his tenure. The 80th session of the General Assembly is being held at a very pivotal moment for the international community. The enormity of the challenges of managing and resolving various wars, conflicts, and ongoing threats to international peace and security require all member states to reaffirm their collective commitment to abiding by the noble principles stipulated in the United Nations Charter. The Charter, crafted with great optimism and anchored in the ideals of maintaining and promoting world peace, security, human rights, and development, promise a new age and a new world. A world that comes together to reverse the hurdles of the past and define a common destiny premised on our shared humanity. Let us rekindle the ethos of solidarity through more multilateral engagement with all states, small or big, developed or developing, fight poverty, and address climate change. Madam President, the 80th session of the General Assembly conveys a profound symbolism for the Gambia. Our long-standing commitment to the United Nations and our election as chair of the second committee during this session is not only historic, but speaks to the great strides we have been making towards shaping a stable and prosperous multilateral global order. Let me assure you that the Gambia will continue its active participation in the work of the Assembly. We remain committed to supporting optimal ways in the search for innovative and timely solutions to the common challenges facing us, and would collaborate with all member states as we address these pressing global challenges. Madam President, in 1945, the world stood united with a deep sense of solidarity, strong commitment, and an enduring hope to establish the United Nations to save the succeeding generation from the scourge of war. The creation of the United Nations served as a driving force for multilateralism by affirming our collective faith in the sanctity of human rights while guaranteeing international peace and security to all peoples around the world. Our collective security arrangements were rooted in multilateralism. Our commemoration of the founding of the United Nations this year is a clarion call to the future, a reaffirmation of its fundamental role as the premier global institution entrusted with the destiny of humanity towards prosperity, peace, security, and human rights. Madam President, last year our Assembly adopted the Pact of the Future to revive multilateral engagement and rekindle global solidarity. We must do more to fulfill the commitments that we assured under the Pact. 80 years on, the world is still encountering the challenges of protracted conflicts and geopolitical fragmentation, including the threat to the spirit of multilateralism under the United Nations. As the world continues to grapple with complex and unprecedented challenges on different fronts, the peace and security landscape of our world is becoming increasingly fragile. Amid the changing nature of conflicts, we are also witnessing a serious disregard for the principle of international humanitarian law in conflict zones. What is even more profound is that the rules-based international order is under enormous stress, losing its momentum, relevance, and moral underpinnings. Today, we live in a world that is undergoing profound geopolitical transformation, presenting unique emerging challenges and reflecting an international community that is still trying to find answers to the challenges it faces in the 21st century. However, despite the challenges we are confronting, the Gambia believes that the United Nations' enduring relevance and structural institutions contributed to significant historic achievements in the past, particularly for countries in the global south. The United Nations holds forth the hope for global stability and good governance by translating ambitions into actions and championing issues of immense international importance. In the case of the Gambia, the United Nations used its convening power and preventive diplomacy through the Peace-Building Commission to support a democratically elected government that assumed power in 2017. The support was key to upholding the will of the Gambian people as they assured in the present government and launched our transitional justice system to promote the rule of law and respect for human rights. Madam President, as we assemble and reflect on this important and timely theme for this 88th session, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, we must admit that the daunting challenges we are facing today require us to deliberately invest in sustainable development, climate action, peace, and security. We must equally continue to foster resilience and growth for the realization of inclusive development and shared prosperity for all. Since the change of government in 2017, the administration of His Excellency President Adam Barrow had strived towards a path of development, peace, and respect for fundamental rights and freedoms. 8 years ago, we set out to build a stable and viable country, making sure national development agenda. With our current reform agenda that is inclusive, the Gambia is eyeing a future without the realm of immense potential and possibility. By addressing the grievances of the past through the implementation of recommendation of the Truth, Reconciliation, and Reparations Commission. In the past 8 years, the government has also organized several elections in a credible, impartial, and transparent manner, in line with domestic laws and international norms and standards, and plans are on for holding presidential elections next year. We are committed to consolidating participatory democracy, sustainable development, and good governance, as we have done for the past 8 years. Madam President, in our drive for greater reform, the government of the Gambia will continue to take the appropriate people-driven and informed policy decisions to strengthen institutions and design processes aimed at promoting and protecting human rights as well as addressing past violations. As we look forward to consolidating, building strong state institutions and reinforce the never again principle, the government is ushering in legislative reforms and expanding the scope of our criminal jurisdiction to prosecute international atrocity crimes. Since reforms include the enactment of the Special Prosecutor's Office, Act 2024, giving that office the mandate to deal with offenses that constitute international crimes and serious rights violations, and for the first time, the enactment of an Anti-Corruption Act, a significant step towards the organization of an Anti-Corruption Commission. These are all part of our national efforts to deliver restorative and transformative justice, build a clear path towards nation building, and lay a foundation for social justice, as well as prevent impunity. Our goal is to consolidate and nurture a more national culture of accountability and respect for human rights in fulfillment of our domestic and international obligations. To support our national development ambitions as enshrined in our National Development Plan, we continue pursuing a national budgeting mechanism that is grounded on human development, fiscal stability, education, and building critical infrastructure to promote development and investment. Madam President, our primary social contract with the Gambian people is to meet the demands of our socio-economic challenges whilst at the same time encourage citizen participation and engagement in democratic governance. This propels us to ensure that our democracy continues to thrive, respect for fundamental rights, robust, expansive, and comprehensive, and the building of institutional mechanisms. In building a peaceful society, we continue to recognize the integral role of women and their representation and participation in political affairs and public life. We also continue to promote media freedom and the right to assembly and freedom of expression as guaranteed inherent rights through coordinated and sustained actions. As a government, we encourage constructive engagement with our citizenry, particularly the young people, and respect their rights to participate in democratic functioning of the state. In view of our own experience with governance challenges, we value the need for addressing the consolidation of democracy and good governance in our neighborhood. It is in this spirit the Gambia recently hosted the Sahel Governance Forum, which seeks to galvanize a multi-stakeholder convergence to address the governance challenges that continue to hamper regional peace, stability, and development. We are confident that such forum will provide the right opportunity for systematic discussion on finding definitive solutions to the rising tide of violence, insecurity, and instability of the Sahel. Madam President, with its strong commitment to the promotion and protection of international peace, security, and human rights, the Gambia continues to be a member of the African Union Peace and Security Council, the United Nations Human Rights Council, and a police and troop contributing country to UN, AU, and ECOWAS peacekeeping missions around the world. By serving on this important council of the continent and taking part in peacekeeping operations, the Gambia continues to prioritize the maintenance of international peace and security, including the consolidation of political and democratic governance and strengthening partnership for African security. It is significant that the African Union and the United Nations continue to work together to address regional peace and security matters, including the recalibration of our preventive diplomacy tools for maximum impact. We need to strengthen the early warning mechanisms as well as prioritize the protection of children affected by armed conflict. Madam President, by echoing the mantra of the Africa we want and an Africa at peace with itself, the Gambia believes that more needs to be invested towards conflict prevention as part of efforts to respond robustly to challenges of insecurity and underdevelopment, particularly through resilient building. We call on the United Nations Security Council to step up and meet its responsibility towards the resolution of conflicts in Africa and beyond. The rising level of inequalities are indicative of the unequal global economic system, creating huge imbalances for countries in the global south, particularly in Africa, to address poverty, debt, and unemployment. It is indeed disheartening that 5 years towards the end of the targeted Agenda 2030 deadline, much remains to be accomplished and the realization of its goals and ambitions appear to be profoundly remote. Madam President, in 2025, when the world should be forging towards a path of development and prosperity, we are once again confronted with the scourge of more conflict and war. Therefore, the 2025 Peacebuilding Architecture Review presents a unique opportunity to agree on building stronger preventive arrangements and measures for conflict prevention. The ongoing conflicts raging around the world would need to stop immediately. The unnecessary deaths, displacement, and untold suffering of civilians from Palestine to Sudan, Lake Chad Basin, Ukraine to Russia, Haiti, Libya to the Sahel, and in other corners of the world is unacceptable. As members of the United Nations and as conscientious global citizens, we cannot relent on our collective quest for durable peace. We must continue to pursue responsive and purposive actions by exhorting the parties to the conflicts and make progress on key milestones on their journey to political dialogue. We must all assist by putting in necessary security arrangements and frameworks for ending conflicts, including the protection of civilians, particularly women, children, and the elderly. Parties to the conflicts must allow immediate and uninterrupted humanitarian aid to reach the suffering population, and they must commit to ending the hostilities. It is the responsibility of the international community to collectively muster the necessary political will and courage to end intractable conflicts. The bleeding must stop. Madam President, as we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, the plight of the Palestinians remains unresolved, with the people continuing to face alarming difficulties under dire humanitarian conditions. The situation of Palestine continues to be about the core principles of justice, respect for international humanitarian law, and self-determination. The ongoing situation needs to stop. We cannot remain unperturbed by these worsening conditions, and it is imperative that we act urgently and collectively by utilizing our leverage to revitalize the prospects of an inclusive peace process for Israel and Palestine and the region. In this context, we reaffirm our call for the two-state solution to urgently enable the Palestinian people to regain their legitimate national rights as recognized by the international community through its recognition of the state of Palestine within the 1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. We also support the membership of the Palestine in the United Nations. In this spirit, we express our appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France for the recently concluded high-level conference on the question of Palestine. Madam President, as part of our call for proactive engagement towards the resolution of global conflicts, the Gambia affirms its support for the efforts undertaken by UN Secretary General in relaunching the roundtable process in the Moroccan Sahara to achieve a realistic, pragmatic, and sustainable political solution to regional dispute over the Moroccan Sahara. The Gambia welcomes Morocco's commitment to the ceasefire, full cooperation with Nisro, and relaunching the political process based on the parameters of Resolution 2756 of 2024. In this regard, we call on Polisario to abandon its unilateral withdrawal from the ceasefire, lift restrictions imposed on the freedom of movement and the provision of supply to MINUSO, and urge all parties, Morocco, Algeria, Mauritania, Polisario, to work towards a realistic, pragmatic, and sustainable political solution based on compromise. The positive impact of the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative, a realistic, credible, and serious effort for the settlement of this regional dispute, is already well recognized, and the people of the region continue to enjoy peace and development and protection of their human rights. Thanks to the government of the Kingdom of Morocco's new development model for the Moroccan Sahara region. Furthermore, the Gambia also lauded the launch by His Majesty Mohammed VI, King of Morocco, of the Morocco-Nigeria gas pipeline, the Atlantic African Initiative, and the Sahel countries' access to the Atlantic. The three regional royal initiatives would give new impetus to the Moroccan Sahara region by establishing it as a new platform for security, stability, and co-development in the Atlantic, the Sahara, African, and Mediterranean areas. Madam President, the Gambia also continues to stand with the government and people of the People's Republic of China on the One China policy. China's commitment to international cooperation and support for the critical spaces of development in different sectors demonstrate that the sustainable development of South-South and triangular cooperation are possibilities. The Gambia continues to reiterate the call for the lifting of economic embargo against the brotherly people of Cuba. The embargo continues to inflict undue hardship and economic devastation, occasioning substantial challenges for the government and people of Cuba. We believe it should come to an end now. Friendly cooperation is the way forward. Madam President, as we mark 25 years since the adoption of Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, we should take a moment to renew our firm conviction that the attainment of sustainable development and the consolidation of peace and security are anchored in the full and inclusive representation of women in all spheres of political and decision-making processes. While considerable progress has been made towards the realization of women's inclusion, women's participation in the consolidation of peace and security, there continues to be significant impediments that we must overcome. Women must always have a seat at the negotiating table. They usually bear the brunt of conflicts. Therefore, as we prepare for the Fourth World Conference of Women, and as nations sharing the same destiny, we have a moral obligation and a collective responsibility to act swiftly to address all issues hampering the empowerment of women, including institutional advancement and their contribution to the consolidation of peace and security. Madam President, in view of the outcome of FFD4, it is our hope that international financial architecture and mechanism will change for the better, as the current international financing architecture, especially as it relates to debt restructuring, continues to hamper the development aspirations of developing countries. Due to limited fiscal space exerted by debt distress, developing countries find it hard to make significant investment in the social sector. The challenge is even more profound when it comes to investment in the productive base of their economies to engender growth, employment, and development. This situation significantly contributed to the dismal attainment of only 17% of the SDGs. Therefore, to accelerate the full and effective implementation of the SDGs within the targeted framework, we must enhance international finance cooperation and review of the international financial architecture to create arrangements, facilities, and mechanisms that would cater for targeted investments, industrialization, mechanized agriculture, provision of quality education, energy, health, and water. Madam President, the Pact of the Future adopted last year at the 79th session of the General Assembly presents a unique opportunity to review our realities, invigorate the implementation of the SDG Agenda 2030, and intensify our efforts towards confronting the pressing challenges of our time. The Pact is about advancing our advanced prosperity. The Gambia supports the convening of the preparatory process for the review of the Pact in 2028 to align effectively with the prevailing and upcoming intergovernmental processes such as the 2025 Peacebuilding Architecture Review, the high-level plenary meeting to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action on Youth and the World Social Summit. The success of these reviews will depend primarily on our commitment and concerted push to build a more equitable and resilient global governance framework that supports the attainment of our global goals. Madam President, our reform agenda is still incomplete without reform of the Security Council. The Gambia supports the reform of the United Nations Security Council and the Common African Position on the reform of the Council as set out in the CIRT Declaration and the Winnie Concession. We strongly believe that the ongoing review and reform process of the United Nations needs to make good progress, and Africa's underrepresentation in the permanent and non-permanent categories of the Security Council is a historical injustice that urgently needs to be corrected. Africa has always contributed to global peace, and Africans also paid the ultimate price during the 2 world wars. Hence, the Gambia believes that the time has come for the international community to support Africa's call for meaningful representation in the Security Council. The reform of the Council guarantees its legitimacy and credibility as the body responsible for the maintenance of international peace and security. We commend the AU Committee of 10 heads of state and government on the United Nations Security Council reforms, chaired by His Excellency President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, for their leadership in this legitimate quest. Madam President, as the world continues to witness heightened level of insecurity, the threat of climate change continues to aggravate security challenges, especially in the Sahel. We must address the impact of the climate crisis as part of the vital resilient measures that mitigate climate-related risks where they intersect with political, social, and economic factors. The Gambia would like to acknowledge the progress made at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, for moving from $100 billion to the new collective quantified goal, which is still not adequate to finance all the mitigation and adaptation actions, especially for countries in special circumstances. We need to take concrete decisions at COP30 in Belém, Brazil, to galvanize support for more climate financing. The Gambia calls for more ambitious nationally determined contributions by all states due to their submission this year to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Madam President, as I conclude, allow me to call on member states to use this 88th session of the General Assembly to forge a new consensus to confront our new reality, a consensus that unites us behind our shared determination to make the United Nations a potent instrument to serve our common purposes and aspirations as one human family. This is our only planet. Let us preserve it for posterity. The Gambia is ready to play its part in making our world a better place for all. On behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, the government and people of the Gambia, I wish you all fruitful deliberation towards advancing the theme of the 88th session of the General Assembly. I thank you for your kind attention.
En nombre de la Asamblea agradezco al vicepresidente de la República de Gambia. Doy ahora la palabra a la excelentísima señora Sabine Monauni, viceprimera ministra y ministra de Asuntos Exteriores, Medio Ambiente y Cultura de Liechtenstein.
President, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by saying how happy I am to see a woman preside over this assembly. For only the 5th time in the history of the United Nations, and for the first time by a woman from our region. It is my hope that this is also a good sign for the selection process of the next Secretary General, a position in which no woman has ever served over 8 decades, and which will be conducted under your leadership. It is a distinct honor and pleasure for me to address this assembly for the first time as a foreign minister, continuing a very long tradition of female foreign ministers in Liechtenstein. The United Nations is a key building block of our foreign policy. which is guided by a strong belief in international law, cooperation, and multilateralism. We are gathering at a landmark moment in the history of the United Nations. For over 80 years, this has been the place where nations have come together, where international law has been developed, where human rights have been codified, where we have agreed on common development goals. Of course, it has also been the source of many disappointments. Too often people around the world have been looking to this assembly and at the Security Council chamber next door in the hope of decisive action to secure peace. The key purpose of this organization, only to realize that political paralysis was shattering these expectations, justified as they were. In Ukraine, our system has allowed the aggressor to veto collective action supported by the vast majority of the House. In Gaza, we have become bystanders, despite the fact that the two-state solution was one of the first decisions of the United Nations many decades ago. We are merely witnesses to the unprecedented and unjustifiable suffering of civilians in spite of our pledge to end and prevent atrocity crimes. The people of Sudan must have concluded that indifference is the guiding principle of our rare discussions, and that the outrage over a cynical veto wears off after a few weeks, if not days. These challenges to the credibility of the United Nations would be massive enough in and of themselves. But if we are looking at a completely uncertain future for this organization today, it is for largely different reasons. The very foundations of the United Nations are being challenged in a way we have not seen before. Such efforts threaten to undermine our joint commitments to solve common problems together on the basis of the principle of sovereign equality, the principle that we set ourselves rules that apply to us all equally and that they are enforced equally, and the belief in the value of international law as the common ground that allows us to govern world affairs in a way that is predictable, equitable, and fair. For us in Liechtenstein, the United Nations, which we joined 35 years ago, occupies a special place. It has been instrumental in our progress towards gender equality. Our membership in the organization has helped to put human rights at the center of our foreign policy. The Sustainable Development Goals have been embraced by civil society and the private sector. Most essentially, the Charter of the United Nations is the guarantor of our sovereignty. The United Nations is also our window to the world and the one place where we can connect with everyone. And it offers a unique foreign policy platform where we can present our initiatives and ideas as a sovereign equal. We have done so with commitment and enthusiasm, and I believe with some success. Today we feel a special bond with every other state, which is small in size, but not small in ambition and vision. Today we realize more than ever that we need this organization. We need a world based on rules that we have all agreed to. And especially now, those who share these views need to join together in common purpose to safeguard our common interests. The times we live in are fast-paced and full of challenges that can seem incredibly daunting. Many years ago, we identified climate change as the biggest threat to us all, big and small, wherever we are located on the globe. And yet, we are ever closer to the climate abyss and ever further away from agreeing on a path away from disaster. Artificial intelligence is developing with lightning speed, largely unchecked, with obvious risks to our social fabric, but without any agreement on rules and boundaries. In my part of the world, priorities have shifted dramatically in the last 3 years. We are now mostly preoccupied with the fallout of the destruction of the European security architecture by the Russian Federation and with preserving our trade relationships, which we had believed were on a firm basis. Liechtenstein is no different to our neighbors in this regard, and any responsible state will prioritize imminent challenges as we have to. But none of this will be meaningful if it is not embedded in a larger vision, if we do not give ourselves the space to tackle the long-term risks and dangers. The place for us to do this is the United Nations, and we are committed to doing this together with all of you represented in this room. President, today the continued existence of the United Nations is at stake. This is a sobering observation, certainly. But we must find the opportunity that lies in this moment of existential crisis. We have allowed a system to grow that is plagued by duplication, inefficiency, and poor governance. The UN 80 process is the chance, the only chance that we will have to make the organization leaner, more effective in its use of resources, and more productive in generating meaningful outcomes. When we adopted the Pact for the Future a year ago, Liechtenstein made a clear call for this organization to embrace its original purpose as the guardian of peace and security. For our people, our parliamentarians, our civil society, the United Nations is a peace organization. We have to find a way to make it effective in fulfilling this task. If the Security Council is unable to carry out its charter responsibility, as is regularly the case due to the veto power of its permanent members, there are ways for us to take collective action elsewhere, beginning in this hall. We are equally committed to the other pillars of the work of the United Nations, development and human rights, which are existential for the dignity and well-being of the people on whose behalf we serve, and pivotal for more peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. President, the rule of law is the guiding principle of Liechtenstein's work at the United Nations. This can come as no surprise for one of the smallest members of the organization that does not have armed forces and is not member of a military alliance. Our sovereignty is protected by respect for international law and by its enforcement through accountability where the law is violated. Naturally, we are strong supporters of international courts, the indispensable enforcement mechanism of international law. Key amongst them is the International Court of Justice, which Liechtenstein joined decades before becoming a member of the United Nations. Liechtenstein has been an active participant in the court's proceedings. We are very pleased to see the attention the court's work has been given, particularly in recent years, and the high respect its decisions enjoy among governments and beyond. The recent advisory opinion on the question of climate change stands out in various ways. The initiative to ask for such an advisory opinion originated in the youth climate movement. The mandate to request it was adopted by this Assembly by consensus, and Liechtenstein is proud to have been among the states drafting the text of the decision. The proceedings before the court found unprecedented attention inside and outside the courtroom. Finally, and importantly, the advisory opinion was agreed on unanimously by all 15 judges, giving it further authority. We have welcomed this decision, in particular its focus on the area of human rights, where important questions remain unaddressed. and we look forward to working with all of you to put it to the most productive use possible. For us, the International Criminal Court is a complementary and equally important institution. It is the first permanent court in the history of humankind that has jurisdiction over the crimes that are defined as the most serious ones under international law: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. Almost 2/3 of all states have joined this project, the most ambitious treaty since the adoption of the Charter itself. Its central statement is unique and also uniquely important for the rule of law. Nobody is above the law. Nobody is protected from investigation and prosecution for what we have all agreed are the most serious crimes under international law. As we look at the flashpoints around the globe, be it Ukraine, the Middle East, or Sudan, we see how the basic rules of international law are violated, not just frequently, but systematically. This is why we have created the International Criminal Court, to offer protection for the victims and the vulnerable, but also to safeguard international peace and security. Today, the court finds itself under significant political attack and is targeted by unprecedented sanctions. This is the moment for us to protect this unique institution, one of the most powerful statements we can make to express our commitment to international law. President, the most among many worrying trends with regard to the respect for the United Nations Charter is the rapid erosion of the rules governing the use of force. Instances of the blatantly illegal use of force without any consequences or accountability, the threat of the use of force to solve disputes, and the suggestion that aggression may not only go unpunished, but in fact be rewarded and incentivized as part of a political agreement. These dangerous trends can set us back to a time we all believe we have left behind, and they are an attack on the very core of the Charter of the United Nations. Mitigating the fallout of armed conflict will sadly remain part of our daily work. But it is time that we become serious about our central task: preventing war in the first place, ending war where it takes place, and ensuring accountability for illegal war-making. The International Criminal Court, the only institution with jurisdiction over the crime of aggression, is therefore key to enforcing the UN Charter, and thus deserves the support of all states, including those who have yet to join it. President, our world is in a very difficult place today, with the forces of destruction and indeed self-destruction on the rise. If we are to have a chance to be successful in our fight against them, to safeguard our planet for future generations, we need this place, a stronger, better United Nations that we can shape together. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a la viceprimera ministra y ministra de Asuntos Exteriores, Medio Ambiente y Cultura de Liechtenstein. Hemos escuchado la última intervención en el debate general de esta sesión. La próxima sesión plenaria para continuar el debate general comenzará a las 15 horas. Se levanta la sesión. Declaro abierta la 9ª sesión plenaria de la Asamblea General. La Asamblea escuchará ahora un discurso del excelentísimo señor Mohamed Yunus Menfi, presidente del Consejo Presidencial de Estado de Libia. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a su excelencia, a quien invito a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
معالي السيدة أنيلينا بيربوك رئيسة الدورة 80 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، معالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، السيدات والسادة، باسم الشعب الليبي أهنئكم بمناسبة الذكرى 80 لتأسيس منظمة الأمم المتحدة، التي تبقى إحدى أعظم ركائز النظام الدولي ومن أبرز منارات العمل المتعدد الأطراف في تاريخ الإنسانية. كما نعرب عن تقديرنا لانعقاد هذه الدورة تحت شعار السلام والتنمية وحقوق الإنسان، وهي مبادئ نؤمن بها إيمانا راسخا ونعمل على ترسيخها في وطننا وفي محيطنا الإقليمي والدولي. وفي الوقت الذي نحتفل فيه بهذه الذكرى الدولية، فإننا نحيي كذلك الذكرى 70 لانضمام ليبيا إلى عضوية الأمم المتحدة. لقد كان ذلك تتويجاً لنضال الشعب الليبي حين ارتفعت أصوات رجاله من بين جدران هذه القاعة مطالبة بالحرية والاستقلال بعد عقود من الاستعمار، واستجابت المنظمة لهذا النداء العادل وأصدرت القرار التاريخي الذي أفضى إلى استقلال ليبيا عام 1951 تأكيداً لحق الشعوب في تقرير مصيرها. السيدات والسادة، اليوم أقف أمامكم ممثلاً لإرادة شعب لا يزال متمسكاً بالأمل، مؤمناً بقدراته على صياغة مستقبل مستقر ومزدهر. ليبيا ليست جغرافيا للصراعات، وليست ساحة لتصفية الحسابات أو تصدير الأزمات، بل وطناً يتمتع بثروات طبيعية وعمق اجتماعي متماسك وطاقات شبابية هائلة تشكل العمود الفقري لبناء الدولة الحديثة. منذ ولادتها ارتبطت ليبيا بالأمم المتحدة بعلاقة تاريخية قامت على الشراكة والاحترام المتبادل، واليوم في لحظة مفصلية جديدة نتطلع إلى دور فاعل ومتكامل من المنظمة في دعمنا للعبور من الأزمة نحو مسار مستدام من الاستقرار والديمقراطية. فبرغم التحديات ومخاطرها التي تحيط ببلادنا، فإن شعبنا على يقين راسخ هو أيضاً بأن ذاكرته الوطنية وروابطه الاجتماعية المتنوعة وتاريخه العريق عوامل صمود وقدرة على تجاوز الأزمات. لكن دعوني أكون صريحاً معكم، لقد استهلكت في ليبيا العديد من النماذج والآليات التقليدية التي لم تواكب تعقيد المشهد السياسي والاجتماعي، وأثرت سلباً على ثقة الليبيين في المسارات المقترحة، وهو ما يحمل الجميع مسؤولية مشتركة لمراجعة الأساليب السابقة وتجنب الحلول المؤقتة والتفاهمات الضيقة التي لم تؤدي سوى إلى إطالة أمد الأزمة. نحن نؤمن إيمانا قاطعا أن أي حل لا يعيد ملكية المسار السياسي إلى الشعب الليبي ولا ينبع من إرادته الحرة هو حل معرض للتكرار العقيم والتجارب الفاشلة. وفي هذا السياق نطرح اليوم أمامكم رؤيتنا السياسية الواضحة والمبنية على 4 ركائز أساسية. أولاً، استعادة السيادة الوطنية الكاملة ورفض كل أشكال التدخل الأجنبي أياً كانت صيغته أو مبرراته. ثانياً، للوصول إلى توافق وطني جامع أدعو إلى عقد حوار وطني صادق وشامل يعقد داخل ليبيا بمشاركة كل الأطراف الفاعلة دون إقصاء. ثالثاً، توحيد المؤسسات السيادية وعلى رأسها مؤسسات الأمن والدفاع والمالية وفق آليات مهنية لا تخضع للاستقطاب أو المحاصصة. رابعاً، إنهاء المرحلة الانتقالية عبر قاعدة دستورية واضحة وانتخابات حرة وشفافة يختار فيها الليبيون من يحكمهم بإرادتهم دون وصاية أو فرض خارجي. السيدات والسادة، إننا وانطلاقاً من مسؤوليتنا السياسية ورغم التحديات استطعنا الحفاظ على أعلى درجات الاستقرار وتفادي الانزلاق نحو العنف والتأكيد على أن دماء الليبيين خط أحمر وأن وحدة التراب الليبي وسيادته ونسيجه الاجتماعي ليست محل مساومة. وقد التزمنا بتطبيق اتفاق وقف إطلاق النار الموقع في أكتوبر 2020 وأنشأنا لجنة الترتيبات الأمنية في العاصمة طرابلس تحت إشراف المباشر، مما أسهم في تعزيز الاستقرار الأمني وجعل المرحلة الراهنة من أكثر الفترات هدوءاً منذ سنوات. الحضور الكريم، الاقتصاد الليبي رغم ما يواجهه من تحديات يمتلك من المقومات ما يمكنه من لعب دور محوري في نهضة البلاد. لقد شكل غياب ميزانية موحدة والانقسام المؤسساتي عوائق حقيقية أمام التنمية. لذلك نؤكد دعمنا للمسار الاقتصادي عبر اللجنة المالية العليا بهدف توحيد الإنفاق العام وتعزيز مبادئ الشفافية والمساءلة وتكريس عدالة توزيع الثروة. السيدات والسادة، الهجرة غير الشرعية ليست مجرد قضية أمنية، بل هي تحدي إنساني ذو جذور اقتصادية عميقة. إننا نناشد المجتمع الدولي باتخاذ نهج تنموي شامل يرتكز على دعم البنية التحتية وخلق فرص عمل في دول المصدر بالشراكة مع الاتحاد الأفريقي بدلاً من المقاربات الأمنية الضيقة التي أثبتت فشلها. وقد عملنا في هذا الإطار على دعم مشاريع الربط الاقتصادي بين شمال أفريقيا وعمقها الجنوبي سعياً إلى خلق بيئة تنموية تغني الشباب عن الهجرة وتعيد التوازن الديمغرافي والاقتصادي في القارة الأفريقية. السيدات والسادة، إن موقفنا الثابت من القضية الفلسطينية ينبع من مبادئنا الإنسانية وعمقنا العربي والإسلامي، وبهذا ندين بأشر العبارات مواقف بعض الدول التي لا تزال تختبي خلف حياد غير أخلاقي اتجاه ما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني، لا سيما في قطاع غزة، من جرائم إبادة وانتهاك صارخ للقانون الدولي. لقد مرت 8 عقود على تأسيس الأمم المتحدة ولا يزال الشعب الفلسطيني يرزح تحت الاحتلال، ونحن نطالب بتحرك دولي مسؤول ينهي الاحتلال ويضمن الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني. الحضور الكريم، رغم كل ما مرت به ليبيا من صراعات وانقسامات، فإن الشعب الليبي لا يزال متمسكا بخياره الديمقراطي، مؤمنا أن دولة القانون والمؤسسات ليست حلما بل هي حق مشروع. لقد آن الأوان بأن ينظر العالم إلى ليبيا كقصة صمود وإرادة وطن يمتلك كل مقومات النجاح، تاريخا مشرفا، مجتمعا متماسكا، موارد واعدة، وشعبا حرا طامحا للسلام والديمقراطية والازدهار. فكما أن الديمقراطية خيار لنا، فالسلام والمصالحة قدرا محتوما في وجداننا، وهذا ما تؤكده تجاربنا التاريخية، أن قدرة شعبنا على الصفح والتسامح والإنصاف مثبتة تاريخيا، ففرص تجاوز الماضي وطي صفحاته فرص واسعة في ليبيا. والمصالحة الوطنية قبل أن تكون ضرورة لبناء الدولة هي إرث وطني نحتز به، وإننا نرى ليبيا المستقبل دولة مستقرة ذات سيادة، موحدة المؤسسات، قوية بشعبها، متصالحة مع ذاتها، منفتحة على العالم، وشريكا فاعلا في كل من محيطها الإقليمي والدولي. عاشت ليبيا واحدة مستقلة، وعاش شعبها حرا كريما، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
En nombre de la Asamblea agradezco al presidente del Consejo Presidencial del Estado de Libia. La Asamblea escuchará ahora un discurso del excelentísimo señor Duma Gideon Boko, presidente de la República de Botsuana. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a su excelencia, a quien invito a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we meet here today and this whole week in these hallowed precincts to remember the overwhelming gravity of the circumstances that gave birth to the United Nations, the ruins of war, a world poised to descend into further mayhem if courageous choices were not made. Leaders of great vision and courage stepped up. They realized that the charms and allurements of our unity trumped any tendencies to divide us, and from their conviction that humanity is better together, this institution was born. Their courage and fortitude merit our recurrent admiration. So I stand on this enchanted spot today to express my thanks and the gratitude of the people of Botswana to our forerunners and to all of you. We must recommit ourselves to the vision, peace, development, and human rights for all people in all nations. I stand here today in the composite capacity of citizen of Botswana and as an African. Yes, I am an African, stamp and root. For Botswana, the ideals of the United Nations are not abstractions. They are the foundation of our identity. Since our independence, we've sought to embody democratic governance, respect for the rule of law, including an international rule-based normative order, and the dignity of every human being. We reaffirm today our commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and to advancing equality, including the protection of indigenous peoples, women and youth within our borders and across our region. Yet we also acknowledge that the pursuit of justice is an arduous journey. My administration has pledged to reform and strengthen institutions, enhance transparency, and root out corruption. We do so not for accolades, but because our citizens deserve governments
that serve them with integrity. We are on a quest for integrity in African leadership. Excellencies, Botswana has been blessed with the gift of diamonds. For decades, this resource has financed schools, hospitals, and infrastructure. But today, we confront the fragility of that reliance. Diamond markets fluctuate. Our people's needs do not recede. Our vision is clear: to diversify our economy, empower our people, and create resilience. We invite global partners to invest in renewable energy, technology, sustainable agriculture, and value-added industries. We extend an open hand to businesses, innovators, and institutions ready to walk with us on this journey of transformation. Botswana is a semi-arid country. Our people know the meaning of drought. We know the anxiety of scarce water, of crops that wilt and wither under a relentless sun, of livelihoods eroded by forces beyond our control. Climate change is not a distant threat, it is a present reality. That is why I've joined the Global Center for Adaptation, because adaptation must be at the center of sustainable development. I call on this Assembly to scale up financing for climate adaptation. Let us invest in water infrastructure, early warning systems, and climate-smart agriculture. Let us ensure that the promise of the Paris Agreement is not confined to paper, but realized in the lives of farmers, of herders, and children across the global South. Earlier this year, Botswana faced an acute shortage of essential medicines. This crisis exposed not only the vulnerabilities of our supply chains, but the wider inequities of the global health system. Access to medicines is a human right, not a privilege. We call upon the United Nations, international financial institutions, and the private sector to work with us to build resilient health systems. Together, let us explore local production, regional supply hubs, and fairer mechanisms to ensure that no nation is left to face health emergencies alone. As an African, I stand here as one of the trumpet voices of Africa, a continent all too often treated with affable indifference. Africa's voice is not heard. This United Nations cannot be truly international. It cannot be truly together and will not be better until our continent, home to 1/5 of the population of the world, is afforded an equal voice at the highest body of this organization. Friends and partners in the Permanent Five, it is time to make good on your promise to a continent. Agree a permanent seat on the UN Security Council for Africa for 80 years, the only continent without one. I also appreciate the decision by Britain, Australia, Canada, and France, among others, to give heightened attention and consideration to the Palestinian crisis. The carnage in Gaza, it must prick our collective consciences. We stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in their pursuit of a home and of dignity. So too, we affirm our support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We urge all parties to stop the war and seek a peaceful resolution. Distinguished delegates, the theme of this General Assembly is better together. This is not a slogan, it is a truth. We are better together in combating pandemics, better together in adapting to climate change, better together in securing peace, and better together in ensuring that human dignity
is not a preserve of the few, but the inheritance of all. Let us therefore recommit ourselves to multilateralism, not as a matter of convenience, but as a matter of deep necessity. For none of us can weather the storms of this century alone. As Botswana looks to the future, we do so with humility, but also with determination. We stand ready to contribute, to partner, and to lead where we can. Together, let us ensure that when future generations mark 100 years of the United Nations, they will say of us, they were a generation that turned words into action, promises into progress, and hope into reality. I thank you. Thank you so very much.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al presidente de la República de Botsuana. La Asamblea escuchará ahora un discurso de la excelentísima señora Sylvanie Burton, presidenta del Commonwealth de Dominica. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a su excelencia, a quien invito a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Mabrika, I bring you greetings in my native Kalinago language, the language of the first people of the Caribbean, whom I am proud to call my ancestors. Madam President, on behalf of the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica, I am pleased to congratulate you, my fellow woman, on your appointment to guide the affairs of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, a responsibility for which you are eminently qualified. We wish you every success in your new role. Excellencies, I address you at a pivotal time in the history of this organization, and indeed of this world. I am reminded of the words of the famous British novelist Charles Dickens in his acclaimed novel, and I quote, "A Tale of Two Cities," end of quote. A novel set in a time of social upheaval, division, and transformation. I quote, "It was the best of times. It was the worst of times," end of quote. Although this novel was written over 160 years ago, these words remain relevant today. As we celebrate 80 years of the existence of the United Nations, we are living a tale of two worlds. For some, it is indeed the best of times. Strong economies, access to education, medicines, top-class healthcare, clean water, sanitation, and housing. They are at the frontier of the artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies with expanding digital infrastructure and rising standards of living. But for many, it remains the worst of times. Persistent poverty, growing hunger, displacement, instability, and war. Nations on the front lines of climate change, enduring the worst impacts and debt crises, not of their own making, but a price they pay for the excesses of others. Unfortunately, this is not fiction, but our shared reality. If we as the United Nations do not confront this duality, this inequality, we will write a catastrophe of our own. It bears restating that the UN was created 80 years ago to prevent wars, to promote peace and international cooperation, based on ideals of mutual respect, human rights, and the rule of law. It has championed multilateralism, recognizing that no one country has the answer for the world's problem, that the world is interconnected, and to maintain peace, we should operate a rules-based and not power-based approach. A Tale of Two Cities portrayed a society where the powerful live in luxury and the oppressed suffer in silence. We can take heed of the warning that we glean from Dickens' work, that injustice should not be ignored, that when powerful nations impose their will on the less powerful without accountability or regard for the rule of law, they plant seeds of discord and future unrest. What have the lessons taught us? What should we ask ourselves as we gather year after year in this chamber? Are we truly listening to the nations that take the podium every year to decry poverty, inequality, climate change, underdevelopment, and conflict? Do we have a system where resources and decision-making are truly being equitably shared, or are we instead operating a system where power protects itself? I am reminded of the old African proverb, and I quote, "When elephants fight, the grass gets trampled," end of quote. We, the small island developing states, we are the grass. In today's geopolitical landscape, we feel the brunt of the impact when global powers engage in political, economic, or military confrontation. Economic sanctions, trade restrictions, aid conditionalities, conflict, and wars, to name a few, affect global supply and the affordability, availability, and transportation of goods and materials. This significantly increases the cost of doing business and the prices of basic foods on our supermarket shelves, putting several goods out of the price range of many. Madam President, we have come here time and time again to advocate for fairness, to advocate for understanding, to advocate for change in respect of matters that concern our very viability as small nations, on matters that affect our very lives and livelihoods. A major area for us is the devastating impact of climate change on our nations. Yet, in climate negotiations, powerful nations still drag their feet. Polluters enjoy protection, and adaptation and mitigation efforts are underfunded. Meanwhile, our countries, which everyone accepts contribute the least to the climate crisis, continue to risk extinction from rising seas, extreme flooding, devastating storms, drought, amongst many other negative impacts of climate change. Madam President, how can this be fair? How can this be morally defensible? While we complain about these things, equally horrifying is the indiscriminate and deliberate loss of life that we see around the world from bombings, from induced hunger, from sanctioned violence and genocide. We do not have the power to prevent the storms and to bring the rains where there is drought, but we do have the power to limit further climate change and help countries adapt and mitigate its impact. So too, we have the power to end wars and not start new ones. We have to be willing to talk to each other, to empathize with each other. We should return to the founding principles of the United Nations. Wherever there is conflict, be it in the Horn of Africa, the Middle East and Southeast Asia, or sad to say, in the Caribbean, major powers engaging in geopolitical conflicts result in civilians becoming collateral damage, economies collapsing, increase in prices and instability. I want to emphasize here today that there is no place in the Caribbean for war. The Caribbean is a zone of peace. Any military conflict in the Caribbean will have significant negative impacts on the Caribbean and Latin America. There is a better way to resolve differences. We urge the powers that be to find another way. And so, Madam President, I return to our tale, where a man dismissed by society gives his life for another. Are the wealthiest nations willing to give up dominance for fairness, to make sacrifices to ensure justice, equity, and climate resilience for all? Will we choose compassion and empathy over control and indifference? Madam President, we stand in solidarity with the people of Haiti. We insist, like other CARICOM member states, that the current crisis being confronted by our sister CARICOM state in no way nullifies the entitlement of its people to the recognition of their sacred sovereignty and their right to be central in the search for a fair and durable peace in their country. The government of Dominica remains convinced that our sister CARICOM state, Haiti, faces major challenges today, in part because of the glorious contribution Haiti made to the quest for justice and freedom in our region and the world. Indeed, the current complexion of this august body would have been unimaginable without the heroic struggles of the Haitians. As such, the crisis in Haiti is much more than a Caribbean crisis, and its solution requires a united response and the support of the United Nations to resolve. My delegation unreservedly supports the position of CARICOM on the situation in Haiti, a position that rightly calls for a Haitian-led and owned transition process to bring across systematic changes for the benefit of the Haitian people. Let us provide them with all the support that they need. Nothing less is demanded of us. Madam President, the Commonwealth of Dominica is keen to underscore its commitment to advocating for unity, justice, peace, and the sustainable human development that they foster. In this regard, we continue to urge that the long-running, unjust, and illegal economic embargo against the people of Cuba be revoked. Maintaining this embargo is harmful, not only to the long-suffering people of Cuba, but also to the image and profile of its sponsors. Cuba, like every other country, has a right to its self-determination. Dominica continues to stand in solidarity with Cuba. The trade and economic embargo imposed against our brothers and sisters in Cuba continues to be of great concern to us in the Caribbean. Its lifting grows increasingly urgent. Therefore, the Commonwealth of Dominica once again joins its voices with the voices of the overwhelming majority of members of this global organization to call for the immediate lifting of trade restrictions and export bans imposed on the good people of Cuba. They are unjustified. They are unjustifiable. They belong to a bygone era. They should cease to exist. They fall, in our view, within the grand narrative of yet another Caribbean people's struggle for liberation. It is for these reasons that the government of Dominica strongly urges a radical reconsideration of these actions. Madam Speaker, our steadfast advocacy for respect for the United Nations norms of sovereignty and non-interference impels us as well to urge that the right of the government and people of Venezuela to resolve internal challenges without outside interference be respected. We renew our condemnation of the imposition of sanctions on Venezuela. The resulting hardship forced upon the people of Venezuela needs an immediate and complete end. We also call for restrained and strict adherence to the rule of law as it relates to the presence of U.S. military assets in the blue waters of the Caribbean Sea. The solution to conflict, to challenges, should never be aggression and war. We urge that all diplomatic efforts be pursued to respect the sovereignty of states, preserve the dignity of human life, and promote peace. Madam President, as we celebrate this 80th year of these United Nations under the theme, and I quote, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, end of quote, let it not be just mere words. Let it instead be a call for respect and adherence to a rules-based order that applies to all nations equally, weak and strong, not just when it is convenient to the most powerful. The UN arose out of the ashes of a world torn by devastating wars. Let us not return to those dark days, but instead be guided by law, diplomacy, and shared values. Let us reform the system where small and developing nations have a real seat at the table, that we may have the opportunity to influence decisions that shape global climate policy, security, and economic well-being for all. Let it be where we build solidarity and cooperation, and where power is exercised with humility, compassion, and restraint. Madam President, let the history books say that in this chamber, in our time, we chose a better path. In the words of Charles Dickens, and I quote, "It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done," end of quote. Let those words not only be the end of a novel, but also the beginning of a new era for us, the beginning of our collective resolve, where our actions are guided by the desire for true peace, by respect for others and the rule of law, for upholding the sanctity of human life, of ensuring true development and prosperity for all. Let us judge the strength of our global system, not by how loudly the elephants roar, but by how well we protect the grass beneath them. Excellencies, the challenges before us are too great and complex for any one nation to solve alone. We all need each other. So let us leave this hall committed to action, committed to partnership, and committed to each other. Because the truth is simple, yet profound. We are always stronger, wiser, and better together. Madam President, I look forward to the day when a woman leads this great institution as Secretary General, which to my mind would be a symbol of true equality. I thank you for the courtesy of your attention. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a la presidenta de Commonwealth de Dominica. La Asamblea escuchará ahora un discurso del excelentísimo señor Wesley Simina, presidente y jefe de gobierno de los Estados Federados de Micronesia. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a Su Excelencia, a quien invito a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my people of the Federal States of Micronesia, I am honored to extend our heartfelt national greeting, Gamorale, to you on this momentous celebration of the 80th session of the General Assembly. Congratulations, Madam President, on your election to preside over this distinguished assembly. Your leadership and insights will guide us moving forward. I also wish to commend the leadership of our outgoing president. At this time, I also want to express my gratitude to the Secretary General for his tireless and unwavering commitment in guiding our collective work. We are grateful for your dedication and efforts in keeping hope and cooperation alive across our global community. Madam President, Micronesia joins the United Nations in commemorating its 80th anniversary. This milestone calls on us to renew our collective commitment to strengthen multilateralism for the challenges ahead. Reiterating our commitment to multilateralism and inclusive reform, Micronesia emphasizes that any measures taken under the UN-80 initiative must reflect the delicate balance and unique vulnerabilities faced by small island developing states. It is paramount that structural adjustments must enhance, not limit our access to critical support and representation. We urge that reforms ensure the continued resilience, tailored assistance, and participatory voice of small island developing states in the evolving UN system, so that no one is left behind. Madam President, the climate crisis is not up for debate. We all know that. The only question now is whether we, as leaders, will act with the urgency it demands. The landmark ICJ's advisory opinion reminds us that climate action is not only a moral imperative, but also a legal one. It affirms that all states, particularly those who are parties to the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, must do their fair share to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and that major emitters carry the primary duty to act and keep 1.5 alive. It also underscores the obligations of developed countries to support the adaptation efforts of countries like mine, who live with the impacts of climate change every day. It confirms that not meeting these obligations can lead to legal consequences under international law. This points to the simple truth that at the core of this climate crisis lies the pursuit of justice, justice for the most vulnerable, justice for future generations, and justice for our shared planet. I call on the General Assembly to adopt a resolution endorsing the ICJ's opinion so that together we send an unmistakable signal that upholding climate obligations under international law is the shared duty of all nations. Pacific Island leaders have spoken with one voice in our recent Pacific Islands Forum communique. Methane mitigation must be a global priority, and methane mitigation across all sectors must be a core objective of every country. Cutting methane now could prevent 0.3 degrees Celsius of warming by the 2040s, slowing ocean heating and buying us time for long-term decarbonization. This is the only scalable near-term solution that can protect vulnerable nations and peoples today, while we build the future of clean energy tomorrow. The COP30 will be the first opportunity since the ICJ's advisory opinion for us to take ambitious and aggressive actions to put the world back on track for 1.5 degrees. There is no time to waste. After 3 decades of COPs, and now with the clearest pronouncement by the ICJ, let us get to work. Madam President, Micronesia remains committed to achieving an ambitious global agreement to end plastic pollution, including the marine environment. Micronesia actively participated in the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution. We are proud to have stood with over 100 countries, making clear that the pollution emitted from the full life cycles of plastics requires a full life cycle approach to address all pollutions from plastics, from the production and design stages all the way through the waste management and remediation. This pollution, including climate warming greenhouse gases and thousands of other toxic chemicals, severely impacts our health, our environment, and our economies. Despite the failure of the INC to produce a plastics treaty in Geneva, we are not giving up. The plastic pollution crisis is far too dire to ignore. Madam President, the year 2025 is an important year for the ocean. In June this year, the UN Ocean Conference adopted the Nice Ocean Action Agenda, a forward-looking document to guide us all. Also, as of today, there are 145 countries that have signed the PB&J agreement and 70 that have ratified. With this development, we are pleased that PB&J agreement will enter into force in 4 months. Micronesia is also participating in the related and critical work of the International Seabed Authority. Micronesia is following a precautionary approach to deep-sea mining. We emphasize the necessity of consolidating comprehensive knowledge, data, and scientific understanding of the marine environment and the impacts of deep-sea mining before any exploitation takes place. Additionally, it is crucial that all stakeholders, including adjacent coastal states, indigenous peoples, and local communities in the Pacific, are consulted and their perspectives considered before any exploitation occurs. In Micronesia, we have taken steps in preparation for exploration and possible exploitation in a responsible manner. We urge the ISA to finalize without further delay all relevant regulations, standards, and guidelines for its mining code prior to any exploitation, as failure to do so risks countries turning to alternative measures. Madam President, small island developing states face unique and heightened vulnerabilities to climate change shaped by geography and scale. Disaster risk reduction and resilience strategies must reflect these realities. That is why the multidimensional vulnerability index is so vital to us. It recognizes our economic, environmental, and social fragilities, and it ensures that support reflects genuine need, not just income levels. The MVI provides a fairer framework for allocating resources. Development partners must base their decisions or aid decisions on it, pairing it with traditional measures to better target climate and disaster support. Going forward, implementation demands three things: adoption by international bodies, continuous technical refinement, and strong commitment from partners to align financial and policy support with the vulnerabilities the MFI reveals. Only then can this tool deliver the resilience our small islands urgently need. Madam President, Micronesia continues to confront a high prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the persistence of emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, and rising mental health concerns. In response, we are reorienting our health systems around primary health care as the foundation for universal health coverage. We are investing in the rehabilitation of primary health care clinics, the development of our health workforce, and the use of telehealth to extend essential services to our most vulnerable and hard-to-reach populations. However, to realize the goal of universal health coverage, additional financial and technical support from the international community is indispensable. Madam President, gender equality and social inclusion are equally central to our development agenda. Our strategic development plan raises this at its core, with the objective of ensuring equal access to services, equitable participation, and opportunities for all our citizens to thrive. Madam President, peace and unity are the foundation of our nation. Our FSM Constitution, or Micronesian Constitution, reminds us that we must, and I quote, live together in peace and harmony, to preserve the heritage of the past and to protect the promise of the future, end quote. Today, as conflicts continue to unfold across the world, we hold hope that they may be resolved through leadership rooted in peace. In our region, while we uphold peace and unity as guiding values, we find ourselves navigating the geopolitical and geostrategic competition among major powers. As leaders of the Pacific Islands Forum, we recently adopted the Ocean of Peace Declaration at the 54th annual meeting in Honiara. In doing so, we affirmed that no single member state can face the growing threats to peace and security alone. We must act together as one Pacific family. Madam President, Micronesia co-sponsored the first ever UN resolution on AI alongside 120 member states. While AI holds great promise for economic development, it also carries the risk that must be carefully managed. The inclusive and constructive dialogue that shaped this resolution offers a model for future discussions, including those on peace, security, and the responsible military use of AI. As the digital world advances at an unprecedented pace, global cooperation is essential to ensure that AI systems remain safe, secure, and trustworthy. Micronesia, through our own cybersecurity efforts, is committed to developing national strategies and policies to safeguard our digital data and mitigate the risk of malicious attacks. Madam President, food and water security remain pressing challenges for Micronesia as fragile freshwater sources and climate extremes undermine agriculture, marine ecosystems, reduce yields of traditional crops, and increase reliance on costly, less nutritious imports. Compounding these challenges, just days ago, I was compelled to declare a national state of emergency due to an ongoing oil leak from a World War II sunken vessel in Jour Lagoon. This ship, together with more than 60 other wartime wrecks, has rested in our waters for nearly 80 years since the war's end. But now, these remnants of conflict pose new dangers as toxic oil seeps into our ocean, threatening our fisheries, coastal communities, and livelihoods. The scale of this crisis far exceeds Micronesia's capacity to address alone. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the war's end, we appeal to the international community to work with us in transforming this legacy of war into an opportunity for cooperation. Madam President, Micronesia again emphasizes the urgent need to address the current structure of the United Nations Security Council, which fails to represent the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. The exclusive nature of its permanent membership creates inequities and hampers effective responses to global crises. To enhance legitimacy and accountability, we must restructure the Council to include underrepresented voices, including Japan, India, Germany, Brazil, and the African continent. Such reforms would better reflect modern international dynamics and strengthen the Council's role in promoting peace and security. Madam President, 8 years ago, the United Nations was founded on a simple but enduring truth. Every nation, big or small, has a voice, a vote, and a role to play in shaping the world we share. Micronesia may be small, but our voice, our vote, and our place within the international community is committed to choosing that we are, in fact, better together. That truth must guide us still, because, big or small, every nation has the power to choose peace over conflict. Big or small, every nation has the power to choose peace over conflict. Big or small, every nation has the duty to protect our planet from harm. Big or small, every nation has the responsibility to defend justice and human dignity. Big or small, we always have been and always will be better together. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias al presidente y jefe de gobierno de los Estados Federados de Micronesia. La Asamblea escuchará un discurso del excelentísimo señor Taye Selassie Amde, presidente de la República Democrática Federal de Etiopía. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a su excelencia, a quien invito a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
ክብርት የጠቅላላ ጉባኤው ፕሬዝዳንት፣ የተከበሩ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉተሬሽ፣ ክቡራትና ክቡራን፣ ክብርት ፕሬዝዳንት አናሊና ቤርቦክ የ80ኛው ጠቅላላ ጉባኤ ፕሬዝዳንት ሆነው ስለተመረጡ ለእርሶና ለአገሮ ጀርመን ደስታዬን እየገለጽኩ ውጤታማ የሥራ ዘመን እንዲሆንልዎት እመኛለሁ። በተጨማሪም 79ኛው ጠቅላላ ጉባኤ ፕሬዝዳንት ክቡር ፊሊሞን ያንግ ስላሳዩት ከፍ ያለ አመራር ምስጋና አቀርብላቸዋለሁ። የተባበሩት መንግስታት መስራች የሆነችውን አገሬ ኢትዮጵያን ወክዬ በዚህ ታሪካዊና የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት 8ኛ 10 ዓመት መታሰቢያ በሆነው ጉባኤ ንግግር በማድረጌ የተሰማኝን ከፍ ያለ ክብር ለመግለጽ እወዳለሁ። Madam President, looking back on the 80 years of its existence, the United Nations has considerable achievement to celebrate. Our sacrifice for decolonization has left a lasting legacy on the global body, making it truly universal with the admission of newly independent states. Armed conflicts are prevented, humanitarian catastrophes are averted, and deadly pandemics successfully contained. Global cooperation under the framework of the Millennium and Sustainable Development Goals has resulted in a reduction of extreme poverty and paved the way for climate action. These achievements, however, cannot conceal the outstanding need for reform and revitalization. The most glaring one is the inequitable representation of states in the global security, political, and financial architecture. The United Nations must also overcome the systemic problems it suffers from a lack of impartiality, selectivity, and double standards. The emerging controversy over the fundamentals of the international system and the principles of the United Nations Charter is risking the very foundation of international cooperation. These trends should not be normalized or serve as a baseline in the determination of our standard and targets. We are also deeply concerned by isolationist policies, unprecedented military buildup, arms race, and the disturbing trend of retraction from development and climate commitments. These worrying trajectories are counterproductive to the collective progress of humanity and undermine the very premises of peaceful interstate relations. It is Ethiopia's conviction that the remedy lies within our reach. No state can single-handedly manage global challenges. We therefore call on fellow member states, especially developed countries that have historical responsibilities, to reverse recent downward trends and intensify efforts towards the collective public good of development and peace. Madam President, Ethiopia supports the peaceful resolution of all conflicts. The path of violence must yield to the power of diplomacy. We affirm our historic position on the right of the Palestinian people for self-determination. Direct negotiation among the warring parties is an immediate necessity. Humanitarian assistance must reach to all the people in need. This is not a political preference, but a moral imperative. As Ethiopia has pronounced in its position during the adoption of the resolutions on the two-state solution, the international community should join hands to end the vicious cycle of violence and stalemate in order to give peace a chance. We wish to underscore any proposed peace and reconstruction plan in the Middle East should not create complications to adjacent countries and regions. More than any time before, the United Nations is indeed called upon to face events that greatly exceeds its powers and capabilities. It was in 1949, at the fourth session of the General Assembly, the Ethiopian delegation forewarned the risks of ineffectiveness and intrusion into the mandates of the General Assembly. This was caused by the excessive number of bodies and mechanisms created. It is in this light that we see the ongoing reform process under the UN 80 initiative as an opportunity to preserve the mandate of the General Assembly by rectifying its dispersion to a multitude of other bodies. Ethiopia reiterates Africa's long-standing call that there should be more decentralization and deployment of institutional and financial capacity to the global south, especially to the African continent, where the United Nations has most of its programs. Madam President, Africa, guided by Agenda 2063, is advancing development as its preferred security policy. The continent is scoring a higher rate of economic growth. Domestic revenue mobilization is on the rise. Africa's climate action in renewable energy development, emission reduction, and afforestation is indeed unmatched in any other parts of the world. Efforts to enhance public welfare, combat transnational threats, and decrease inequality are being intensified. Despite these achievements, the global crisis continues to impact Africa's capabilities to deliver on development aspirations. Chief among this is the compounding debt crisis. In line with the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and civil outcome document, we emphasize the need to advance an ambitious agenda on development finance. Coercive measures and trade restrictions, in particular those targeting Africa, must be lifted immediately. More importantly, Ethiopia calls for a new global action for debt cancellation, restructuring, and suspension. Madam President, it is our view that the national security of states, especially those in the same region, is indivisible and interdependent. To this effect, we will intensify our efforts to combat global terrorists operating in our region. We call on the international community to extend the required support to the African Union peace missions, in particular the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia. Now is not the time to retreat from global action in combating terrorism. Furthermore, we reiterate our call for urgent action to reform the United Nations Security Council. Africa's representation in both categories of membership of the Council must be given priority. There is no shortcut or half solution to this long-standing pursuit for justice. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, I have the distinct pleasure to share with this august assembly recent milestones of great significance achieved by the people of the Nile River Basin. With entry into force of the agreement on the Nile River Basin Cooperative Framework, the Entebbe-based Nile River Basin Commission is nearing establishment. This year, we also celebrated another milestone. On the eve of the Ethiopian New Year, Ethiopia commissioned the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which transforms Ethiopia's renewable energy generation capacity. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, with an installed capacity of over 5,000 megawatts, signifies our commitment to clean energy for all. Its true meaning is found in the lives it transforms. The Renaissance Dam brings light to 60 million Ethiopians who currently lack access to any form of clean energy. It promises power to Ethiopia's energy demand, which grows by more than 20% every year. It is a symbol of liberation of millions of Ethiopian women and girls, freeing them from the back-breaking search for firewood. The dam will be instrumental in the attainment of all of the Sustainable Development Goals. It boosts our capability to provide clean water to our people who live under chronic shortage, create employment to our youth, and ensure food security. GERD also enhances regional connectivity. The overwhelming support and solidarity we received on the occasion of the inauguration inspired greater efforts to forge cooperation among the riparian countries of the Nile River Basin. Madam President, our Pan-African aspiration to break the vicious cycle of underdevelopment should bring our countries together to realize initiatives that will transform the lives of our people. The time is now to work towards Africa's true independence, driven by African agency and guided by the common destiny of our people. Ethiopia, with its second largest population in Africa and significant maritime trade, places high importance on the safety and security of maritime navigation in the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. We concur with the Secretary General's statement during the Awaza conference that no state should be locked out of opportunities for growth, finance, and technology due to geographical circumstance. The international law maxim that defines the high seas as a common heritage of mankind and guarantees equal right of access and use to all states must be brought to reality. In collaboration with other states, Ethiopia will work towards a comprehensive approach to ensure equal development and security for all states along the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. Ethiopia will also keep on advancing this legitimate policy objective through diplomacy and peaceful engagement. Madam President, in conclusion, I'm convinced the spirit, genius, and competence of humanity towards unity, justice, and collective well-being will triumph over the current atmosphere of rivalry and hopelessness. For its part, Ethiopia is firmly committed to upholding multilateralism centered on the Charter of the United Nations and to contributing to the maintenance of collective security and sustainable development. I thank you, Madam President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Antonio Costa, President of the European Council of the European Union. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhor Presidente, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the world faces a crucial choice. Do you want a rules-based international order that upholds multilateralism and the United Nations Charter, or a chaotic world based on unilateralism, violence, and disruption? The European Union knows where it stands. We are a project of peace, of reconciliation, of social justice. We are and will remain a steadfast defender of multilateralism, of the rules international-based order, and of the United Nations Charter. The alternative to this international rules-based order is a chaotic and violent world. As seen in Sudan, an unreported and devastating conflict with destruction of huge proportions, as seen in Gaza, as seen in Ukraine. In Gaza, where we witness an unimaginable suffering, children starving, families shattered, a humanitarian catastrophe that shocks the world's conscience. The use of starvation as a weapon of war is immoral and one that defies words. The European Union condemns terrorism in all its forms. The horrific attacks by Hamas cannot be forgotten. And we stand with Israel's right to security. Every country, every people have the right to live in security. The hostage must be released immediately. The Palestinian people have also the same right to security and to live in a viable state. A negotiated two-state solution is the only path to peace. Security for both peoples, dignity for both peoples, this is the solution we seek. The European Union has been an indispensable partner in the region. We are the largest provider of humanitarian aid to Palestinians. European funding has kept hospitals, schools, and institutions running. We have been, over the years, the largest supporter of the Palestinian Authority, supporting them in their reform agenda and in their efforts to ensure effective control of all the territory of Palestine. Dear friends, the European Union fully assumes its responsibilities, but we alone cannot stop this humanitarian catastrophe. Peace in the Middle East requires a collective response, and we need everyone to assume their responsibilities. We must act together and demand the unconditional release of all hostages, an immediate ceasefire, full and unimpeded humanitarian access, an end to illegal settlements, a renewed, credible commitment to a two-state solution. This was the strong message from the two-state conference hosted on Monday by France and Saudi Arabia, to which the European Union is fully committed. In Ukraine, a sovereign nation was brutally attacked by a permanent member of the Security Council, in clear violation of the United Nations Charter, a clear violation of sovereignty, territorial integrity, the respect of internationally recognized borders, and the right to choose its own destiny. Principles that bind all the members of the United Nations. This aggression threatens not only Ukraine, it threatens every nation in this Assembly. If we accept Russia's invasion of Ukraine, no country will ever be safe. There is only one root cause to this war: Russia's refusal to accept Ukraine's right to choose its own destiny. For over 3 years, this war has claimed innocent lives, destroyed cities, and fueled global insecurity. Our collective security is tied to Ukraine's resilience. The European Union stands firm in supporting Ukraine in their fight for a just and lasting peace, in their efforts to bring an end to the killing and Russia to the negotiation table, in their future reconstruction, in providing security guarantees to prevent future attacks, in their path to full membership in the European Union. We will continue to apply pressure on Russia to end this war. We call for meaningful negotiations and an immediate ceasefire and a just and lasting peace. This is not Ukraine's fight alone. It is a fight for the principles we all hold dear. Excellences, l'Union européenne est déterminée à bâtir un monde fondé sur les valeurs fondamentales que nous partageons avec les Nations Unies: la paix, les droits de l'homme et le développement durable. Les droits de l'homme sont le socle de la paix et de la stabilité mondiale. La protection sociale, le travail décent, l'égalité entre hommes et femmes, ainsi que la lutte contre la pauvreté ne sont pas facultatifs. Ce sont des garanties de la dignité humaine, de la stabilité sociale et d'une paix durable entre les nations. L'Union européenne défend la liberté, la démocratie et les droits de l'homme, des valeurs d'aujourd'hui menacées par la désinformation et l'utilisation abusive des technologies numériques. Nous avons besoin de normes mondiales, de transparence et de mécanismes de responsabilisation qui soient aussi dynamiques que les technologies que nous cherchons à encadrer, pour faire en sorte que les technologies numériques donne des moyens d'action aux citoyens et non aux autocrates ni aux nouveaux oligarques de la technologie. L'Union européenne défend une approche de l'intelligence artificielle centrée sur l'humain. Nous sommes à l'avant-garde du premier cadre réglementaire global pour une intelligence artificielle responsable. Et nous appelons à un niveau d'ambition équivalent à l'échelle internationale. En nous appuyant sur nos valeurs fondamentales, la dignité, la démocratie et l'état de droit. Excelencias, el cambio climático no son fake news. Es un hecho contrastado científicamente que afecta a nuestro presente y a nuestro futuro. La destrucción y los muertos provocados por incendios, inundaciones y huracanes no son invento, son algo muy real. Además, invertir en la descarbonización es clave para la soberanía energética de cada país, para la innovación y la competitividad de nuestras economías. Por eso, la Unión Europea asume plenamente los compromisos del Acuerdo de París. La reducción de las emisiones en un 55% de aquí a 2030 y la consecución de la neutralidad climática de aquí a 2050. Seguiremos fomentando de forma activa la protección de nuestros océanos, pulmones y salvavidas de nuestro planeta. Celebramos la ratificación del Tratado de Naciones Unidas sobre alta mar para salvaguardar la biodiversidad más allá de las jurisdicciones nacionales. El desarrollo sostenible también significa construir alianzas, no dependencias. Estamos a la cabeza de la lucha contra el cambio climático. A través del programa Global Gateway, la Unión Europea está movilizando 300.000 millones de euros de aquí hasta 2027 en inversiones sostenibles y de conectividad en todo el mundo. Una contribución decisiva para alcanzar los objetivos del desarrollo sostenible. Además, la Unión Europea, junto con sus Estados miembros, representa el 42% de la ayuda mundial al desarrollo. Somos los principales donantes de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, de UNICEF y del Programa de Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo. Lideramos y seguiremos liderando la solidaridad global, incluso en estos momentos de grandes restricciones financieras que afectan al sistema de Naciones Unidas. Por último, debemos avanzar en la reforma de la arquitectura financiera internacional, en la gestión de la deuda, para que sea más justa, más inclusiva y adaptada a los desafíos actuales, para que nos pueda ayudar también a cerrar la brecha de la financiación para el desarrollo, siguiendo el camino marcado por el compromiso de Sevilla. Excellencies, the European Union is a global partner. The European Union and its member states are staunch political supporters and the largest collective donors to the United Nations. As the pillar of the multilateral system, we are working closely with other regional partners. That is why we are building stronger trade and industrial partnerships across the globe. We are advancing deals with Mercosur, Mexico, India, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Thailand, not just to boost trade, but to increase global predictability and resilience. The trade and investment agenda, based on fairness, sustainability, digital innovation, labor rights, and climate alignment. Because trade deals, not tariffs, deliver real benefits for all countries, companies, and citizens. In the multipolar world, we are building a powerful global network of partnerships with Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, United States and Canada, the Arab world, Asia, and the Pacific, as well with our European neighbors. In today's multipolar world, there is no global south or global north. Both are plural. And the European Union will continue to work with all partners in the spirit of global solidarity and meaningful partnership. Because multipolarity needs an effective multilateral system, a rules-based international order under the United Nations Charter. And this commitment stems from our own history. Europe rebuilt itself from the ashes of World War II through peace, through reconciliation, and through integration. We know these principles work because they worked for us. At a time when international cooperation is being tested, the value of reliable partnerships has never been greater. The European Union is a reliable and predictable partner and stands firmly with the United Nations. We will defend its principles, support the reforms of the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, work to make the United Nations more inclusive, more representative, and more effective, with the UN 80 reform initiative and the implementation of the Pact for the Future. At a time when multilateralism is under threat, let me leave you with one simple promise. You can count on the European Union. Count on us to stand for peace, for multilateralism, for justice, for human dignity, for sustainability. The time has come to choose clearly: peace over war, law over force, accountability over impunity, solidarity over division, sustainability over crisis, justice over inequality. The European Union has no doubts about where we stand, and you cannot have any doubt about where we are. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Philip Isidore Mpongo, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this year we gather at a historic moment when we are commemorating 80 years since the founding of the UN, but in a somber mood. The theme of this general debate, that is better together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, reminds us that determined cooperation remains our best vehicle for addressing urgent global challenges of this century and beyond. Yet, we are faced with chaos in the form of unilateralism with arrogance, barbaric wars, persistent poverty, injustice, pandemics, as well as an impending climate catastrophe. As we mark 80 years of the UN, we are called to rekindle the vision of its founders, anchored on two pillars. First,
Nations can overcome difficulties and accomplish more when they work together in solidarity. Second, peace is humanity's truest desire, which we must seek and pursue relentlessly on the basis of international law. By contrast, war is undesirable. It is a senseless path to resolving conflicts on which everybody loses, and its bitter fruits include unspeakable loss of innocent lives, too many orphans, widows, and refugees, as well as wanton destruction. Yet the United Nations Charter has guided us through many challenges over the past 80 years, reminding us to uphold peace, justice, cooperation, and dialogue to resolve conflicts. Today, as the world faces new tests, we must therefore hold firmly to these same principles, for it is only by respecting and living by the Charter that we can honor the past and build a safer and better future for all of us. Excellencies, the past 8 decades also remind us that change is the only constant in our world. The challenges of today are not the same as those of yesterday, nor will they be the same tomorrow. Thus, for the UN to remain relevant and is true to its noble mission, it must embrace change. Tanzania welcomes the UN 80 reform initiative unveiled in March this year, which seeks to enhance efficiency across the UN system and strengthening effectiveness. My country stresses the importance of upholding the principles of transparency, equity, and objectivity in the process, so as to renew trust and foster inclusive global governance. We thank the Secretary General for engaging member states in this endeavor. Nevertheless, Tanzania reiterates Africa's position on redressing the continent's underrepresentation in the Security Council and calls for admission of at least 2 permanent seats for Africa with veto power, as articulated by the Zuluini Consensus. Tanzania also joined other countries of the Global South in demanding urgent and comprehensive reform of the global financial system. While we support the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development held in Seville, Spain this year, we renew the call for scaling up long-term concessional financing, revising sovereign credit rating frameworks, and rethinking debt sustainability assessments in order to unlock capital for investment in infrastructure, education, health, and climate adaptation. We reiterate our demand for increased voice and representation of Africa in the governance structures of the IMF and the World Bank. These noble demands have gone unheeded for a very long time and must be addressed now. Excellencies, SDGs remain our common plan for a better world. Yet, with only 5 years left before 2030, it has been established that over 80% of the targets are off track, with progress on more than half of the goals being weak and insufficient. The big elephant in the room, suffocating progress, is an estimated financing gap of $4 trillion per annum. Nevertheless, Tanzania remains committed and has made strides in implementing the 2030 agenda, with overall performance estimated at 60%. Examples include SDG 3, where maternal mortality declined from 750 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2000 to 104 in 2022. For SDG 6, access to clean and safe water increased in both rural and urban areas from 32% and 55% in 2000 to 79.9% and 94% respectively by 2024. On affordable clean energy, SDG 7, the number of villages connected to electricity increased from 8,587 in 2000 to 12,318 in 2024. Only 15 villages remain without electricity. However, significant challenges remain, especially on environmental sustainability, that is SDGs 13, 14, and 15. Going forward, we urge the international community to strengthen collective response to climate change, seizing the opportunity presented by COP30 in Belém, Brazil, prioritizing delivery on the pledges for climate action, including capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. We call for increased long-term concessional financing, technology transfer, and fairer trade terms to complement our zeal in domestic revenue mobilization, reversing capital flight, and pursuit of win-win partnerships in the exploitation of our natural resources. I am glad to inform the Assembly that in June 2025, we launched the Tanzania Vision 2050 that articulates our long-term development aspirations and dovetails quite well with the SDGs agenda. Excellencies, peace is not a bonus. It is a prerequisite for socio-economic development. We must therefore seek and pursue peace tirelessly. We commend the efforts of the UN Secretary General, world leaders, and organizations that are active in conflict mediation and resolution in countries and regions such as Eastern DRC, Sudan, Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East. As we commemorate the Beijing Plus 30 and celebrate the progress made in promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women, we call for full involvement of women in the quest for peace. In this regard, I must say Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the first woman president of Tanzania, has shown the way in articulating policies and actions that strengthen the role of women across all sectors of our society. Regionally and internationally, she has been a champion of peace, justice, security, and clean cooking. Tanzania, as a member of the African Union Peace and Security Council, and in our then role as chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation over the past year, actively contributed to peace initiatives and supported measures to prevent and resolve conflicts. In this spirit, Tanzania announces its candidacy for a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council for the term 2029-2030, reaffirming our commitment to global peace and security. Excellencies, Tanzania opposes the continued imposition and proliferation of unilateral coercive measures which undermine the principles of sovereign equality and peaceful coexistence enshrined in the UN Charter. Such measures, often applied without mandate of the Security Council, represent a form of economic aggression that disproportionately harms innocent civilians by depriving them of essential needs such as food, medicines, and capital goods. In this context, Tanzania reiterates its principled solidarity with nations, including Zimbabwe and Cuba, and the peoples who continue to endure the adverse effects of the long-standing economic embargo and sanctions. We stress that these embargoes and sanctions contravene international law. Similarly, Tanzania stands in solidarity with the people of Palestine and Sahrawi, who continue to be denied the fundamental rights of freedom, sovereignty, and self-determination. Tanzania also strongly condemns all forms of terrorism carried out within or across national borders. Madam President, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, In his last speech to the United Nations General Assembly prior to retirement in 1985, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, the founding president of my country, articulated the principle that, and I quote, "To be silent when we see danger, to refrain from attacking policies which are seen as contrary to the interests of peace and justice, to do these things would be to surrender our freedom and our dignity. That we shall never do." End of quote. Following the same principle, Tanzania considers unilateralism and misuse of military might, as well as shameful incapacity of the international community and global powers to bring an end to bloodshed and horrific wars raging in many places around the world, to be unacceptable. Similarly, Tanzania condemns the resurging use of the law of the jungle as a means of resolving conflicts, as well as committing atrocities that cast shame on the whole of humanity, particularly extreme violence against children, women, the sick, and the elderly in conflict situations, as well as imperial attitudes, including that of regarding Africa as a free mine to be exploited and ample land to be plundered. The hypocrisy and scandal of international companies, some of which are state-sponsored, to continue to prosper from the exploitation of Africa's natural wealth while causing or supporting conflicts, should be brought to an end now. Instead, Africa needs win-win partnerships in the exploitation of our natural wealth. Tanzania also reminds the international community that increased military spending on research and manufacture of weapons for money is tragic and morally wrong. It obstructs the quest for peace in the world and takes away an enormous amount of resources that could have been used to propel sustainable development and prosperity for all humanity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Jessica Rose Epelalupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
The President of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who could not be present personally on this and on whose behalf I am privileged to address this 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Madam President, let me begin by warmly congratulating you on your election as the President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Uganda assures you of its full support throughout your tenure, and I also extend our appreciation to His Excellency Philomen Yang for his capable leadership during the 79th session. We commend the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his continued commitment to the roles and responsibilities of the United Nations. This year marks 80 years since the founding of the United Nations, born out of the devastation of the Second World War, with the aim of preventing future wars and promoting global cooperation. This anniversary is timely and is a reminder of our shared responsibility to uphold multilateralism and strengthen global solidarity in addressing common challenges. The theme of this year's General Assembly, Better Together, resonates well with our national objectives. Uganda firmly believes that multilateralism remains an essential framework for building collective solutions to global problems. We reaffirm our commitment to the Charter of the United Nations as the cornerstone of multilateralism, international diplomacy, and cooperation with the global mechanisms to promote and support the intertwined values of humanity, namely peace and security, human rights, and shared prosperity. We are equally committed to fast-tracking the achievements of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development and implementation of the Pact for the Future. Madam President, Uganda continues to play an active role in advancing peace, stability, and security within our region, e.g. in Somalia, South Sudan, DRC, and the Sudan. Uganda remains committed to the peaceful resolution of regional conflicts. We remain the largest troop contributor to the African Union mission in Somalia since 2007, which has been succeeded by the African Union Transition Mission in Somalia, and now the African Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia. As a country, we have invested both human and financial resources in promoting peace and stability unreservedly. These efforts require reliable and predictable funding. We therefore call on the international community to commit adequate resources for peace building and peacekeeping missions to ensure that their sustainability, effectiveness, and success becomes a reality. In South Sudan, Uganda continues to support the peace process as one of the guarantors of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, contributing to efforts aimed at restoring stability and unity in the country. On the peace efforts in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda has been working with regional leaders on the Nairobi and Luanda processes aimed at finding a lasting solution, and we also remain supportive of other complementary efforts by the international community. Madam President, we urge greater international support for regionally led peace building and stabilization initiatives, recognizing them as vital foundations for inclusive and sustainable development. We also call for enhanced global cooperation in tackling the root causes of conflict, including inequality, climate change, pandemics, new technologies, transnational crime, and terrorism. Madam President, Uganda calls for the comprehensive reform of the United Nations Security Council to address the imbalance in its current configuration and make it more equitable, just, and democratic. We demand for Africa's representation on the Council as a special case, as a matter of urgency in both the permanent and non-permanent categories, in line with the common African position enshrined in the Eswatini Consensus and SATE Declaration. Africa must have 2 seats in the permanent category with all rights and privileges, and 2 additional seats in the non-permanent category. On the question of Palestine, we urge the international community to give renewed priority to the realization of the internationally endorsed 2-state solution. We appeal to the United Nations Security Council to play a decisive and just role in resolving the Palestinian issue, which is crucial for lasting peace in the Middle East and central to global peace and security. We join the international community in the long-lasting call to end the embargo on Cuba that has been tightened recently with unfair designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. Uganda is recognized globally for its progressive refugee policies. Madam President, we host the largest number of refugees in Africa, currently standing at 1.9 million. Uganda allocates land to refugees and integrates them into our national systems, sharing public services such as education and healthcare, etc. However, this model is under serious pressure due to declining international support amidst rising global geopolitical tensions. The drop in partner funding has strained our already limited resources, affecting both host communities and our ability to meet national development targets, including SDGs. Uganda remains committed to upholding its obligations, but we cannot do this alone, as it diverts vital resources from our national development needs. Madam President, we therefore urge the international community to meet its obligation and support host countries like Uganda. Refugee hosting should not become a debt burden. Uganda should not be expected to borrow money to care for displaced population fleeing conflict. Madam President, with just 5 years remaining to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, progress in many developing countries remains far off track. Bridging the estimated $4 trillion annual financing gap is crucial. The failure to mobilize adequate resources highlights the shortcomings of current international financial cooperation. We call on the international community to fully implement existing commitments, including the Sevilla Commitment, the 2015 Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the 208 Doha Declaration, and the 202 Monetary Consensus. These agreements provide a framework for enabling developing countries to expand their physical and policy space and drive balanced and inclusive development. Accelerating the SDGs requires renewed commitment to multilateralism, global solidarity, and the strengthening of international cooperation mechanisms to ensure that no one is left behind. Madam President, Uganda's commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights remains central to our national development agenda. Our Constitution guarantees civil and political rights, freedoms of association, assembly, and expression, and the right of every citizen to participate in democratic governance. Since the introduction of multi-party democracy, Ugandans have enjoyed regular, free, and fair elections at all levels in Uganda. Madam President, Uganda was the first country in the sub-Saharan Africa to introduce universal free primary education in 1987 and universal free secondary education in 2007, an endeavor which has enabled our children to attain basic education and has improved the literacy and numeracy levels in our country, and all the associated benefits and multiplier effects. Health remains at the core of our development strategy. Uganda is scaling up investments in primary health care and deploying digital health solutions to improve service delivery and accountability. Our HIV/AIDS response remains a global model of political will and community engagement. Under the Presidential Fast Track Initiative, Uganda has reduced HIV prevalence to 5.5%, achieved 96% treatment coverage among those diagnosed, and over 90% viral suppression. Madam President, as the current chair of NAM, Uganda is committed to advancing the principle of unity, peace, and solidarity among its members. We support stronger collaboration between NAM and the UN in promoting the interests of developing countries. In this context, we call for accelerated progress on the adoption of the long overdue Covenant on the Rights to Development. Uganda looks forward to welcoming honorable ministers of NAM member states and observers at the 19th Midterm Ministerial Conference scheduled to take place in Kampala between 15th and 16th October 2025. Madam President, as I conclude, the United Nations has stood as a pillar of development, a pillar of peace and human dignity for the last 8 decades. It remains indispensable. It would be impossible to imagine the world today without the United Nations. Uganda acknowledges the UN's many achievements, its legitimacy, convening power, and normative influence. Madam President, more must be done to adopt and adapt and strengthen multilateralism. We must redouble our efforts to uphold international cooperation and ensure that the United Nations system is reflective of the current realities and capable of addressing the intertwined global challenges of peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. Let us commit to leaving no one behind. Better together. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Dick Schoof, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, back in 1947, a 7-year-old boy, a Dutch boy called Dirk Sallemans, and his father made a long car journey to the German city of Cologne. When they arrived, Dirk couldn't believe his eyes. It was a shocking sight, he said in a recent newspaper interview. Rubble everywhere, people living in abject poverty, the entire city flattened by bombing. Today, almost 80 years later, those images are still seared in Dirk's memory, and that was precisely his father's intention. He wanted to show me what war can do to a city, Dirk recalled in the interview. At the same time, he added, we were also hearing radio reports about the establishment of the United Nations in New York, and all my father's hope was invested in that. When the interviewer asked what exactly the hope was based on, Dirk recalled the opening words of the United Nations Charter, we the peoples. And indeed, it is the peoples of the world, the people, who task their governments with saving them from war, human rights violations, and armed conflicts. We the peoples. It was those words on that day in Cologne that inspired Dirk Sallemans to embark on a career as a UN diplomat that spanned almost 30 years. And it is those same words, 80 years on from the UN Charter, that still remind him and us of that task. Of course, the world has changed dramatically since then, and unfortunately we must acknowledge that the mission, No More War, has failed. In fact, this year, even as we celebrate the United Nations 80th anniversary, we have heard it said that the UN can no longer justify its existence. Anyone who says that, however, has forgotten where we came from. Without the UN, there will be no disarmament treaties, no International Court of Justice, no climate agreements on sustainable development goals. Without the UN, which is often the only organization capable of supplying aid in the toughest places on the earth, millions of people would be deprived of food, clean water, and medical aid. Over the past 80 years, we've taken the UN's achievement for granted. We've neglected to look back on where we've come from and all the milestones we have achieved along the way. And although the situation right now might be especially difficult, I know this too. It has never been easy. Every achievement was preceded by the lengthy consultations. Countries were often at loggerheads, and sometimes it was tempting to throw in the towel. But that never happened. And the reason can only be that, despite our many differences, we all understand what's at stake. That's the context in which I view the increasingly frank debate on the UN future. Yes, the world has changed. Yes, international relations have changed. And yes, the way we work together has changed. But I believe that this can lead us to only one conclusion, that we must change with times. And that's exactly what we're doing through initiatives like UN80, which aims to enhance the UN's impact on the ground, simplify its structure, and forge stronger partnerships with other bodies, like international financial institutions, the private sector, and philanthropic organizations. Changing with the times also means making the most of today's opportunities. Earlier this week, I spoke with several UN youth representatives. They are growing up in a different time to you and me, with new concerns, but also new opportunities. We need their insights, not only because our decisions will affect their future, but above all, because they are the future. So if we are to move forward, we must work together by using AI and other technologies wherever possible. And the Kingdom of the Netherlands has already taken the lead on this by teaming up with donors and partners to explore new ways of boosting the efficiency and effectiveness of multilateral institutions. New ways, but not new principles. Because the guiding principles, as laid down in the UN Charter 80 years ago, remain unchanged. And today I'd like to reflect with you on the most important one of all, the protection of the international legal order. Back then, that inspired everything we stand for today, leading to a multilateral system of agreements and providing a powerful counterweight to the idea that might is right. In my part of the world, as well for a long time, but now we know that this is not a given. We've seen that in Ukraine, whose people have been suffering under Russian attacks for 3.5 years now. As Ukrainian troops continue fighting every day to protect their country, their families, and their right to self-determination, people in the areas occupied by Russia are enduring systematic oppression and grave human rights violations on a daily basis. We've seen several initiatives aimed at bringing peace closer since spring, such as the talks in Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the US. But peace still seems like a very distant prospect. Ukraine has adopted a constructive stand, but so far Russia has shown no real willingness to accept the US proposals. And in the meantime, the war of aggression and the suffering continue unabated. But in case you're thinking, there goes another European who only wants to talk about European problems, let me assure you, that is not the case. If the UN 80 years have taught us anything, it's that all the big issues are closely interlinked. As a kingdom of different countries in different parts of the world, we know that better than anyone. Take food security. In the European part of our kingdom, we are approaching the limits of what the earth can sustain, while the Caribbean part of the kingdom has seen how vulnerable people are when they're dependent on others for their food security. And there are those other matters that we hear far too little about, even though they give cause for grave concern. Just look at what's happening in Sudan. Since April 23, more than 150,000 people have been killed, and 14 million more have had to flee their homes. All trade routes and aid corridors have been cut off, so for the past year, humanitarian organizations have been unable to provide more aid. As a result, half the Sudanese population is living with the reality of food insecurity. And in parts of Darfur and Kordofan, a famine has been declared. This has to stop. The Netherlands, together with the EU and donor countries, is therefore calling on all the warring parties to respect international law and allow humanitarian aid to reach those who need it. The Netherlands will continue supporting these humanitarian efforts for Sudan, not only by working via the UN and the Red Cross, but also by giving 60 million euros to the Sudan Humanitarian Fund this year, and almost 7 million euros to the Dutch Relief Alliance in Sudan. As I've said, the horrors unfolding in Sudan have barely registered in the outside world. The same cannot be said of the horrors unfolding in Gaza. Every day, we see more heartbreaking images emerging from the region. Images we scarcely thought possible. Images that defy our understanding and even our faith in humanity. And there is only one appropriate response. This war, this suffering, must end now. That starts with the safe, independent and unlimited access of humanitarian aid for the suffering people of Gaza, including UN aid. And we will continue, at both national and European level, to urge the Israeli government to drastically change its course. The annexation of the West Bank and Gaza City is unacceptable, and we condemn any move in this direction. In addition, we are supporting the European Commission's proposal to restrict investment in Israeli companies that develop dual-use technologies, And we're also stating clearly that we want to suspend the EU-Israel Association Agreement, refuse goods from illegal settlements, and stop issuing export licenses for arms. At the same time, these actions must not obscure another truth. Hamas is a terrorist organization that must lay down its arms. There is no place for Hamas in the future governance of the Gaza Strip. What's more, the only route to a lasting peace is through negotiations that ultimately lead to a two-state solution. And with the signing of the New York Declaration in this high-level week, including by the Netherlands, we are taking a step on the path to a lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the end of my remarks, I realize, as I'm sure you do too, how much work still needs to be done. How many areas in which we, the UN, have fallen short. And how long we've waited to adapt to this changing world. So I understand that some of us may be tempted to give in to despair. And yet, we cannot allow that. Because 80 years ago, a Dutch boy stood hand in hand with his father amid the ruins of Cologne. And in that wasteland appeared a glimmer of hope, sparked by what happened here in New York. A glimmer of hope that inspired Dirk Salomons and his father, and the peoples of these United Nations. We, the peoples. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bart de Wever, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first time that I stand before you. I am 54 years old, which means that I was a teenager in the 1980s, when Ronald Reagan was president of this great country, a man that I admired and that I still admire. Today, I'm nostalgic of that time, because then I truly believed that the Western world was bound together by shared values and mutual respect. And I also believed that these values would eventually rule the entire world. Today, we are reminded of the Melian dialogue of the Greek historian Thucydides. He described how envoys from Athens forced the small neutral island of Melos to choose sides in the Peloponnesian War. If Melos refused, Athens would destroy it. Thucydides captured the brutal logic of power in one single sentence. The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. He may have been right about human nature, but that is not the world we want to live in today. Civilization means striving to be better than our basic instincts, to rise above them. The United Nations was born out of the most destructive war in human history to embody precisely that aspiration. And yet today, international organizations are under pressure. International law is under pressure. Respect for sovereignty is under pressure. Geopolitics often boil down to sheer ego politics, and I regret this deeply. That is why I stand before you today to advocate for a world anchored in mutual respect, a world of free and fair trade, a world of strong partnerships, respect and cooperation, a world based on international law, a world that tackles climate change, a world of peace, prosperity, and progress. The United Nations remain crucial in pursuing that ambition. The United Nations are far from perfect, and this is why we support the UN 80 reform agenda, because the challenges we face are immense. And I would like to highlight two domains in which we urgently need to move forward: our security and our prosperity. First, security. All who cherish freedom must work to build resilient and vigilant societies. We face new forms of imperialism, new military threats, and violent conflicts that destabilize entire regions. This is not the path we choose, but neither can we afford to be naive. Those who wish for peace must be prepared to defend it. That is why we stand firmly with Ukraine. We must erect a barrier against those who look at us the way the Athenians looked at Melos. Belgium is therefore assuming its full responsibility, investing more in defense. Together with our European partners, we are striving for greater integration of our armed forces and defense industry. At the same time, we must strengthen ties with all countries committed to peace and stability. We must also confront the rise of international organized crime. Criminals know no borders. Criminal networks exploit the gaps between police forces and legal systems. They fuel terrorism, human trafficking, and the illegal arms trade. But there is hope. Across Europe and in Latin America, I have witnessed a new willingness to deepen cooperation. And I am convinced that many African and Asian countries struggle with the same problems. Together we can make our societies open for business, but closed for crime. Because the security of our citizens must always remain our first responsibility. That is the first great challenge we must tackle. Another major challenge we face is to ensure as much prosperity as possible for as many people as possible. The world today is once again gripped by protectionism, and yet the evidence of history is clear. For over 2 centuries, free and fair trade has been the only true engine of progress. It has decimated extreme poverty. It has dramatically increased life expectancy. It has enabled medical breakthroughs that defeated once devastating diseases. Free and fair trade is the way forward. We must nurture it, and we must defend it. We must tear down trade barriers. We must allow our economies to grow across borders. We must stimulate productivity, strengthen labor markets, and invest in innovation. In short, we must create prosperity that is globally shared. And let us remember, prosperity engenders peace. Prosperity builds trust. Belgium stands ready to be your partner in this endeavor. Belgium is and will always remain open for business. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, let us not succumb to the harsh logic of Thucydides. Let us prove that the destiny of humankind is not to dominate or to suffer, but to cooperate and to prosper. This is and should always remain the mission of the United Nations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Allah Maye Halina, Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Chad. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, en raison des contraintes liées à l'agenda national, le maréchal Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République du Tchad et chef de l'État, qui a bien voulu prendre part à ces importantes assises des Nations Unies, n'a pu effectuer le déplacement de New York. Il tient à exprimer ses sincères regrets pour cette absence et me charge de vous livrer son message qui réaffirme l'attachement du Tchad au principe du multilatéralisme et de la souveraineté des peuples. J'ai donc l'insigne honneur de donner lecture devant cette auguste Assemblée du message du président de la République du Tchad, chef de l'État, et je cite: Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, permettez-moi à l'entame de mes propos rendre grâce à Dieu le Tout-Puissant, source de sagesse et de force qui nous a permis de nous réunir dans un esprit de dialogue pour nous pencher sur les défis de notre temps et de notre monde, au premier rang desquels les questions de développement, mais aussi les préoccupations de paix et de sécurité internationale. Je tiens à adresser toutes nos félicitations à Mme Annela Baerbock, présidente de la 80e session de l'Assemblée générale pour son élection, et l'assurer du plein soutien de mon pays dans l'accomplissement de son mandat. De même, je voudrais exprimer nos infinis remerciements à l'ambassadeur Philémon Yang, président sortant, pour sa brillante direction de la session précédente. Aussi, voudrais-je exprimer notre sincère appréciation et tout notre soutien au secrétaire général, M. Antonio Guterres, pour ses efforts inlassables en vue de maintenir haut le flambeau du multilatéralisme incarné par l'ONU, dont la mission, voire la raison d'être, se trouve mise à rude épreuve par de nombreux défis de l'heure qui ne cessent d'assaillir de tous les côtés ce socle commun de l'humanité. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, je me tiens devant cette auguste Assemblée avec le poids de l'histoire et la force d'une conviction profonde. L'Organisation des Nations Unies, 80 ans après sa naissance, dans la douleur de guerre, doit aujourd'hui renaître dans la vérité de nos espoirs. Le thème choisi cette année, Mieux ensemble 80 ans, est pour la paix, le développement et les droits de l'homme, est plus qu'une célébration. Il est une interpellation, une invitation à réexaminer le rôle, la pertinence et surtout la légitimité politique et morale de notre organisation commune. Il serait injuste de nier les mérites historiques de l'ONU. Elle a contribué à préserver la paix mondiale, encadrer la décolonisation, faire progresser les droits humains et offrir un cadre de coopération multilatérale. Néanmoins, il convient de souligner que 80 ans après sa création, l'ONU reste encore loin d'avoir accompli les objectifs qui lui sont assignés par la Charte. En dépit des avancées indéniables relevées si haut, force est de constater que l'ONU n'a jamais autant déçu, notamment en raison de son incapacité à arrêter les conflits meurtriers qui continuent à faire rage dans plusieurs parties du monde. En Afrique, en Asie, en Amérique du Sud, la défiance grandit. Parce que trop souvent, les décisions majeures de cette organisation semblent servir les intérêts de quelques grandes puissances au détriment des aspirations des pays du Sud. Parce que le Conseil de sécurité reste une structure figée, héritée de l'après-guerre, où l'Afrique, berceau de 5e de l'humanité, demeure exclue de toute représentation permanente. Parce que les mécanismes de sanction et d'intervention sont sélectifs et l'indignation semble parfois géographiquement conditionnée. Nous devons avoir le courage de le dire ici, sans détour. Les missions de maintien de la paix de l'ONU ont parfois failli à leurs promesses et à leurs devoirs. Que ce soit en Haïti, en République centrafricaine, en République démocratique du Congo ou encore au Mali, les casques bleus ont été, dans certains cas, accusés d'inaction, voire de comportements contraires aux principes de l'organisation qui l'incarne. Comment comprendre qu'au lieu de protéger, certains aient été complices de violations? Comment expliquer qu'après des décennies de présence, des conflits persistent et même s'aggravent? Ces échecs, parfois tragiques, érodent la légitimité de l'ONU sur le terrain et dans les cœurs. Il est impératif que les opérations de maintien de la paix soient réformées en profondeur, évaluées de façon transparente et recentrées sur leur mission fondamentale, protéger les populations civiles. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs, depuis plus de 7 décennies, le monde assiste impuissant à un drame humain et politique. Je vais parler du conflit israélo-palestinien. La situation à Gaza, marquée par des bombardements indiscriminés, des morts de civils par milliers et la destruction systématique d'infrastructures vitales, constitue un échec collectif de la communauté internationale. Il ne s'agit plus d'un conflit, il s'agit d'un scandale humanitaire et un défi moral sans précédent. La guerre larvée entre Israël et Iran, les tensions régionales et l'incapacité de l'ONU à imposer une solution durable mettent en péril non seulement la stabilité du Moyen-Orient, mais surtout la paix dans le monde. Tant que la justice n'aura pas triomphé à Jérusalem et à Gaza, il n'y aura pas la paix de conscience ici à New York. Tant que le droit international sera bafoué en Palestine, il sera affaibli partout ailleurs. Nous appelons, comme chaque année depuis des décennies, à la reconnaissance effective de l'État palestinien dans les frontières de 1967, la fin immédiate de colonisation illégale et une solution politique garantissant la coexistence des deux États viables, libres et sécurisés. À ce titre, mon pays se félicite de l'adoption à une très large majorité de la déclaration de New York sur la Palestine du 12 septembre 2025, qui constitue une avancée historique et une étape majeure dans la quête d'une paix juste, globale et durable au Proche-Orient. Notre devoir collectif à partir de cet instant est de transformer une forte déclaration en acte concret et faire de l'espérance du peuple palestinien une réalité. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, dans le monde du développement, l'ONU peine à susciter le grand sursaut collectif indispensable pour matérialiser la mise en œuvre des agendas internationaux, au premier rang desquels le programme 2030. À 5 ans de l'échéance fatidique, il va falloir mobiliser annuellement plus de 4 000 milliards de dollars pour combler le déficit de financement du développement dans les pays pauvres. À cet égard, l'engagement de ces villes constitue, à n'en point douter, la dernière chance pour passer de la parole à l'action en vue d'accélérer la mise en œuvre des ODD. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, qu'il s'agisse de la paix et de la sécurité internationale et du développement ou de l'action climatique, l'avenir du multilatéralisme auquel nous sommes tous attachés est mis véritablement en jeu. Il nous faudra pour cela un engagement sans faille, une détermination sans relâche et une action collective plus solidaire et vigoureuse dans la mise en œuvre des objectifs communs qu'on s'est fixés tels que l'agenda 2030, l'engagement de Séville, l'accord de Paris, le pacte pour l'avenir ou encore le plan d'action de Doha en faveur des paiements, le plan d'action d'Antigua et Barbuda pour les petits États insulaires en développement et le plan d'action d'Awaza en faveur des pays en développement sans littoral. Oui, la réussite de l'ONU sera aussi et surtout jaugée à l'aune de notre capacité collective à aider les pays vulnérables, tels que les pays africains et les pays en situation spéciale, à relever les défis afin que personne ne soit laissé de côté. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, en dépit des frustrations légitimes à l'égard de l'ONU, au vu des défis qui se démultiplient et qui se complexifient de jour en jour, il est également certain que jamais le monde n'a eu autant besoin de l'ONU et du multilatéralisme. Tant ces défis ne peuvent être appréhendés et traités qu'à travers la concertation, la coopération et l'action collective, les aspirations du peuple du monde à une vie paisible, une planète saine, des opportunités équitables pour l'accès au bien-être et la prospérité dans le respect des droits humains de tout un chacun, y compris à vivre dignement dans une société équitable et en sécurité, ne peuvent être pleinement assurées qu'à travers le multilatéralisme. C'est donc à juste titre que l'engouement suscité par le pacte pour l'avenir et l'engagement de Séville sont la traduction parfaite de cette soif pour l'ONU. Celle-ci n'a donc pas le droit de décevoir ou de trahir les aspirations des peuples du monde. Nous n'avons pas le droit de faire cavalier seul et briser l'élan collectif. Bien évidemment, nous sommes pleinement conscients des turbulences que traverse le monde en ce moment en raison de la montée de réflexes unilatéralistes et des tensions géopolitiques. Dans ce contexte que l'aide au développement connaît des coupes drastiques affectant considérablement les pays et les communautés les plus vulnérables, mais aussi frappant de plein fouet les opérations de tous les systèmes des Nations Unies. Des agences et entités de l'ONU ont cru devoir supprimer des services vitaux dont bénéficiaient les couches les plus vulnérables dans les pays et les contrées les plus fragiles. Des réfugiés, des femmes, des enfants, Des malades, notamment du sida, se sont retrouvés du jour au lendemain privés de soins ou de services sans lesquels leur vie est en danger. Toutefois, il importe de souligner l'absolue nécessité de préserver les acquis en procédant avec minutie dans l'exécution de cette réforme afin de ne pas finir par porter un coup fatal à ce que l'ONU a de plus noble, l'assistance aux plus vulnérables. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, la préservation et le renforcement du multilatéralisme que nous appelons de notre vœu passe également par la réforme tant attendue de la gouvernance mondiale. À cet égard, mon pays appelle à la mise en œuvre rapide de recommandations du pacte, notamment la réforme de l'architecture financière internationale et celle de l'ONU par l'amélioration des méthodes de travail et le renforcement de l'Assemblée générale, mais aussi et surtout la réforme du Conseil de sécurité dont l'urgence n'est plus à démontrer. Il va sans dire que s'il y a un organe qui cristallise toutes les frustrations, qui symbolise l'injustice, la politique des 2 poids 2 mesures et l'incapacité de l'ONU à répondre aux attentes des peuples, c'est bien le Conseil de sécurité. Il est inadmissible que l'Afrique, berceau de l'humanité, poumon démographique du monde et moteur stratégique du XXIe siècle, demeure marginalisée dans les hautes sphères de la gouvernance internationale. Cette exclusion n'est pas seulement une aberration politique, elle est une injustice historique. Elle doit être réparée sans délai. Depuis plusieurs années, l'Afrique revendique avec constance et dignité ce qui lui revient de droit. 2 sièges permanents au Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies, assortis du droit de veto conformément au consensus des Ulwani. Ce n'est ni une faveur, ni une concession, c'est une exigence de justice et de représentativité et de cohérence. Le monde ne peut prétendre à la paix, à l'équilibre et à la légitimité tant que plus d'1 milliard d'êtres humains sont tenus à l'écart de décisions vitales pour l'avenir de la planète. L'Afrique ne demande pas la permission, elle affirme sa voix, sa vision et sa conviction. En Afrique, beaucoup partagent malheureusement la conviction que le monde fait preuve d'une certaine indifférence face aux malheurs des Africains et le Conseil de sécurité ne fait qu'assurer le service minimum. Souvent, ces multiples réunions consacrées aux problèmes du continent restent sans grand impact sur la situation des populations. Les faits pouvant attester ce sentiment ne manquent pas. Par exemple, 14 ans se sont écoulés et la Libye se trouve toujours dans l'impasse politique et repoussant ainsi la paix aux calendes grecques. Au Soudan, les populations civiles sont abandonnées à leur triste sort parce que le Conseil de sécurité n'a pas su ou voulu assumer sa responsabilité en amenant les belligérants à une cessation des hostilités et à un règlement pacifique de leurs différends. Cette incapacité du Conseil des Nations Unies à jouer pleinement son rôle de garant de la paix et de la sécurité internationale est une raison de plus d'accélérer sans délai sa réforme pour l'adapter à la réalité du monde aujourd'hui et le rendre plus inclusif, plus représentatif, plus démocratique et donc plus efficace. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs, dans un monde en perpétuelle mutation, où les interdépendances se multiplient et les défis transcendent les frontières, mon pays, le Tchad, réaffirme du haut de cette tribune une vérité fondamentale. La souveraineté des États demeure le socle de l'ordre international. La souveraineté n'est ni un privilège, ni une concession. Elle est un droit inaliénable inscrit dans la Charte des Nations Unies, qui garantit à chaque peuple la maîtrise de son destin, la libre détermination de ses choix politiques, économiques et culturels et le respect de son identité propre. Dans le concert des nations, chaque État est une note singulière qui enrichit l'harmonie mondiale. Aucun ne doit être réduit au silence. Aucun ne doit être contraint à l'uniformité. La souveraineté est la condition même du dialogue, de la paix et de la justice internationale. C'est pourquoi nous appelons à une gouvernance mondiale plus équitable, où les États du Sud, les nations émergentes, les voix longtemps marginalisées puissent pleinement exercer leur droit à la parole, à la décision et à la dignité. L'Afrique exige sa place dans la gouvernance mondiale. Les Nations Unies ne peuvent plus se contenter d'aménagements politiques. Une refonte institutionnelle profonde et équitable s'impose. Madame la Présidente, mon pays, le Tchad, au cœur de l'Afrique, à la fois témoin et acteur pour la paix et la sécurité. Il est à la croisée de tous les défis contemporains, sécurité, humanitaire, climatique et aussi d'immenses espoirs de renaissance. Notre pays fait face à une menace persistante du terrorisme qui déstabilise la région du bassin du lac Tchad. Face à la secte Boko Haram, le Tchad n'a reçu aucun soutien extérieur et a dû affronter seul le poids de la lutte. Ce sacrifice du Tchad accompli souvent dans l'ingratitude témoigne de l'engagement de notre pays pour la paix et la sécurité sous-régionale. Il est temps que la communauté internationale reconnaisse cette réalité et s'engage résolument dans la lutte contre le terrorisme et le soutien à la paix en Afrique et au-delà. Au-delà de la sécurité, le Tchad fait face aux effets dramatiques de dérèglement climatique. Avancée du désert, sécheresse et catastrophes naturelles affectent notre sécurité alimentaire et compromettent notre développement. Nous appelons à une solidarité accrue pour l'accès équitable au financement, aux technologies vertes et aux vaccins indispensables pour bâtir des sociétés résilientes et justes. Dans ce contexte, il est urgent de renforcer les efforts de préservation de notre écosystème, notamment autour du bassin du lac Tchad, dont le rétrécissement menace directement la vie de millions de personnes. Le Tchad et bien des pays d'Afrique n'émettent presque pas de gaz à effet de serre, mais payent un lourd tribut à une crise qu'ils n'ont pas causée. C'est pourquoi nous appelons à une gouvernance mondiale plus équitable où l'Afrique exerce pleinement sa place légitime. Nous plaidons pour une justice climatique effective et un accès équitable au financement, aux technologies vertes et aux vaccins. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs, le Tchad est un pays connu. Le Tchad, ayant connu une histoire politique mouvementée et vivant dans un environnement sous-régional marqué par les crises, conflits et guerres, et constamment exposé au risque de ces fléaux, est sorti de cette transition la tête haute. Une fois de plus, notre pays a su déjouer les pronostics les plus pessimistes en menant à bon port sa transition dans un climat apaisé empreint de dialogue, d'ouverture large, qui a prévalu du début jusqu'à la fin de ce processus. Je tiens du haut de cette tribune à rendre grâce à Dieu et un hommage au peuple tchadien qui a rendu possible cette réussite inédite. Nous remercions nos partenaires, en particulier l'ONU, pour leur accompagnement déterminant. Grâce à cet appui multiforme, le Tchad a pu franchir une étape majeure vers la gouvernance démocratique. Je suis confiant que mes compatriotes continueront avec cet élan et ensemble, nous allons gagner le combat que nous avons engagé dans l'après-transition, à savoir poursuivre le dialogue et la réconciliation nationale, consolider la paix et l'unité nationale, défendre notre territoire et à relever le défi du développement socio-économique. Toutes ces actions sont ancrées dans le programme politique sur la base duquel j'ai été élu en mai 2024. Dans ce sillage, le gouvernement vient d'adopter le nouveau plan national de développement pour la période 2025-2030 intitulé Tchad Connexion 2030. Axé autour de 4 domaines d'intervention, le Tchad Connexion 2030 vise à opérer une mutation systémique et en profondeur de l'économie et de la société tchadienne. Enfin, de réaliser cet ambitieux programme, le Tchad prévoit de mobiliser 30 milliards de dollars US, dont 46 d'investissements attendus du secteur privé. Je voudrais profiter de cette tribune pour inviter tous nos partenaires à la table ronde de mobilisation des ressources prévue les 7 et 8 novembre 2025 à Abu Dhabi, aux Émirats arabes unis. En ce qui concerne la situation au Soudan, le Tchad exprime sa profonde préoccupation face à la guerre qui dévaste ce pays et qui affecte toute la région, avec des conséquences humanitaires, socio-économiques et environnementales et sécuritaires incalculables. Sur le plan humanitaire, par exemple, la situation à l'est du Tchad est alarmante. Mesdames et messieurs, l'impact de cette crise sur les populations hautes est également considérable. Aujourd'hui, le nombre total de réfugiés au Tchad, de Soudanais et de retournés ont atteint 2 millions de personnes, dont plus d'1,5 million sont arrivés depuis 2023. À l'est, à l'ouest, au sud, dans plusieurs villes et villages, les réfugiés soudanais, nigérians et camerounais dépassent la population locale, sans compter les milliers de personnes déplacées internes, malgré un coût environnemental et humanitaire écrasant. Par ce sens de devoir humanitaire et fraternel, nous continuerons d'ouvrir nos portes pour accueillir nos frères et sœurs soudanais en détresse fuyant les affres de la guerre. Mais nous ne pouvons supporter seuls le lourd fardeau de l'urgence humanitaire. J'en appelle une fois de plus à la communauté internationale pour venir en aide à ces personnes démunies et assister le Tchad en vue de faire face à ces défis. Sur le plan humanitaire, la poursuite des hostilités au Soudan ne fera que prolonger les souffrances des populations civiles soudanaises et aggraver la situation humanitaire dans les zones de combat ou dans les pays voisins tels que le Tchad, qui continue de voir affluer chaque jour les réfugiés. Le Tchad déplore que les nombreux appels à un cessez-le-feu n'aient pas été entendus et exhorte les parties à cesser immédiatement les hostilités, faciliter l'accès humanitaire et renouer le dialogue politique. Nous sommes convaincus que la crise actuelle au Soudan ne saurait être réglée par les armes, mais plutôt par la voie pacifique à travers un dialogue intersoudanais inclusif, en vue de parvenir à une paix durable. Le Tchad, qui observe une position de neutralité stricte et constante dans le conflit en cours au Soudan et qui a toujours soutenu les efforts de paix dans ce pays, réaffirme son attachement à la paix au Soudan et sa disponibilité à contribuer à toute initiative visant à promouvoir le dialogue entre les protagonistes pour mettre un terme à cette guerre qui n'a que trop duré. S'agissant de la situation en République centrafricaine, le Tchad se réjouit de la dynamique positive d'ancrage de la paix, de renforcement de la réconciliation nationale et de progrès socio-économiques en cours dans ce pays frère et voisin. Nous saluons la politique de la main tendue de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président Faustin Archange Touadéra, ayant permis le retour au bercail d'anciens rebelles grâce à la médiation que le Tchad a eu l'honneur de mener. Nous réaffirmons l'attachement du Tchad à la paix et à la stabilité en République centrafricaine, avec laquelle nous sommes liés par un destin commun et tenons à retirer notre disponibilité à ne ménager aucun effort en vue d'appuyer la paix et la réconciliation entre les frères centrafricains. Mesdames, Messieurs, distingués invités, au-delà de notre région, l'Afrique dans son ensemble demeure ce continent qui cristallise toutes les attentions, en prise avec les crises cycliques par endroits et marginalisé dans les instances de gouvernance mondiale. Si l'ONU veut survivre aux prochaines décennies, elle doit redevenir la maison des peuples, pas celle des puissants. Elle doit parler aux jeunes du Sahel, aux maires de Gaza, aux agriculteurs de l'Amazonie, aux déplacés du Soudan, aux réfugiés de l'Ukraine ou de Birmanie, avec une seule voix, celle de l'humanité partagée. Mieux ensemble, cela signifie reconnaître nos échecs pour mieux les surmonter. Mieux ensemble, c'est admettre que personne n'a le monopole de la vérité ni celui de la douleur. Mieux ensemble, c'est enfin bâtir un système international où chaque nation compte et où chaque vie humaine a la même valeur. Nous appelons l'ONU à retrouver son âme, sa parole et sa puissance morale. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs, le Tchad croit à la paix, le Tchad croit en l'ONU, mais plus encore, le Tchad croit à l'humanité, parce qu'il en est le berceau, parce que nous sommes convaincus qu'ensemble, unis dans la diversité, nous pouvons relever les défis de notre temps, changer le monde, partager les droits fondamentaux, faire prévaloir la paix et assurer un développement durable pour tous. Maréchal Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, Président de la République, chef de l'État. Je vous remercie pour votre bien aimable attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Chad. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Kamil El Tayeb Idris, the Transitional Prime Minister of the Republic of Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
السيدة أنالينا بيربوك رئيس الجمعية العامة، معالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب الفخامة الملوك، رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السادة الوزراء، السيدات والسادة رؤساء الوفود، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهنئ السيدة أنالينا بيربوك لانتخابها رئيساً للجمعية العامة للدورة 80، كما أهنئ السيد فيلمون بانك على رئاسة الجمعية العامة في دورتها السابقة، ونقدر حسن أدائه وجهوده المبذولة من أجل السلام. ونخص بالتقدير معالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش لجهوده الدورية والدؤوبة ومبادراته القيمة من أجل السلام والعدل وتحقيق أهداف ومبادئ الأمم المتحدة ودعمه لقضايا الدول النامية. ها أنا ذا أقف أمامكم اليوم باسم حكومة السودان المدنية أقف أمامكم اليوم باسم حكومة السودان المدنية وإنابة عن الشعب السوداني الأبي، ووفاء للعهد الذي قطعه فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح البرهان رئيس مجلس السيادة من داخل هذا المحفل الدولي المهم بتعيين رئيس وزراء مدني وبسلطات مستقلة، ترسيخاً لقيم الحكم المدني والانتقال الديمقراطي. I stand before you from the banks of the Nile, from the land where history runs as deep as the river itself, from where the deserts know the footprints of ancient kingdoms, ancient civilizations, and from where, in this present hour, the dust still carries the scent of war. Sudan has bled. Our villages and cities have fallen silent under the shadow of unprecedented war, unprecedented invasion in the history of mankind. Our children have known fear before they have known the meaning of life. And yet, amid the ashes of war, there is a unique pulse that refuses to die. It beats in the refugee's quiet prayer, in the farmer who plants, though he may never reap, and in the mother who sings her child to sleep beneath an open sky. From that pulse, distinguished leaders of the world, from that pulse, I share with you these words: أمل يتجدد في وحدتنا وقوة تكمن في سلمنا. Quiero decir también, Sudán es una gran civilización. Sus recursos son necesarios para todo el mundo. سيد الرئيس، إننا نشهد تحديات عظيمة ونواجه مخاطر تعصف بمبادئ الميثاق وتعددية الأطراف مع تهديد الاستقرار الإقليمي والدولي، بينما تتآكل قواعد القانون الدولي وتتفاقم جرائم الإبادة الجماعية والعدوان وتوظيف المرتزقة الأجانب لاحتلال أراضي الدول وذبح الشعوب ازدراءً بالميثاق وانتهاكاً للقانون الدولي كما يحدث الآن في بلادي. سيد الرئيس، ينبغي علينا بناء الثقة والتزام الشفافية وتعزيز دور الجمعية العامة والدبلوماسية الوقائية وحل النزاعات بالطرق السلمية، حيث يمكن تعزيز قدرات ودور الأمم المتحدة من خلال العمل الجماعي والتعاون الدولي المتعدد الأطراف، ويمكن الاستفادة من قوة الدفع الناتجة عن مبادرة الأمم المتحدة 80 ومخرجات قمة المستقبل والمؤتمرات الدولية الرئيسية. على الرغم من الإجماع والتوافق الدولي على عدم مشروعية العقوبات والتدابير القسرية الأحادية التي تنتهك قواعد القانون الدولي، يستمر فرض هذه العقوبات لأسباب سياسية، مما يهدد قيم وأواصر التعاون الدولي والعلاقات الدولية وحقوق الشعوب في التنمية والرفاهية والتمتع بحقوق الإنسان، وخصوصاً الدول النامية والدول الأقل نمواً. كما نشعر بالقلق من استغلال حقوق الإنسان سياسياً واتخاذها وسيلة للضغط على بلادنا دون النظر للجوانب الاقتصادية لحقوق الإنسان التي تتأثر بهذه العقوبات والتدابير الأحادية. وكذلك نجدد رفضنا القاطع لخطاب الكراهية والعنصرية والتطرف والإسلاموفوبيا وكافة أشكال التمييز والتعالي العرقي التي باتت تهدد الإنسانية بكليتها. سيد الرئيس، لقد تعرض شعب السودان خلال الأعوام الثلاث الماضية إلى مخاطر وتهديدات وجودية بفعل جرائم ميليشيا الدعم السريع المتمردة، إذ أجبر السودانيون على الخروج من ديارهم ووطنهم تحت وطأة القتل الممنهج والتعذيب والنهب والاغتصاب والإذلال والتدمير المتوحش لكل مقومات الحياة، وكل ذلك كان مقصوداً بحد ذاته ضمن مشروع متكامل للسيطرة على السودان ونهب ثرواته وتغيير ديموغرافية سكانه. إن الحفاظ على سيادة الدولة ومؤسساتها الوطنية الراسخة أولوية قصوى وقضية وجودية للشعب السوداني، وعليه فإن الانتقال المدني والتحول الديمقراطي تحت قيادة حكومة الأمل المدنية وإرساء السلام لن يتحقق بدون وجود وتقوية هذه المؤسسات الوطنية التي تحافظ على سيادة الدولة وسلامتها الإقليمية. على المجتمع الدولي، وأنتم قادة هذا المجتمع الدولي، وأنتم الأسرة الدولية بأكملها، على المجتمع الدولي العمل على وقف تدفقات الأسلحة الفتاكة المتطورة للميليشيا الإرهابية وإدانتها وتجريمها وتصنيفها مجموعة إرهابية ووقف تدفقات المرتزقة. إن انتهاك القرار 15/91 يهدد باستمرار الحرب وإطالة أمدها ومعاناة المدنيين، ويقلل من فرص التوصل للسلام، ويهدد سلامة ووحدة واستقرار السودان بل والمنطقة بأسرها. إن تحقيق السلام الشامل في السودان يتطلب مشاركة القوى السياسية السودانية وقطاعات الشعب السوداني في صنع القرار وتحديد مستقبله، لأنه صاحب المصلحة الحقيقية، وذلك بعيداً عن التدخلات أو التأثيرات الأجنبية أو الحلول الجزئية المتسرعة أو دعم التطرف السياسي العرقي الذي يخطط لتدمير السودان. نؤكد من هذا المنبر التزام حكومة السودان بخارطة الطريق والتي ساهم في وضعها لفيف من القوى الوطنية والمنظمات المدنية، والتي قدمناها للأمم المتحدة والوسطاء، وتتضمن وقف إطلاق النار مصحوباً بانسحاب ميليشيا الدعم السريع الإرهابية من المناطق والمدن التي تحتلها، ورفع الحصار عن مدينة الفاشر فوراً، ورفع الحصار عن مدينة الفاشر فوراً وما حولها تنفيذاً لقرار مجلس الأمن 27/36 الصادر منذ أكثر من عام. تخيلوا معي أن هذا القرار قد صدر من مجلس الأمن الدولي منذ أكثر من عام ولم يحدث شيء حتى انعقاد هذه المجموعة الدولية. هل هذا يعقل؟ تأملوا معي للحظة، يموت الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ بالتجويع والأسرة الدولية صامتة. كل هذه الإجراءات تشمل العودة الكريمة الآمنة للنازحين واللاجئين، وتسهيل وصول المساعدات الإنسانية للمحتاجين والمتضررين، ومواصلة العملية السياسية الانتقالية نحو الديمقراطية. وفي هذا الصدد قد تم اتخاذ خطوات متقدمة بالفعل لتنفيذ هذه الخارطة، حيث قمت بتشكيل حكومة مدنية من التكنوقراط، والتي ستنخرط في حوار وطني سوداني شامل لكل القوى السياسية والمجتمعية، كي تؤسس للوصول لانتخابات حرة ونزيهة، وتعمل للارتباط الإيجابي بالمجتمعين الإقليمي والدولي. وفي هذا الإطار التزمت الحكومة ولا تزال بتسهيل كافة الإجراءات لكل السودانيين بالمهاجر للعودة والانخراط في هذا الحوار التاريخي المهم. سيد الرئيس، إن من أولويات حكومة الأمل المدنية العمل على إنجاز الأهداف التي تتضمن تحقيق السلام كأولوية قصوى، وإقامة دولة القانون، ومحاربة الفقر والفساد بكافة أشكاله، وتفعيل العدالة الانتقالية والمحاسبة وعدم الإفلات من العقاب، وانتهاج سياسة خارجية متوازنة، والارتباط الإيجابي بالمنظمات الدولية والإقليمية، وتقديم الخدمات من كهرباء ومياه وأمن ومعاش، وتنشيط التنمية الريفية والاستشفاء الوطني، والإعداد للانتخابات القومية الشاملة بمراقبة إقليمية ودولية، والعمل على إزالة مخلفات الحرب والعودة إلى العاصمة القومية الخرطوم، وبدء جهود إعداد البناء والإعمار، ورفع كفاءة القطاع الصحي، ورفع معدل مشاركة النساء والشباب في الحوار الوطني من أجل السلام. السيد الرئيس، نؤكد التزام حكومة السودان بالقانون الدولي الإنساني، ولقد وضعت حكومة السودان خطة وطنية شاملة لحماية المدنيين قدمتها إلى مجلس الأمن والأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، غطت كافة جوانب الحماية بما في ذلك تشكيل آلية وطنية للحماية، وتسهيل وصول المساعدات الإنسانية، ودعم جهود الأمم المتحدة الإنسانية، وسيادة حكم القانون والمساءلة، والعمل على وقف انتشار السلاح، ومكافحة العنف ضد المرأة والأطفال، ومعالجة قضايا النازحين واللاجئين، وتحقيق السلام الشامل، فضلاً عن توقيع إطار التعاون مع الأمم المتحدة. في هذا الشأن تجدد الحكومة التزامها بتسهيل وحماية ومرور المساعدات الإنسانية عبر كافة المعابر المتفق عليها والتي حددتها حكومة السودان. إن استمرار الصمت الدولي حيال جرائم الميليشيا الإرهابية المتمردة وحصارها لمدينة الفاشر وغصفها لمعسكرات النازحين ودور العبادة والمؤسسات التعليمية ونهب الأسواق والممتلكات العامة والخاصة وتدمير المرافق الصحية في كافة أنحاء البلاد يعد تشجيعاً وضوءاً أخضراً لمواصلة جرائمها وانتكاهاتها. ستظل أبوابنا مفتوحة، ستظل أبوابنا مفتوحة مع الأمم المتحدة والمنظمات الدولية، وندعو المجتمع الدولي لدعم خيارات الشعب السوداني وحكومته المدنية، ودعم الحلول الإفريقية للنزاعات عبر الإرادة والملكية دون وصاية. سيد الرئيس، إن التدهور الخطير والتصعيد المتزايد وما آلت عليه الأوضاع في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، وخصوصاً الأوضاع الكارثية في فلسطين المحتلة وقطاع غزة، ينذر بعواقب وخيمة على المنطقة وعلى شعوبها. ونجدد قناعتنا بأنه لا استقرار ولا أمن في المنطقة إلا بحل عادل ودائم وشامل للقضية الفلسطينية، يمكن من قيام الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة ذات السيادة وعاصمتها القدس على حدود يونيو 1967 وفقاً للقرارات والشرعية الدولية. وفي هذا السياق ندين الهجوم الإسرائيلي السافر على سيادة دولة قطر الشقيقة الذي يهدد السلم والأمن الدوليين. Sans paix, il n'y a pas d'avenir. Sans paix, il n'y a pas d'avenir. السيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، we are fully supportive of peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development goals, without which there will be no lasting peace. However, let me say it clearly and openly, our sovereignty and territorial integrity are red lines. We will never give up. I promise you, we will never give up, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the Transitional Prime Minister of the Republic of Sudan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Américo de Oliveira dos Ramos, Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentíssima Senhora Presidente da 80ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Excelentíssimo Senhor Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, Suas Excelências, Chefes de Estado e de Governo, ilustres delegados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Permita-me, Excelências, expressar a profunda honra de dirigir-me a esta ilustre Assembleia em nome da República Democrática de São Tomé e Príncipe. No momento em que a comunidade internacional enfrenta desafios de uma complexidade sem precedentes, O lema desta 80ª sessão, Melhor Juntos, ressoa não apenas como um ideal, mas como uma necessidade imperativa para a humanidade e para o desenvolvimento e prosperidade coletivas. Nesta singela ocasião, expressamos a nossa solidariedade para com todas as nações que nos últimos meses enfrentam catástrofes naturais, conflitos e crises humanitárias. Falamos aqui não apenas de estatísticas, mas de vidas humanas concretas, de famílias desfeitas, de comunidades inteiras forçadas ao sofrimento. As vossas perdas são sentidas por todos nós e a vossa resiliência inspira-nos a redobrar os nossos esforços na busca de um mundo mais seguro e justo. De igual sorte, aproveito a oportunidade para felicitar calorosamente Vossa Excelência, Senhora Presidente Ana Helena Bock, pela sua eleição para presidir a esta augusta histórica sessão. A sua vasta experiência diplomática e o seu compromisso com o multilateralismo são garantias de uma liderança sábia e eficaz. Asseguro-lhe, Senhora Presidente, o pleno apoio de São Tomé e Príncipe no desempenho do seu mandato. De igual modo, felicito calorosamente o presidente cessante, Filemon Yang, pela muito bem-sucedida condução dos trabalhos durante a sessão anterior, que muito honrou o legado de todos que antecederam. Não poderia deixar de render uma justa homenagem ao secretário-geral António Guterres, cuja voz incansável e persistente na defesa da paz, dos direitos humanos e do desenvolvimento sustentável continua a ser uma bússola moral para a nossa organização. A sua liderança visionária tem contribuído para revitalizar as Nações Unidas e adaptá-las aos ingentes desafios do século XXI. Senhora Presidente, senhoras e senhores chefes de Estado e do Governo, São Tomé e Príncipe chega a esta Assembleia com uma mensagem de esperança e um apelo à ação. Nos últimos anos, o nosso país tem feito progressos notáveis na consolidação da democracia, na promoção da paz e na defesa dos direitos humanos. Somos um exemplo de que, mesmo com recursos limitados, é possível construir uma sociedade aberta e tolerante e semear esperança de um futuro melhor. A posição geográfica privilegiada de São Tomé e Príncipe no coração do Golfo da Guiné confere-nos uma responsabilidade acrescida na promoção da estabilidade e da segurança regionais. O nosso país tem procurado afirmar-se como um ponte natural entre a África continental, as comunidades insulares atlânticas, facilitando o diálogo, a cooperação e o intercâmbio cultural e econômico no combate à pirataria e na promoção de rotas comerciais seguras que beneficiam toda a comunidade internacional. O nosso percurso democrático, que se tornou uma referência na nossa sub-região, é marcado pela realização regular, nos termos da lei vigente, de eleições livres e transparentes, pela participação ativa dos atores políticos e da sociedade civil e pela garantia da liberdade de imprensa, pois acreditamos que a democracia é um pilar fundamental para o desenvolvimento sustentável e a paz duradoura. No plano interno, o Estado santomense tem assumido com responsabilidade processos de reforma no setor fiscal e econômico, da justiça e da administração pública, implementando políticas públicas que procuram melhorar os índices de desenvolvimento humano. Porém, reconhecemos que os progressos alcançados permanecem frágeis e sujeitos a constantes ameaças. Excelências, a recente graduação de São Tomé e Príncipe para a categoria de País de Desenvolvimento Médio, em dezembro de 2024, oitavo a alcançar tal marco, constitui, sem dúvida, um feito relevante e um justo reconhecimento dos esforços empreendidos pelo nosso povo. Esta graduação é fruto de conquistas concretas e mensuráveis que atestam o nosso progresso. Em 2020 e 2022, o rendimento nacional bruto per capita atingiu $2.271 americanos, superando significativamente o limiar da graduação fixado em $1.306. Concomitantemente, o nosso índice de desenvolvimento humano registrou uma evolução notável de 59,3 em 2002 para 91,4 em 2024, ultrapassando largamente o limiar estabelecido de 66 pontos. Estes indicadores refletem progressos em áreas fundamentais como a saúde, a educação e a estabilidade macroeconômica. Apesar disso, esta conquista, enquanto nos honra, coloca-nos perante novos e exigentes desafios que requerem respostas adequadas. É neste contexto que apelamos à comunidade internacional para que esta transição se faça de forma gradual e harmoniosa, acompanhada de um apoio contínuo e transformador, de modo a atingirmos progressos no sector econômico e produtivo, preservar os ganhos alcançados e assegurar que não sejam postos em causa as conquistas arduamente conquistadas. Alinhados com os nossos esforços de desenvolvimento, definimos uma visão e uma estratégia nacional de desenvolvimento sustentável 2026-2040, assente no turismo sustentável, que será apresentada no Fórum de Investimento programado para o mês de dezembro do corrente ano em Bruxelas. Aproveitamos esta nobre ocasião para apelar e convidar os nossos parceiros de desenvolvimento bilateral e multilateral para que participem ativamente neste importante evento, que representa uma oportunidade ímpar para estabelecer parcerias estratégicas duradouras. Este fórum constituirá uma plataforma privilegiada para apresentar os projetos prioritários nacionais, captar o investimento direto estrangeiro e consolidar alianças que permitam acelerar a nossa transição para uma economia verde e resiliente. A implementação dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, ODS, continua a ser a nossa principal prioridade. Apesar dos desafios, temos feito progressos significativos em áreas como a saúde, a educação e acesso à energia. No entanto, os efeitos da última crise sanitária mundial, bem como a crise econômica global no período imediato, daí recorrente, a diminuição de financiamento ao desenvolvimento, refletindo uma redução do sentimento de solidariedade, traduzindo-se em novas prioridades dos países doadores, têm contribuído para uma desaceleração desses objetivos, exigindo, por isso, um esforço conjunto e redobrado do nosso país. São Tomé e Príncipe mantém-se firmemente comprometido com a Agenda 2030. O nosso desempenho atual coloca-nos na 112ª posição entre 167 países, com uma pontuação de 64, o que reflete os grandes desafios que ainda enfrentamos, nomeadamente no Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável número 8, a saber, trabalho digno e crescimento econômico, o que revela a urgência de diversificação da nossa economia e criar mais oportunidades para a nossa juventude, pilar fundamental do nosso futuro. Estamos plenamente conscientes de que ainda temos um longo caminho a percorrer. Reconhecemos com satisfação o nosso melhor desempenho no Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável número 14, Vida na Água, que constitui um reflexo tangível do nosso compromisso inabalável com a proteção marinha e a gestão sustentável dos recursos oceânicos. Excelências, São Tomé e Príncipe reafirma o seu compromisso com a biosfera e a proteção da biodiversidade, promovendo políticas públicas de preservação e uso sustentável de recursos naturais. Assinalamos igualmente a conclusão da presidência rotativa de São Tomé e Príncipe na Comunidade de Países de Língua Portuguesa, CPLP, exercida sob o lema Juventude e Sustentabilidade, que refletiu a nossa visão de futuro assente na inclusão, no empoderamento dos jovens e na responsabilidade coletiva de proteger o ambiente. São Tomé e Príncipe orgulha-se de ser pioneiro na conservação da biodiversidade global, tendo a Ilha do Príncipe sido reconhecida pela Unesco desde 2010 como Reserva Mundial da Biosfera, distinção que certifica a excepcionalidade dos nossos ecossistemas e o nosso compromisso exemplar para a preservação ambiental. Aguardamos com igual expectativa a conclusão do processo em curso, que deverá designar no âmbito do 5º Congresso Mundial das Reservas da Biosfera, a ilha de São Tomé como reserva mundial da biosfera e a criação de 8 áreas marinhas protegidas. Estas iniciativas, uma vez concretizadas, irão conferir a São Tomé e Príncipe o estatuto do primeiro país no mundo a ter a totalidade do seu território nacional classificado como reserva da biosfera mundial e amplas zonas protegidas de biodiversidade marinha, representando um marco sem precedentes na história da conservação global e posicionamento do nosso arquipélago como laboratório vivo de sustentabilidade e modelo de referência mundial para pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento. Aproveito ainda para destacar a decisão da Comunidade Econômica dos Estados da África Central de instalar em São Tomé e Príncipe a sede regional dedicada à economia azul. Esta iniciativa traduz a nossa visão de um desenvolvimento sustentável que concilia o crescimento econômico com a preservação dos ecossistemas marinhos, patrimônio vital para a humanidade. Senhoras e senhores, como pequeno Estado insular em desenvolvimento, enfrentamos uma das maiores injustiças do nosso tempo. Somos as principais vítimas dos efeitos das mudanças climáticas, apesar de não contribuirmos para este flagelo global. As nossas emissões de gases com efeito de estufa são praticamente insignificantes à escala mundial, mas sofremos com as chuvas, enxurradas, destruição de infraestruturas, deslocamento da população e problemas sociais decorrentes de mudanças climáticas, fruto de ações pouco responsáveis dos grandes poluidores. Face a essa realidade, precisamos de novas abordagens sobre os mecanismos de financiamento que incorporem critérios de vulnerabilidade multidimensional, que integrem riscos ambientais, climáticos e estruturais, que não se limitem ao rendimento per capita. Instrumentos financeiros mais previsíveis e acessíveis com condições concessionais, taxas de juros reduzidas e prazos de amortização compatíveis com a nossa capacidade real de pagamento. E procedimentos simplificados de acesso a fundos climáticos multilaterais, nomeadamente ao Fundo Verde para o Clima e ao Fundo de Adaptação, cuja complexidade administrativa atualmente exclui os países com menor capacidade institucional. Estas reformas são essenciais para assegurar que o financiamento internacional se traduz em resiliência concreta e desenvolvimento sustentável para os pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento. Excelências, o desenvolvimento precisa de um contexto de paz e de segurança. Assistimos com profunda preocupação à proliferação de conflitos em diversas regiões do mundo, desde a Ucrânia ao Sudão, passando pelo Sahel, pelos Grandes Lagos e o Corno da África, que tem causado um sofrimento humano incomensurável e comprometendo os esforços de desenvolvimento naquelas regiões do continente. Nesse sentido, somos pela resolução pacífica de todos esses conflitos, porque só o calar das armas permite um clima em que se possa falar de um futuro melhor, com paz e desenvolvimento para todos esses povos e países. São Tomé e Príncipe condena veementemente todas as formas de violência e agressão. Somos pelo respeito integral do direito internacional e da Carta das Nações Unidas. Reiteramos o nosso apelo a uma solução pacífica e duradoura para o conflito israelo-palestiniano, baseado na coexistência de dois Estados com fronteiras seguras e internacionalmente reconhecidas. Apelamos à comunidade internacional para que intensifique o apoio às iniciativas africanas de paz e segurança, respeitando sempre a liderança e as soluções endógenas. São Tomé e Príncipe reafirma solenemente o seu compromisso inabalável com os princípios fundamentais de não ingerência nos assuntos internos dos Estados soberanos e do respeito pela integridade territorial, pilares essenciais do direito internacional e da Carta das Nações Unidas. São Tomé e Príncipe manifesta igualmente a sua profunda preocupação pela persistente inobservância dos apelos pela comunidade internacional para o levantamento das medidas restritivas econômicas, financeiras e comerciais imposta à República de Cuba. Observamos com inquietação o agravamento destas políticas através de novas medidas de efeito extraterritorial que comprometem a economia cubana e afetam o seu resiliente povo. Do ponto de vista interno, estamos empenhados na consolidação da paz e da estabilidade, condições essenciais para o nosso progresso. A esse propósito, encontra-se em curso uma reforma do sistema de segurança e defesa, orientada para a modernização institucional, a capacitação técnica e a construção de um setor mais eficaz, transparente e resiliente numa lógica preventiva de conflitos. Contudo, trata-se de um processo exigente que requer a cooperação dos nossos parceiros internacionais, tanto no plano técnico como financeiro, para garantir o seu sucesso. Distintos presentes. Para enfrentar esses desafios, precisamos de uma Organização das Nações Unidas revitalizada, mais ágil e mais representativa da diversidade do mundo atual. Apoiamos a reforma do Conselho de Segurança para que reflita as realidades geopolíticas do século XXI e que inclua pelo menos um assento permanente para o continente africano. É igualmente crucial reduzir a burocracia dentro do sistema das Nações Unidas para que a nossa organização possa responder de forma mais rápida e eficaz às crises globais. Precisamos de uma ONU que esteja mais próxima das pessoas, que seja mais transparente e inclusiva nas suas decisões e mais responsável pelos resultados. Questões transversais como o empoderamento das mulheres e o multilinguismo devem estar no centro desta reforma. São Tomé e Príncipe tem feito progressos significativos na promoção da igualdade de género com mulheres, ocupando posições de liderança no governo, no parlamento, na magistratura e no setor privado. Não podemos construir um futuro sustentável sem a plena participação das mulheres em todos os níveis de decisão. As mulheres santomenses são pilares da nossa sociedade, líder nas nossas comunidades e agentes de mudança nas suas famílias. Senhora Presidente, ao concluir, gostaria de reiterar o compromisso inabalável de São Tomé e Príncipe com o multilateralismo. No mundo cada vez mais polarizado, acreditamos que a cooperação e a solidariedade são únicas armas capazes de vencer os desafios que nos ameaçam a todos. Como uma pequena ilha, temos uma voz modesta, mas carregamos uma mensagem de grande significado para o mundo. A nossa força reside na unidade dos povos e na capacidade de convergir nos esforços em prol de um destino comum. Nossa esperança é alimentada pela convicção de que unidos podemos construir um futuro mais justo, sustentável e harmonioso para todos, e da nossa vontade de sermos de facto melhores juntos. Neste espírito, não poderia deixar de felicitar as Nações Unidas pela ocasião do seu 80º aniversário. 8 décadas de serviço incansável à paz, à dignidade humana e ao desenvolvimento sustentável fazem dessa organização um símbolo de esperança para toda a humanidade. Reafirmamos, pois, a nossa confiança no papel central da ONU como pilar do multilateralismo e renovamos o nosso compromisso de continuar a caminhar lado a lado para que todos os povos possam viver em paz, com justiça e prosperidade. Gostaria de exprimir, neste momento solene, os mais sinceros agradecimentos a todos os parceiros de cooperação com os quais São Tomé e Príncipe tem o privilégio de colaborar. Destaco aqui, em particular, o apoio das Nações Unidas, das suas diversas agências, cuja contribuição tem sido determinante para o fortalecimento institucional e para a melhoria das condições de vida do povo de São Tomé. A nossa gratidão estende-se igualmente aos parceiros bilaterais, multilaterais e regionais, cuja solidariedade tem permitido ao nosso país superar desafios estruturais e avançar no caminho do progresso. São Tomé e Príncipe continuará a ser uma voz ativa e dar a sua contribuição nas matérias da agenda internacional, a advogar pela democracia e paz, pela justiça e igualdade, pelo desenvolvimento sustentável e por um futuro próspero e compartilhado, centrado nas pessoas e no bem da humanidade. Juntos podemos construir um mundo onde nenhuma criança, jovens, mulheres e idosos tenham fome e sejam vítimas de violência, onde nenhuma família tema as mudanças climáticas e onde todos os povos possam viver em paz, com dignidade e felicidade. Muito obrigado.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. I now give the floor to His Excellency David Lammy, Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice and Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Well, thank you, President, Your Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. Having witnessed the United Nations work throughout his life, His Majesty the King has asked me to offer a personal message of his congratulations to the UN on its 80th anniversary. The United Nations is a powerful testament to our collective determination for a better world. The King recalls that on the eve of the first UN General Assembly, His Majesty's grandfather, King George VI, told the delegates gathered in London, "In the long course of our history, no more important meeting has ever taken place within its boundaries. Millions of people across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the wider international community share the view that the UN's founding principles and the work of its organizations remain essential, particularly as the world must face new and pressing challenges. Let us affirm these principles as the United Nations responds to today's reality and evolves for tomorrow's challenges." My friends, today I echo His Majesty's sentiments, and I join him in celebrating the remarkable institution's proud 80 years as we reaffirm our historic commitment to the United Nations. We must face the challenges of the present. A present in which we in the United Kingdom do not stand up for one nation's rights whilst ignoring others, but act resolutely with the Charter as our compass. This is why I want to address directly the Israeli-Palestinian tragedy. What is happening in Gaza is indefensible. It is inhumane. It is utterly unjustifiable, and it must end now. The people of Palestine, whose state we proudly recognize this week, and the people of Israel deserve better than the horrific acts by Hamas on October the 7th that left children without their parents and parents without their children. Better than the torment of families waiting desperately for the return of their loved ones from the most barbaric captivity. Better than the fanatical rule by Hamas, a vile, pitiless terrorist organization that must have no future in Gaza. Better than Israel's denial of life-saving humanitarian aid and the catastrophic famine that it has caused. As Israel escalates its military operations and displaces Palestinian families again and again and again, there can be no answer to these horrors but concerted diplomatic action to keep the hope of peace alive. As we work with leaders from across the region and beyond in support of the US's efforts to build a consensus around a durable plan for peace. We commend the momentum achieved by the United States, Arab and Muslim states. Annexation must be prevented, a process for peace advanced, and this terrible, terrible war ended. There can be no answer except for the hostages out now, aid in now, and a ceasefire now. And I vow to you that we will not rest until this day has come, and there are two states living side by side in peace and security. Friends, we stand with Palestine because we believe in the values of the UN Charter, in equal rights, self-determination, and the dignity of all peoples. We stand with Ukraine because we must defend the core values of the UN Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the respect for international law. And because the world will suffer if aggression is allowed to pay. We must all strive for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, which maintains the integrity of our UN Charter and sees Ukraine emerge from Russia's brutal war as a sovereign, secure, and independent nation. President Zelensky has shown his commitment to that peace at every turn, while President Putin savagely rains down ever more missiles and drones on the Ukrainian people. Our message to Ukraine is clear. We will stand with you today, tomorrow, and 100 years from now. We also stand with the people of Sudan because we never forget the values of the UN Charter, of human rights, and the pursuit of peace for all men and women. This is a conflict waged against Sudan's civilian population, millions displaced, more facing famine. As I speak, the long-besieged city of El Fasher is falling, its people facing unspeakable atrocities. The people of El Fasher and all across Sudan need the international community to come together to make renewed efforts to achieve peace and allow aid to reach those who desperately need it now. We do all this with our charter as our guide, in the name of the equal rights of men and women and nations large and small. The United Nations and its reform are vital because we need our United Nations more than ever to confront these tragedies and to face our historic opportunity as we are living through a moment of revelation. A new technological frontier is coming into view. We are entering a bracing new era of promise, power, and potential. You know, my friends, to live through the Industrial Revolution was to see the first iron bridges that mankind had made, the first railways, the first smokestacks. And to live today through the technological revolution as we are, it is to witness the coming of the internet, the spread of smartphones, and now the dawn of super powerful AI. This is a lightning strike of change, a technological revolution which our leading scientists think could only be compared to the Industrial Revolution, compressed into a decade. This is a moment of truth for us, our institutions, and our ability to work together. And I believe we must act. I see promise on this technological frontier, AI is the most powerful new lever we have to advance the Charter's vision of social progress, better standards of life. This is why it is at the very heart of my own country's growth plan. I believe that by embracing artificial intelligence, we can all build better businesses. We can better fight crime. Look, for example, at dirty money. By spotting fraud in real time, we can crack down on illicit finance, a fight we will lead at a UK-hosted summit next year. And AI is not hypothetically making lives better, it is already saving them. At Imperial College, a new AI stethoscope detects major heart conditions in seconds. In our National Health Service, AI mammogram trials double the speed of diagnosis. And AI research tools are unlocking new drug combos to fight cancer. On the horizon, the promise of fusion power, powering limitless servers through quantum computing, enabling ever stronger AI, could unleash ever more advanced biotech. This is the defining opportunity of our generation, and we must run towards it with hope. I believe in this promise. I believe in our UN values, which is why this promise must now be shared. We are witnessing a truly historic surge in investment in AI. This investment promises outstanding productivity gains, and with it, growth of historic proportions. Yet while this promise may well be diffuse, for now it remains concentrated. But there's not just possibility on the technological frontier. There are profound challenges as well, as AI is being used to consolidate repression, fuel disinformation, empower criminals across the internet. Authoritarian states, notably Russia, are manipulating large-scale, large language models so that chatbots answer in the voice of their propaganda across the world. Organized crime is using AI to supercharge their scams, deceiving victims on an unprecedented scale. This is the truth. AI can empower freedom, or it can entrench repression. AI can empower truth, or it can entrench lies. AI can empower law, or it can empower crime. Only by cooperation together can we set artificial intelligence on the right millennia-defining course. So my question is this: how can we most effectively share the glittering prizes of this new era across our global community? Well, this is how. We must invest, invest, invest. We must partner, 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 because without a concerted effort, we risk a world of ever deeper inequality, where the benefits of this technology fail to reach those who need it most. That revolution in healthcare, that revolution in education, that revolution in opportunity, this we must share. This is the world we face, and we take it and its challenges as it is, but never lose sight of the world as it can be. This is why our approach to foreign policy is one of progressive realism, patiently advancing progress through pragmatism and persistence. I see this in the United Nations as it approaches the technological frontier. I salute the Secretary General for championing the Global Digital Compact, which embodies both progress and realism. And this is why I commend the new independent international scientific panel on AI, which will provide evidence-based assessments to all. And I welcome the new global dialogue on AI governance. It is in this spirit of progressive realism that the UK champions AI as a bridge builder across the Atlantic, across the Commonwealth, and across continents, seeking everywhere to share its extraordinary potential. This is why we invest so heavily in the AI Security Institute, with more dedicated researchers than anywhere else in the world, and this is why we launched OpenBind and its gigantic data set. And this is why we champion AI for development, working with 10 African partners, creating AI ecosystems that empower thousands of communities to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And this drives our digital access programs, which seek to narrow the technological divide for millions. I have seen this happening with my own eyes. I've been so moved to see in Africa, the continent of my ancestors, the young entrepreneurs using artificial intelligence to launch and scale so many businesses that I know will astonish the world, like the UK-funded startup Vinsight, supported by our Assistive Technologies program, which is using its AI-powered app to help thousands of blind Nigerian students read, learn, and live more independently. This is the promise of tech, the promise of growth, the promise of a better world. A better tomorrow turns on one pivotal question. Can we seize the potential in the technological revolution? Can we commit to forging AI as a force for freedom, prosperity, and human dignity? I believe we can together, and together we must. Thank you very much indeed.
I thank the Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice and Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Beate Meilen-Reisinger, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As the Austrian Foreign Minister, it is both truly an honor and a profound responsibility to address this assembly today. Yet, I am not only a foreign minister and, by the way, a party leader, I'm also a mother of 3 daughters. When I reflected about why I'm coming to New York to participate in the General Assembly, it became clear to me. The values of the United Nations are the very same values that my husband and I try to pass down to our children. That conflict and dispute can and must be resolved by mediation. That every human being, regardless of their offspring, sex, religion, or race, deserves dignity and owns the same rights. That rules have to be followed by everyone, and big problems can only be solved together, and that every one of us has the responsibility to act not only in their own interest, but to work for a better future for everyone. I suppose that all parents around the globe share a common wish for their children to grow up with the promise of a bright future, especially now, especially in critical times like these, especially in times when these values and simple rules are threatened by disrespect. Madam President, Excellencies, when I listen to my oldest daughter, a teenager, I sometimes get the feeling that weighs really heavy on me, namely that for our children, for my children's generation, the future does not seem brighter than the present. We all can sense that there are fundamental fears of war and conflict, fears of climate change, of radicalization, of fundamentalism, and the division of our societies. That burdens me deeply as a mother, but also as a leader. I believe that the most powerful and most important promise leaders can make is to do everything in their power to ensure that our future is at least a little better than the present. Yet today we cannot close our eyes to the gap between this aspiration and the harsh reality we live in. For example, in Gaza, where devastation, starvation, and despair have reached terrible proportions. For Austria, it is clear the attacks of Hamas on Israel on October 7th were horrible and beyond imaginable brutality. They must be condemned by all of us. We have said it from day one and will continue to do so. Hamas must immediately and unconditionally free all hostages, end its rule in Gaza, and hand over its weapons. At the same time, nothing justifies the devastating humanitarian catastrophe we are witnessing in Gaza. Civilians must be protected at all times. There is no justification for violating international law, including international humanitarian law. Austria is, not only because of our own historical responsibility, a friend of the people of Israel, but the actions and decisions of the Israeli government break my heart. This war must end now. The hostages must be freed, and humanitarian aid must reach the suffering civilians in Gaza as soon as possible. Our vision, the Austrian vision, is clear: a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security within recognized borders. Austria's support for the 2-state solution is not just words. We have supported the Palestinian Authority for many decades. At that point in the future, when this step can make the most meaningful contribution to peace, and when the right conditions have been met, we will also recognize Palestine as a state. We welcome President Abbas' condemnation of the October 7th attacks, his call to free the hostages, the prospect of elections, and his demand to disarm Hamas. We thank all those who took a huge effort to end this war and bring solutions for peace and security to this region. These are steps towards peace, and Austria will work with all partners to turn them into reality. Madam President, Excellencies, we all see the basic principles of the Charter challenged in Ukraine, where Russia has been waging an illegal and unprovoked war of aggression against its neighbor. A very brutal war with horrific numbers of dead and wounded, soldiers and civilians. We support US and all efforts to end the war through high-level diplomacy. Since the beginning of the war, and especially since March, many initiatives have been launched to end this war. Ukraine showed several times that they are ready for peace. But instead, Russia continues its attacks on cities and villages, on schools, on hospitals and kindergartens. Russia even escalates now towards the EU and NATO countries, and this is unacceptable. Austria calls urgently for an immediate ceasefire as a precondition for genuine talks to end this war. Russia cannot simply talk peace during the day and bomb during the night. And it is absolutely clear that it is up to Ukraine and Europe to decide on our hopefully common future and security architecture. But Ukraine and Gaza are not alone. In Sudan, civilians face massacres while a humanitarian catastrophe unfolds on an unparalleled scale. In Haiti, gang violence and organized crime hold an entire nation hostage. In Afghanistan, women and girls are denied their most basic human rights. Against the backdrop of rising insecurity and armed conflicts, countries are now heavily investing in security and defense, also in Europe, also in Austria. We all have the duty to protect our citizens. This is necessary as we are confronted with the biggest war on our continent since 1945. But let us not fool ourselves. Growing nuclear arsenals or uncontrolled autonomous weapons systems will not make our world a safer one. While we all must ensure the safety and security of our populations, we must never give up on international humanitarian law, and we must ban weapons which kill randomly. Excellencies, today we face growing disregard of the UN Charter itself, a rising tide of coercion and unilateralism, a dangerous erosion of trust. The United Nations were born out of the ashes of war and the promise of never again. Does the UN still live up to this promise? Is the UN still fit for purpose? What we do today matters. We must not fail our ancestors. We must not fail our population. We must not fail our children. We must therefore ensure our activeness, an active world community, and effective United Nations that can deliver. Austria is ready to do its part to fulfill the UN's promise, to engage in open and fair dialogue, to build true partnerships, to rebuild trust that has been eroded by reckless actions of one country without considerations of others. It is about time to rebuild partnerships. It is about time to rebuild trust. That is why Austria presented its candidacy for the UN Security Council for 27-28 already back in 2011. We strongly hope to count on your valuable support at the elections in June next year. Why should you support us? Austria is a rather small country and a military neutral one. We are a reliable host country, proud host country, of one of the UN headquarters in Vienna and support the Secretary General's reform efforts. Many negotiations in Vienna took place that have bridged divides and saved lives. We know that small countries depend on the rule of law, on diplomacy, transparency, and inclusiveness. That's why we will serve the entire international community if elected. We champion international law, the protection of civilians, disarmament, and UN peacekeeping. More than 100,000 Austrians have served as peacekeepers around the world since the 1960s. We are a reliable development partner and make our contribution to the enormous challenge of climate change. And no, denial will not help us to adapt to this challenge. This is why Austria is proud to co-chair the UN Climate Security Mechanism this year. Excellencies, the people of the world, our populations, the children of the world, rely on us. They trust us to protect peace, prosperity, stability, and healthy United Nations that delivers answers to global challenges. 80 years ago, our predecessors gave the world a charter and a promise for a better future. Let us renew this promise and work hard so that the future is better than the present. Thank you very much.
I thank the Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Juan Ramón de la Fuente Ramírez, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Señora Presidenta, Excelencias, es tiempo de mujeres. Y México ha dejado esto muy claro tras la abrumadora elección de la doctora Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo como la primera presidenta de nuestro país. Es un honor para mí participar en esta asamblea en su representación y ser la voz de un gobierno que consolida en los hechos la transformación de la vida pública de México. Vengo de un país que nació en la sabiduría, el valor y la dignidad de sus pueblos originarios, con una fecunda historia política de héroes y heroínas extraordinarias que construyeron un país libre, independiente y soberano. Ahora también hay que decirlo, un país cada día más próspero, con una prosperidad compartida. El pueblo mexicano es un pueblo fraterno hacia adentro y allende sus fronteras. Así lo ha demostrado como miembro activo y responsable dentro de la comunidad de las Naciones Unidas, bajo la premisa de defender la dignidad y los derechos de los individuos y de las naciones amantes de la paz, con pleno respeto a la igualdad soberana de los estados. El momento histórico que vivimos en México, bajo la conducción de nuestra primera mujer presidenta, se arraiga a un pensamiento que hemos llamado el humanismo mexicano. El camino trazado desde hace 7 años es claro y tiene una vocación universal: consolidar una sociedad en la democracia, la libertad, la igualdad y la prosperidad compartida por el bien de todos, primero los pobres. El eje rector del proyecto es una visión de justicia, un reconocimiento cabal a la dignidad de las personas y un desarrollo social inclusivo, sin discriminación. Es un proyecto que establece una división entre el poder político y el poder económico, que avanza en el ejercicio de una economía moral, que busca la coordinación y la cooperación con actores externos, mas no acepta subordinación alguna. La soberanía nacional es irrenunciable. Esta nueva forma de hacer política ha dado voz y agencia a quienes históricamente habían sido relegados al olvido y la marginación: mujeres, niñas, pueblos originarios y afrodescendientes, jóvenes, personas LGBT+ y adultas mayores. Los resultados nos dan la razón. La propia Organización de las Naciones Unidas ha reconocido que 13.5 millones de mexicanas y mexicanos salieron de la pobreza gracias a una política de justicia laboral y a los programas sociales. La desigualdad se reduce, se construye la paz y se contiene la violencia. Ha llegado la justicia a los pueblos originarios. Hay democracia, libertades, pluralidad y derecho a disentir. La justicia se transforma y hoy una persona indígena es presidente de la Suprema Corte de Justicia de nuestra nación. Tenemos el programa de reforestación más grande del mundo, con 100,000 millones de árboles sembrados. Niñas, niños y jóvenes están incorporados en programas sociales y tienen acceso a la escuela. Las personas adultas mayores tienen una pensión garantizada y universal. Las mujeres ejercen el poder. Estas son algunas de nuestras fortalezas que hemos logrado en esta cuarta transformación de la vida pública de México y que conviene expresar en alta voz desde esta tribuna. Como miembros de la comunidad internacional, los retos que enfrentamos son enormes. La pobreza persiste en un mundo de riquezas exorbitantes. Hay países que gastan más en el servicio de su deuda que en las inversiones que pueden hacer para la salud y educación de sus pueblos, y el gasto en armamento ha crecido al triple de la economía mundial, por mencionar algunos. El diagnóstico siempre ha sido claro. La carrera armamentista, la concentración inmoral de la riqueza y las violaciones al derecho internacional y a los derechos humanos son el combustible que alimenta la guerra y la violencia. México no ha olvidado las lecciones de la historia. Hace 80 años participamos en la fundación de la ONU, convencidos de la obligación moral que tenemos como nación de contribuir a evitar el flagelo de las guerras. No es casual que muchos de los propósitos y principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas tengan espejo en los principios constitucionales de nuestra política exterior: autodeterminación de los pueblos, solución pacífica de las controversias, proscripción de la amenaza o el uso de la fuerza, igualdad jurídica de los estados, cooperación para el desarrollo y defensa de los derechos humanos. Sin pretender ser exhaustivo, permítaseme compartir algunas premisas que pueden contribuir a encontrar un mejor rumbo para la comunidad internacional. 1. En el mundo se necesita una economía moral del bienestar. Es necesaria la movilización de coaliciones regionales a favor del bienestar con el propósito de catalizar una cooperación efectiva para el desarrollo que asuma que el combate a la pobreza es la inversión con la mejor tasa de rendimiento financiero y social. Una arquitectura financiera internacional que comprenda criterios de bienestar colectivo y un comercio sustentado en reglas claras con beneficios compartidos entre los pueblos. 2. La paz. La paz se construye de abajo hacia arriba. Asegurar el bienestar implica atender las causas estructurales de la violencia. La solución de conflictos empieza muchas veces en el hogar, continúa en la educación, en el empleo digno, con salario justo y la seguridad social que permita la inclusión de todo el tejido social. La comunidad internacional debe revisar con espíritu más crítico e innovador lo que hoy tienen los jóvenes como alternativas de vida. De igual forma, corresponde a la comunidad internacional poner un alto a la carrera armamentista, no solo de las armas nucleares, también el tráfico ilícito de armas de fuego y a la vorágine del gasto armamentista que alimenta la pobreza y exacerba el conflicto. Frente a la estrepitosa proliferación de las armas, hay que anteponer la política, la mediación, la diplomacia, el derecho y el diálogo. Las Naciones Unidas deben jugar un papel mucho más activo en la prevención y en la solución de estos conflictos. El multilateralismo debe volver a ser el espacio en el que se diriman las controversias. Y esto nos lleva a una tercera premisa. Hay que reivindicar el derecho internacional junto con los derechos humanos. Si en verdad queremos evitar la proliferación de conflictos que impactan la vida y la dignidad de las personas, debemos respetar el derecho internacional, incluidos el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y el derecho internacional humanitario. Sea en el Medio Oriente, en Europa, en África, en América Latina o en cualquier otro lugar del planeta, la guerra tiene un saldo de sufrimiento intolerable que además amenaza con desatar una escalada bélica aún mayor que puede incluso llegar a ser profundamente destructiva a nivel global. Las guerras en Gaza, en Ucrania y en todos los otros lugares donde ocurren tienen que parar ya. No dejaremos de insistir en el llamado urgente al cese al fuego para alcanzar siempre una solución negociada con la participación de todas las partes directamente involucradas. No podrá haber una solución negociada si una de las partes queda excluida. La solución habrá de ser diplomática o difícilmente será solución. México abogará siempre por la solución pacífica de los conflictos y por ello rechaza las sanciones y los bloqueos comerciales que solo dañan el bienestar de los pueblos y no construyen regiones ni de paz ni de prosperidad. Sin ambages, refrendamos nuestra histórica posición en contra del bloqueo a Cuba y nuestro llamado a eliminar a este país de la lista de aquellos que apoyan al terrorismo. Respetar el derecho internacional es la salvaguardia de la paz. Es el antídoto a una lógica de poder que vulnera a las naciones más débiles. En las palabras de nuestro benemérito de las Américas, Benito Juárez García, todo por la razón y el derecho, nada por la fuerza. Señora Presidenta, la lucha por la justicia está anclada en la convicción de que todas y todos somos iguales ante la ley, obligados por la fraternidad a entendernos y respetarnos como iguales en dignidad y derechos. México tiene un compromiso indefectible con los derechos humanos, las libertades y la no discriminación en el mundo. Condenamos el clasismo, el racismo y cualquier forma de discriminación, incluida la discriminación por diversidad sexual e identidad de género. Rechazamos en particular la criminalización de las personas que por alguna causa han tenido la necesidad de dejar sus hogares y se ven en necesidad de emigrar, sea para buscar refugio o para escapar de condiciones de injusticia o de pobreza. Para nosotros, las y los migrantes son personas con derechos que cuidan de sus familias y contribuyen con su esfuerzo a enriquecer y fortalecer sus comunidades de acogida. Solo entendiendo el fenómeno y atendiendo sus causas estructurales, podremos avanzar hacia un esquema de colaboración global y regional que nos permita avanzar hacia una movilidad más segura y ordenada. Que no quede duda alguna, México no dejará de velar por la atención y protección de las y los mexicanos que se encuentran fuera de nuestro país y quienes merecen todo nuestro apoyo y toda la asistencia que requieran. En este marco de justicia y de derechos, inscribimos la lucha de las mujeres y por la igualdad de género, porque a pesar de los avances, las brechas subsisten, así como la violencia machista en el mundo que arrebata libertades a las niñas, las jóvenes y las mujeres en toda su diversidad. A 30 años de la Declaración y Plataforma de Acción de Beijing, el diagnóstico y la hoja de ruta son claras. Invitamos a todas las naciones a una movilización que acelere el progreso hacia la igualdad de género. En mi país, la transformación de las conciencias ha estado intrínsecamente vinculada a la lucha por la igualdad de género. Hoy en México impera la paridad de género en el poder legislativo y judicial y las políticas públicas se diseñan con una estricta perspectiva de género inscrita en nuestra Constitución. Señora Presidenta, a 80 años de fundada la ONU debe reconocer la grave disyuntiva que enfrenta. No puede quedar relegada. Debe significarse ya nuevamente como una institución que lo mismo contribuye a la contención del belicismo que a la prevención de pandemias o a la construcción de narrativas que den pie a políticas públicas en favor de la dignidad humana. Pensamos que la ONU debe retomar sus principios y sus propósitos, volver a sus bases fundamentales, que son el mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad internacionales, el desarrollo sustentable y la protección y promoción de los derechos humanos. Hay que reencauzar esos objetivos. Todo debe girar en torno a esta tarea, desde el ejercicio del presupuesto hasta la revisión de los miles de mandatos que hemos dado al secretariado, muchos de ellos con escaso valor en nuestros días. La legitimidad de la ONU dependerá cada vez más de su capacidad de respuesta a los graves retos que el mundo enfrenta. Confiamos en que la próxima secretaria general, que esperamos sea una mujer de nuestra región, acelere el proceso de transformación que hemos puesto en marcha con el objetivo de asegurar la paz y la justicia, el bienestar y la libertad de las personas, la sostenibilidad del planeta y la prosperidad compartida. En México, excelencias, colegas, señora presidenta, en México es tiempo de mujeres y nos ha ido muy bien. Pensamos que en la ONU es también tiempo de mujeres. Muchas gracias.
Je remercie le ministre des Affaires étrangères du Mexique. Je donne maintenant la parole à son Excellence, M. Olivier Nduhungirehe, ministre des Affaires étrangères et de la coopération internationale du Rwanda.
Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Allow me to begin by congratulating Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Philemon Yang, the outgoing President, for his work and dedicated service to multilateralism. Rwanda extends its gratitude to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his comprehensive report on the work of the United Nations aimed at improving its efficiency. In this regard, Rwanda has formally expressed interest in hosting UN agencies as part of our shared commitment to a cost-effective and decentralized UN system. We reiterate our support to the work of the United Nations and the Secretary General, particularly in advancing peace and security and drive progress on sustainable development goals. Excellencies, this year, the United Nations turned 80. This journey has not been without challenges. Fast-changing realities, including economic shocks and the legitimate aspirations of regions long denied a voice, compel us to quickly adapt to make the UN fit for purpose. That is why Rwanda strongly supports reforms, especially of the Security Council. The composition of this body does not reflect current realities. Africa is a 1.2 billion people strong continent where most of the conflict of the Security Council's agenda reside. Therefore, it cannot remain excluded from permanent membership. Excellencies, the United Nations development pillar remains central to advancing peace, prosperity, and dignity for all. We commend the UN development system and its partners for their tireless efforts in supporting countries to address pressing development challenges, from poverty eradication to climate resilience, and in driving forward the ambition of the 2030 Agenda. This 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development embodies our collective aspirations for a just, inclusive, and prosperous world where no one is left behind. Rwanda remains firmly committed to its full implementation, recognizing that connectivity, innovation, and inclusive development are indispensable drivers of progress. Despite global challenges such as the existential threat of climate change and widening technological inequalities, Rwanda has taken bold steps to align national priorities with the SDGs. These efforts demonstrate that development, connectivity, and environmental stewardship can move forward hand in hand. Yet, the persistence of unequal access to finance, technology, and markets threatens to widen the gap between those with means and those without. In this context, solidarity among nations through development cooperation has contributed to bridging development gaps. However, we believe that it is time to transition from aid to trade, enabling developing countries to become self-reliant in a win-win partnership. Mr. President, Excellencies, Rwanda regrets the politicization of development cooperation, which is used by some development partners for partisan political reasons and interests. Let me recall that every nation is sovereign and cannot be forced to choose between its security and development. Development aid must serve as a tool for solidarity and progress, not as a weapon of coercion. Excellencies, the history of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda called on us to become global advocates for a peacekeeping that always puts civilians first. We pay tribute to the men and women who have worn the blue helmet and who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in the service of humanity. Their legacy is written in the history of the United Nations and lives on through the lives they helped save. But peacekeeping must be judged by its results. For the sake of the millions who look to the UN for protection, we must ensure that peacekeeping remains true to its purpose. That is why Rwanda champions robust peacekeeping, the responsibility to protect, and the implementation of the 2015 Kigali Principles on the protection of civilians. Moreover, Rwanda has led calls for sustainable peace financing, both in Africa and globally. Among milestone achievements is the revitalization of the African Union Peace Fund, which now mobilizes over $400 million. As a direct result, the Security Council decided to finance 3/4 of African Union peace operations for the first time. Excellencies, beyond the UN, Rwanda contributes to peace support operations on a bilateral basis in the Central African Republic and Mozambique in an effort to promote South-South cooperation and Pan-African solidarity. Major progress has been recorded in both countries in the restoration of state authority, capacity building of local security forces, and the fight against terrorism. Excellencies, I may recall that the United Nations was established to spare succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Yet, 80 years on, conflicts continue to erupt across every continent. Rwanda firmly maintains that for most of those conflicts, lasting peace cannot be achieved through military means. We have consistently held that only genuine, good faith dialogue offers a sustainable path towards global peace. However, peacekeeping alone is not enough. Too often, we deplore relapse into conflict because its root causes were not properly addressed. Prevention, mediation, and effective peace building must be our first resort. This lesson is particularly urgent for the Great Lakes region of Africa. The current conflict in Eastern DRC is not new. It is rooted in decades of bad governance, marginalization and persecution of minorities, genocide ideology, and a persistent colonial legacy. Rwanda believes that peace in Eastern DRC is in everyone's best interest. Our goal has always been, and will remain, the security and well-being of Rwandans and the people of our region. In June this year, Rwanda and the DRC signed a peace agreement in Washington. It provides for a comprehensive framework encompassing security, political, and economic components. This achievement was made possible thanks to the strong leadership of His Excellency President Donald Trump of the United States and of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, whose vision for peace and prosperity in our region, Rwanda fully shares. We also acknowledge the vital role played by African-led initiatives, notably the joint EAC SADC process, supported by the African Union mediation, for their efforts in favor of peace. Nevertheless, since the signing of this peace agreement, progress has been moving slowly. While promising meetings are taking place in Washington to implement the June peace agreement, the situation on the ground remains deeply troubling. The DRC's renewed militarization, coupled with its continued collaboration with genocidal and UN-sanctioned armed groups, such as the DRC-backed FDLR and Wazalendo militias, and the deployment of attack drones and fighter jets against civilian populations, particularly the Mayamulenge and other Congolese Tutsi, underscore the gravity of the crisis. This goes against the letter and spirit of the Washington Peace Agreement. Additionally, this coalition is supported by foreign forces, including mercenaries, in clear violation of the 1977 OAU Convention and the 1989 UN Convention against the use of mercenaries. Rwanda condemns these developments and calls on the DRC to reject the military solution and implement in good faith the Washington Peace Agreement, which is a golden opportunity to end this conflict that has lasted for far too long. Excellency, since 1999, the United Nations has maintained a robustly mandated peacekeeping mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, named MONUSCO, to help address the crisis. Yet, despite its efforts, the mission has not succeeded in halting the proliferation of armed groups, especially the eradication of the DRC-backed FDLR. Instead, MONUSCO has ended up working alongside a military coalition that includes the FDLR, going against more than 20 Security Council resolutions calling for the neutralization of that group. There is an urgent need to review the legal conformity of MONUSCO's mandate. Of particular concern to Rwanda is the emergence of Wazalendo militia, armed and supported by the DRC government, which are committing countless abuses, including burning down whole villages of Congolese Tutsi, lynching and burning alive civilians and military officers, as well as arming children for ethnic cleansing. Their brutality, methods, and ideology bear an alarming resemblance to that of the genocidal militia of 1994 in Rwanda. Strong action is needed to put an end to this dangerous development before it is too late. Excellencies, human rights are a major pillar of the United Nations. Rwanda rose from the ashes of the genocide in 1994 by placing human dignity, unity, and accountability at the center of our governance. We thank the United Nations for establishing the International Day of Reflection of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, commemorated every April 7th. We also thank the Secretariat and the many member states who have established genocide memorials on their soil as a lasting pledge to never forget. Equally, we commend the work of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda and the residual mechanism for prosecuting genocide perpetrators. However, Rwanda is deeply concerned about the persistence of genocide ideology and related crimes in Eastern DRC under the watch of the international community and the UN itself. We call on the international community to not turn a blind eye once more for what is clear to see. The targeting, persecution, and massacre of Congolese Tutsi, including the Banyamulenge community, amounts to crimes against humanity which have all the early warning signs of a genocide. Indeed, genocide follows a pattern. It follows clear stages. It is not an umbrella term. It is defined by international law. Genocide targets a specific group for who they are, with the intent to exterminate them as such. In this regard, no amount of calculated cynicism can rewrite the truth and recast perpetrators as victims or victims as perpetrators. These are denialist behaviors often deployed by perpetrators. In the same vein, no claims from a government arming a genocidal militia will change the facts of history. Financing and providing weapons to a group with a proven genocidal record and ongoing intent is nothing less than complicity in the crime itself. I must say that if there are crimes in the DRC committed for economic gains, they have clear names. Those are corruption, bad governance, and the embezzlement of public funds. Mr. President, Excellencies, I wish to conclude by reaffirming that Rwanda stands ready to work alongside all member states to ensure that the United Nations remains a force for peace, justice, and sustainable development. While the challenges and solutions for multilateralism are clear, it is political will that must guide us today to build a UN fit for purpose. Together, we must build an organization capable of addressing the needs of billions across the globe, tackling human rights abuses, climate change, and responding to an increasingly interconnected world for successive generations to come. I thank you.
Je remercie les ministres des Affaires étrangères et de la coopération internationale du Rwanda. Je donne maintenant la parole à son Excellence Madame Maria Gabriela Sommerfeld-Rosero, ministre des Affaires étrangères et de la mobilité humaine de l'Équateur.
Señora Presidenta, al cumplirse 80 años de la adopción de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas del Ecuador, honra con respeto y renovado compromiso su calidad de Estado fundador de esta organización. Lo que nació como una esperanza de paz sobre las ruinas de la Segunda Guerra Mundial se ha convertido en el proyecto más ambicioso de cooperación internacional de la historia. Un sistema de normas, instituciones, principios, propósitos y valores universales destinados a proteger la dignidad humana, prevenir la violencia e impulsar el desarrollo. Hace 80 años, los Estados escogimos la cooperación sobre la controversia, la paz sobre la guerra. Mi presencia en esta Asamblea es una ocasión para ratificar ante la comunidad internacional que el Ecuador seguirá priorizando la colaboración entre Estados, pues solo obrando juntos podremos garantizar un futuro de paz, seguridad y prosperidad para nuestros pueblos. Por ello, la política exterior del Ecuador respalda al multilateralismo, el modelo que hace posible la cooperación internacional para abordar desafíos globales y lograr objetivos comunes. Señora Presidenta, el multilateralismo debe evolucionar para responder a las actuales demandas de los pueblos y confrontar las nuevas amenazas. El Ecuador sostiene que el concepto de paz y seguridad internacionales debe ampliarse e incluir a la lucha contra la delincuencia organizada transnacional, fenómeno que socava la gobernabilidad, alimenta la corrupción, perpetúa la violencia, erosiona las perspectivas de progreso. En efecto, provoca consecuencias similares a los conflictos armados tradicionales en lo económico, lo político, lo social. No hablamos de bandas locales, sino de redes y cadenas logísticas internacionales que mueven miles de toneladas de droga, explotan la minería ilegal, trafican armas, personas e incluso órganos humanos. Ante el surgimiento de numerosos actos de violencia y narcoterrorismo, el gobierno del Ecuador reconoció la existencia de un conflicto armado no internacional en enero del 2024 y designó a varios de estos grupos como terroristas. Hemos desplegado ingentes esfuerzos y recursos para salvaguardar la seguridad y poner primero al ciudadano. Lo hacemos impulsando programas enfocados en la prevención de la violencia juvenil, incluyendo el reclutamiento y uso de utilización de niños, niñas y adolescentes. Concomitantemente, implementamos políticas públicas de atracción de inversiones y empleo con el fin de garantizar una seguridad sostenible. Quiero insistir en el hecho de que el Ecuador, sin haberlo buscado, por su vecindad con los principales productores de cocaína del mundo, se halla en la primera línea de batalla contra la delincuencia organizada transnacional y libra una guerra existencial contra el narcoterrorismo. Hitos en la historia del Ecuador, esta lucha contra el crimen transnacional organizado y el narcoterrorismo constituyen la incautación de 295 toneladas de drogas ilícitas durante el 2024, así como la decisión de recurrir a países amigos para recabar su apoyo en diversos sectores de esta confrontación, como son potenciales operaciones militares conjuntas, con pleno respeto al marco constitucional ecuatoriano. El gobierno ecuatoriano ha convocado a un debate nacional y democrático sobre bases militares extranjeras mediante una consulta popular a celebrarse el próximo noviembre de este año, ofreciendo puntos estratégicos que puedan servir para el control y monitoreo de actividades criminales en beneficio de la paz y seguridad internacionales. Esta consulta popular será acompañada del llamado a una asamblea constituyente, la que deberá dotarnos de una nueva carta fundamental que contribuya a derrotar el narcoterrorismo y conducirnos inexorablemente hacia el camino de la paz y prosperidad social. Señora Presidenta, a nivel regional, el Ecuador impulsó el establecimiento del Plan de Acción Resolutivo PAR, como respuesta estratégica y oportuna de la comunidad andina al tráfico ilícito de drogas y el crimen organizado transnacional. A nivel multilateral, el Ecuador ha liderado iniciativas como la presidencia de la Comunidad Latinoamericana de Seguridad e Inteligencia CLASI, en la que ha promovido la actualización de los planes de acción operativas de la organización de la Cumbre Latinoamericana de Seguridad, consolidando alianzas estratégicas con la Unión Europea y con Ameripol. Convengamos en que el crimen transnacional organizado y el narcoterrorismo son flagelos globales que no conocen fronteras, frente a los cuales ningún país puede actuar en solitario. Resulta crucial, entonces, coordinar esfuerzos, establecer acuerdos de cooperación con países y organismos internacionales que incorporen asistencia financiera y y equipamiento tecnológico. Señora Presidenta, durante estas 8 décadas de las Naciones Unidas han demostrado que la paz duradera solo puede construirse sobre bases sólidas: la seguridad, el desarrollo y los derechos humanos. Estos 3 pilares, interdependientes e indivisibles, representan los cimientos del orden internacional y el multilateralismo, que actualmente acusan serias fisuras que comprometen su estabilidad. Efectivamente, el multilateralismo hoy es cuestionado, y con razón, pues no ha podido hacer frente a los conflictos y a los desafíos contemporáneos de forma eficaz. El Ecuador aboga por el multilateralismo más innovador, inclusivo y representativo, que tome en cuenta las realidades de los países, especialmente del mundo en desarrollo, que promueva la igualdad de mujeres y hombres y que abra finalmente el espacio a los jóvenes en la toma de decisiones. Es imprescindible reforzar el respeto a los principios fundamentales del derecho internacional contenidos en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, que es la base de esta organización y cuya fortaleza depende de nuestro apego a su espíritu y letra. Abandonarla nos conduciría de regreso a la época en la que la única fuente de derechos era la fuerza. Nos corresponde entonces reformarla y actualizarla para que responda a los desafíos vigentes a nivel global, para que precisamente se fortalezcan estos principios. En suma, esta institución está llamada a acompañar la evolución del ser humano y del planeta, atenta a los cambios de las tecnologías y de los nuevos desafíos. Señora Presidenta, la movilidad humana constituye otro de los retos más complejos de nuestro tiempo. El Ecuador, un país de origen, tránsito, destino y refugio de migrantes, reafirma su compromiso con una migración segura, ordenada y regular, convencido de que su buena gestión contribuye al desarrollo sostenible. El Ecuador rechaza de forma contundente a una movilidad humana irregular, insegura y no ordenada, pues responden mucho a intereses de grupos de delincuencia organizada que también pueden ser transnacionales. Las tecnologías emergentes, en particular la inteligencia artificial, plantean oportunidades inéditas para el progreso humano, pero también significativos riesgos para la seguridad, la equidad y los derechos humanos. El Ecuador considera imprescindible avanzar hacia una gobernanza multilateral y ética de estas herramientas que garantice su acceso inclusivo, evite nuevas brechas digitales y asegure que su uso se oriente al bien común. El cambio climático y la pérdida de biodiversidad amenazan nuestra estabilidad y desarrollo. Como país megadiverso, el Ecuador aboga por un mayor financiamiento ambiental, transferencia tecnológica y apoyo internacional para la conservación de ecosistemas únicos como la Amazonía, las Islas Galápagos, tesoros de la humanidad. El financiamiento para el desarrollo es otro de los grandes desafíos. La arquitectura financiera internacional debe responder a las necesidades de los países en desarrollo, en particular de aquellos clasificados como de renta media alta. El uso exclusivo del PIB per cápita limitante y limitado no refleja nuestra realidad ni nuestras vulnerabilidades. Necesitamos indicadores más integrales que incluyan la pobreza multidimensional, la desigualdad estructural y la resiliencia climática, de modo que el acceso a recursos concesionales y de cooperación internacional no sea injustamente mermado. El Ecuador respalda el uso de instrumentos financieros sostenibles, como los bonos verdes y temáticos, y promueve la creación de nuevos mecanismos de financiamiento. Señora Presidenta, jóvenes del Ecuador y del mundo, me enorgullezco de representar a un pueblo joven. El Ecuador es un país de más de 18 millones de habitantes, en el que los jóvenes representan alrededor del 40% de nuestra población. El gobierno del Ecuador y el presidente Daniel Noboa están enfocados en brindarles oportunidades que en el pasado no existieron. Ahora es el momento de los jóvenes. Si les damos oportunidades, podemos promover una mejor atención a toda la ciudadanía. Es un efecto positivo y multiplicador. Para nosotros, la juventud encarna la prioridad de las prioridades. Hoy, los jóvenes ven en el nuevo Ecuador un país de oportunidades y progreso, y en el que existe un compromiso firme para desterrar la corrupción y la impunidad. Así como la vieja política y las luchas ideológicas intrascendentes que perpetúan un status quo insostenible que favorece a pocos. El nuevo Ecuador, como lo llamamos, avanza con estabilidad y responsabilidad por un camino ambicioso de transformación productiva, social e institucional hacia un nuevo capítulo en su modelo de desarrollo, involucrando esfuerzos que incluyen la diversificación de su matriz energética, que incorpore la diversificación de su matriz productiva. El actual entorno económico mundial, cada vez más complejo y exigente, marcado por la volatilidad de los mercados, las tensiones geopolíticas, la incertidumbre en la cadena de suministro y los rápidos cambios tecnológicos, demandan de nosotros una adaptación rápida y ágil. Estamos fomentando un entorno económico competitivo, generando apertura a los negocios y ofreciendo condiciones atractivas para que llegue la inversión extranjera. Varios factores propician las inversiones y los negocios en el Ecuador. Una amplia gama de recursos naturales, una ubicación estratégica en América del Sur, la estabilidad económica que confiere el dólar estadounidense como su moneda nacional y su condición de país megadiverso y un rico patrimonio cultural. Nuestro indicador de riesgo país continúa con su tendencia descendente, situándose al cierre de ayer en 701 puntos, lo que supone su nivel más bajo en los últimos años. Nuestra economía creció un 3.9% en el primer semestre del año, preveyéndose un crecimiento de alrededor del 5% para el segundo semestre. Como en el ámbito de la seguridad, la economía está mejorando, aún con retos con los que estamos del día de hoy encarando. A julio del 2025, el empleo adecuado aumentó al 38.6%. En otras palabras, 282,000 ecuatorianos más gozan hoy de un empleo adecuado en comparación con el mismo periodo del 2024. Es decir, un cambio del 3.7% en comparación con el julio del 2024. Estos logros también están relacionados con las leyes que el presidente Daniel Noboa y su gabinete han elaborado y presentado a la Asamblea Nacional, que buscan proteger la paz, la transparencia y la lucha contra el terrorismo y la delincuencia, así como generar empleo y estabilidad económica, crear programas sociales y oportunidades para el desarrollo. Señora Presidenta, el 80º aniversario de las Naciones Unidas es un punto de inflexión. Con ocasión de esta histórica conmemoración de las Naciones Unidas, les invito a forjar una visión creadora, comparable a la de 1945, capaz de renovar y fortalecer esta institucionalidad fundada en un modelo ético de democracia, adaptándose a las realidades contemporáneas. Desafíos globales como el crimen transnacional organizado y el narcoterrorismo, la migración y el cambio climático exigen más multilateralismo, más cooperación y más acción colectiva. El Ecuador reafirma su compromiso con la defensa de la paz y seguridad, los derechos humanos y el desarrollo. Muchas gracias.
Je remercie la ministre des Affaires étrangères et de la mobilité humaine de l'Équateur. Je donne maintenant la parole à Son Excellence, Madame Maria Malmer Senegal, ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Suède. Je remercie
Mr. President, Excellencies, 80 years ago, nations came together. It was a bold act of faith. Faith in multilateralism, the rule of law, and the shared responsibility to save future generations from the devastation of war. But as we gather here, the world and our organization, the United Nations, are facing the risk of failing. Leaders of several nations are choosing conflict over cooperation. Around the world, we are witnessing grave violations of the rules and principles that we have all agreed to. For too many, peace is fragile, justice abstract, and dignity denied. There is so much wasted potential. The UN was founded to curb aggression and the arbitrary exercise of power by the strong against the weak. That vision remains as valid today as it was then. Mr. President, it is not only the UN that turns 80 this year, it happens to be 80 years since Astrid Lindgren published her first book about the strongest girl in the world, Pippi Longstocking, a strong-willed girl who believed everything was possible. Pippi has inspired generations of children, especially girls, to believe that strength and independence are not confined by expectation or tradition. I have never tried that before, so I should definitely be able to do it. Although not a direct quote, it captures the spirit of Pippi. Let us use the coincidence of anniversaries as a reminder that even in the face of unprecedented challenges, we must approach the impossible with boldness and resolve. Mr. President, Sweden is a committed defender of international humanitarian law, principles that safeguard human dignity even in the darkest of times, and they must be upheld without exception. We cannot be deterred by a few states' disregard for our charter. This is our time to act and to defend these fundamental rules and principles for us and for future generations. We need an efficient UN that defends the right of every state, big or small, to uphold its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. We need a strong UN that helps member states deliver on their commitments to respect, protect, and promote the human rights of every individual. And we need a focused UN. The UN must remain true to its core, securing peace, advancing human rights, driving sustainable development, and providing humanitarian relief. Mr. President, as a steadfast partner and major donor to the United Nations, Sweden remains committed to addressing global development challenges and to humanitarian efforts to provide protection and life-saving assistance. Sweden is also a strong supporter of UN peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. We actively take part in the Peacebuilding Commission. We chair the Liberia configuration, and we have contributed substantially to the Peacebuilding Fund since its creation. The Security Council must evolve to better reflect today's global realities. Sweden supports a balanced expansion of the Security Council by adding permanent and non-permanent seats, including African countries. We need to act together based on our shared principles and common goals. These include our commitments under the Pact for the Future adopted last year. Looking ahead, we will seek a candidate for the next UN Secretary General who leads the way and builds on important reform initiatives. And let me be clear, Sweden's choice is always merit-based. But isn't it strange that for 80 years, especially if the selection is based on merit. Mr. President, in a world in which armed conflicts are multiplying, we must not allow injustice to go unpunished. Accountability is critical to uphold our international rules-based order. The integrity, independence, and impartiality of our international legal system, including the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, must be protected. When I think of accountability, I think of little Angelina. You have probably seen the picture of her celebrating her 2nd birthday next to a giant teddy bear. Angelina never got to celebrate her 3rd birthday. She was born during Russia's war, and she died from a Russian missile. Little Angelina and her mother were killed in one of Russia's deadliest attacks on Ukraine in Kiev in August this year. The only one saved from the rubble was her giant teddy bear. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is a blatant violation of the very foundation of this organization. A permanent member of the Security Council has brutally invaded another UN member state. This cannot be tolerated. Holding Russia accountable is essential for all of us to deter further aggression and to preserve the global order. From the very outset, Ukraine has sought a just and lasting peace based on international law, including the UN Charter. Sweden remains unwavering in its support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, on October 7, 2023, Hamas carried out the worst mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust. Men, women, and children were brutally murdered and kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. And when the music faded at the Nova Festival, so did the lives of young, peace-loving people. They were raped, killed, and taken hostage. It was truly a painful reminder of how dark the world can be. The hostages are being held in appalling conditions by Hamas. More pressure must be put on Hamas to immediately release them, and Hamas must never have a place in the future governance of Palestine. The war in Gaza has led to suffering beyond imagination. We are reminded daily of the painful desperation inside Gaza. The offensive against Gaza City is worsening an already catastrophic situation. Parts of Gaza are now officially in the grips of famine. This cannot go on. Israel has a right to defend itself, but that right must be exercised in accordance with international law. And the way the Israeli government is waging its war is unacceptable. The UN and other humanitarian actors must be allowed to work safely in all parts of Gaza. Humanitarian space must be protected and aid should never be politicized. Increased pressure on the Israeli government to change its course and meet its obligations according to international law is urgently needed. Sweden welcomes international efforts for a peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is in the interest of all states to not only bring this war to an end, but to ensure a sustainable two-state solution for a better future for all, both Israelis and Palestinians. Mr. President, the situation in Sudan is deeply alarming. It is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world and not given enough attention. Full, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access and immediate ceasefire and negotiations, ensuring a return to civilian rule, are urgently required. Conflicts all over the world are wasting human potential. Every conflict tears families apart, disrupts education, and silences voices. The cost is immeasurable. Mr. President, authoritarian regimes challenge democracy, rule of law, and gender equality. Sadly, resistance against women's and girls' rights is on the rise. Sweden is honored to serve as President of the UN Executive Board this year. Gender equality is too often framed as a women's issue, which is a profound misunderstanding. Equality is not only a value we should aspire to, it is a driver of progress. Strengthening women's and girls' rights is not only the right thing to do, but also the smart thing to do, because we know that where women prosper, societies prosper. Equal access to education, work and resources transforms communities. Economically empowered women invest more in their families, leading to better health, education, and overall quality in life for future generations. Societies that include women in peace building are more likely to enjoy sustainable peace. We must stand firm against those who seek to roll back freedoms. We must push back the pushback. Everyone has the right to live safely and freely, regardless of gender, religion or beliefs, skin color, or whom they love. Sweden will always defend the equal rights and dignity of every human being. Mr. President, the crisis of our time, armed conflicts, climate change, extreme poverty, demand urgent collective action. But public aid alone is not enough. To achieve our goals, we need to mobilize finance from every source, not least private capital. We must use synergies between development cooperation and trade to meet growing needs and lay the foundation for economic growth and entrepreneurship. The green and digital transition brings great opportunities in terms of jobs, growth, and solutions to mitigate climate change and achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Emerging technologies such as AI hold immense promise in addressing some of our most pressing common challenges. The global community must support innovation while addressing risks. Mr. President, the UN was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. These words of the second Secretary General of the United Nations, Dag Hammarskjöld, remain just as valid today. These are difficult times, but times have been difficult before. Let us not surrender to despair. Most nations continue to stand by the fundamental principles agreed upon 80 years ago. We should not let this anniversary become a celebration of the past alone. Let's see this as a call to action. Let's embrace the spirit of Pippi Longstocking and carry on with fearlessness and conviction. Together we must act for ourselves and for future generations. Let them inherit a better, freer, and fairer world than the one we found. For my son, Christian, and for my daughter, Kajsa, for all our sons and daughters who deserve to grow up in a world where their paths are not limited by their gender, tradition, or violence. We must not let potential go to waste. We must not let them down. I thank you.
Je remercie la ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Suède. Je donne à présent la parole à son Excellence, Monsieur le jeune Belambela, ministre des Relations extérieures du Cameroun.
Madame la Présidente, l'honneur m'échoit de prononcer cette déclaration que Son Excellence Paul Biya président de la République du Cameroun, chef de l'État, m'a instruit de délivrer en son nom. Permettez-moi donc, à ce titre, de vous renouveler les chaleureuses félicitations du Cameroun suite à votre élection à la présidence de la 80e session de l'Assemblée générale de notre organisation. Votre expérience diplomatique et votre vision qui nous encourage à unir nos efforts pour un avenir meilleur sont des gages de succès à la fois de votre mandat et de nos délibérations tout au long de cette session. Vous pouvez compter à cet égard sur la coopération pleine et entière de la délégation du Cameroun. Comme vous le savez, mon pays a été honoré de voir votre prédécesseur, l'ambassadeur Philémon Yang, présider la 79e session de l'Assemblée générale. Je voudrais saluer ici l'engagement, le professionnalisme et la détermination empreints d'un sens d'écoute et de dialogue dont il a fait preuve dans l'accomplissement de son mandat. Qu'il me soit aussi permis de réitérer à M. Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations Unies, l'appréciation sincère du Cameroun pour ses efforts inlassables à la tête de notre organisation et sa volonté manifeste pour la consolidation du multilatéralisme dans un contexte international particulièrement difficile et complexe. Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, distingués représentants, nous nous réunissons cette année à un moment charnière de notre organisation qui célèbre ses 80 ans. La célébration d'un anniversaire est toujours l'objet de joie, mais force est de reconnaître que la célébration actuelle nous laisse plutôt interrogateurs. Aussi, l'occasion nous est-elle donnée de faire son bilan et de réfléchir sur les voies et moyens de la rendre davantage efficace dans la mise en œuvre de sa mission, des recommandations et des promesses contenues dans sa charte. Vous avez proposé à cet égard, Madame la Présidente, la mutualisation de nos volontés, de nos efforts et de nos ressources. Vous estimez, à juste titre, que nous sommes meilleurs ensemble. Le Cameroun partage cette vision et se félicite du choix du thème pour nos discussions. Je cite, « Mieux vivre ensemble, 80 ans et plus pour la paix, le développement et les droits de l'homme. » Fin de citation. Ce thème est plus qu'un slogan. Il s'agit là d'un programme pertinent que nous devons décliner au niveau des États et de la communauté internationale dans son ensemble en actions concrètes. L'union de nos forces est le fondement même de la Charte des Nations Unies. Ses pères fondateurs étaient conscients de ce que maintenir la paix et la sécurité internationale, favoriser le développement économique et sociale pour tous ne pouvait être que le fruit d'un travail collectif. C'est pourquoi nous devons maintenir cette dynamique pour le bien-être de nos populations. Madame la Présidente, l'ONU a été créée pour être à la fois un vecteur d'espoir, un forum de dialogue et un catalyseur d'actions concrètes pour bâtir un monde plus juste, plus sûr et plus solidaire. 80 ans plus tard, il est utile, comme je venais de le souligner plus haut, de faire un bilan et d'en tirer des enseignements pour l'avenir. La question ci-après se pose donc à ce sujet. Y sommes-nous parvenus? Avons-nous réussi à mettre nos peuples à l'abri de la paix et de la guerre? Avons-nous réussi à mettre nos pays à l'abri de l'incertitude pour leur avenir? Avons-nous réussi à mettre nos pays à l'abri contre la famine? La situation internationale actuelle, caractérisée par de nombreuses crises, nous offre une réponse négative et éloquente à ces questions. En effet, en 2025, l'environnement sécuritaire mondial reste malheureusement marqué par une multiplication des conflits et des menaces en tout genre contre la sécurité humaine, y compris la menace nucléaire qu'on pensait d'un autre temps. Que ce soit en Europe, en Asie centrale, au Moyen-Orient, en Amérique latine et en Afrique, les foyers de tension naissent ou persistent et mettent en péril, plus que par le passé, la paix, la stabilité et la sécurité internationale. Les conflits armés actuellement en cours dans le monde sont un douloureux rappel de ce que, 80 ans plus tard, nous n'avons ni pu ni su préserver le monde du fléau de la guerre. Cette situation est davantage exacerbée par les catastrophes naturelles les plus diverses. Il s'agit entre autres de phénomènes naturels extrêmes tels que les tempêtes, les ouragans, les incendies de forêt, les tremblements de terre et autres glissements de terrain, à l'origine d'importants dégâts matériels et de plusieurs pertes en vies humaines, sans omettre les différentes pandémies. Le monde ne pourra pas relever le défi du développement s'il ne remporte pas celui de la paix. Nous avons la responsabilité historique de choisir soit de permettre à la guerre et à ce fléau de prospérer, soit d'offrir à nos enfants un monde stable, uni et prospère. Le Cameroun a fait son choix, celui de la paix et du développement. Et il se tient résolument à vos côtés pour transformer cette aspiration en réalité partagée. Madame la Présidente, Excellences, il est bien connu qu'il ne saurait avoir de développement sans paix, ni de paix durable sans développement. Les crises en cours qui ont des effets néfastes sur le commerce international, sur le coût des matières premières et sur l'approvisionnement des marchés freinent indubitablement le développement de nombreux pays. Pourtant, le développement économique, à travers les objectifs du développement durable, demeure un objectif primordial que les Nations Unies devraient atteindre pour le bien-être des populations. Ces dernières années, cependant, on note avec regret que des millions de personnes vivent toujours dans l'extrême pauvreté, dans la précarité, adossée aux maladies et à l'insécurité alimentaire. Dans ce contexte particulier, les enfants, les femmes, les personnes âgées et les personnes à mobilité réduite sont les plus vulnérables. Si l'accès à l'éducation s'est élargi, nombreux sont encore les enfants et les jeunes qui sont hors du système scolaire. Dans le même temps, l'on note un recul de l'espérance de vie, une dégradation des indicateurs de santé et une insuffisance critique du nombre de professionnels de santé, particulièrement en Afrique. 5 ans après, 5 ans de l'échéance des objectifs de développement durable, il est urgent que des actions concertées soient prises pour tenir les promesses contenues dans l'agenda 2030. Nous devons effectivement prendre nos responsabilités individuellement et collectivement afin d'atteindre ces objectifs que nous nous sommes librement et volontairement fixés. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, le Cameroun, pupille des Nations Unies, reste attaché aux objectifs et principes de la Charte des Nations Unies et ne ménage aucun effort sous la très haute impulsion de son Excellence Paul Biya, président de la République, pour la promotion de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. C'est dans cet esprit que mon pays participe activement aux opérations de maintien de la paix des Nations Unies et œuvre, grâce à ces 3 grandes écoles spécialisées, à la formation des agents et cadres de la police, de la gendarmerie et autres civils africains qui prennent part à ces opérations. De surcroît, le Cameroun reste engagé de manière constante dans la lutte contre le terrorisme en général, voire dans le Sahel, et en particulier dans le bassin du lac Tchad, où sévit la secte Boko Haram. En matière économique, mon pays s'est doté d'une stratégie nationale ambitieuse qui promeut un développement économique et social harmonieux de toute la nation, tout en favorisant les progrès en matière de démocratie, de respect des droits humains et de la bonne gouvernance. Ceci nous permet de concrétiser progressivement et méthodiquement les objectifs de développement durable et l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, entre autres. Madame la Présidente, dans le bassin du Congo, le Cameroun participe activement à la recherche des solutions au dérèglement climatique mondial, à la protection de la faune et de la biodiversité. Il fera toujours sa part et attend que les promesses faites en termes de financement soient tenues. Pour le Cameroun, il importe que les efforts des pays en développement soient soutenus. À cet égard, il convient de rappeler une fois encore qu'il y a plus d'une décennie, les pays développés ont pris l'engagement, un engagement collectif de mobiliser 100 milliards de dollars US par an pour appuyer les efforts de lutte contre le changement climatique. Il en est de même pour l'aide au développement, fixée à 0,7% depuis une cinquantaine d'années. Jusqu'à présent, toutes ces promesses n'ont pas été tenues. Le Cameroun estime qu'il est temps que les fonds attendus soient effectivement mobilisés pour soutenir les efforts importants que font les pays en développement, dont ceux de l'Afrique, pour que notre environnement commun soit préservé pour le bénéfice de tous. Sur un autre plan, une mobilisation générale des ressources s'opère au Cameroun en faveur de projets majeurs dans les domaines de l'éducation, de la santé, des infrastructures, du développement rural, etc., en vue d'apporter une transformation structurelle au pays. Nous saisissons cette occasion pour remercier nos partenaires multilatéraux et bilatéraux qui nous accompagnent dans cette dynamique. Nous les encourageons à renforcer ce partenariat pour nous permettre d'atteindre les objectifs escomptés. Excellence, le pacte pour l'avenir et ses deux annexes, à savoir le pacte numérique et la déclaration sur les générations futures, nous interpellent pour leur mise en œuvre. De même, les récents documents finaux des conférences de Nice et de Séville, ainsi que la déclaration de Yaoundé sur l'économie bleue durable dans le golfe de Guinée, nécessitent des engagements. Ces engagements ont été à nouveau pris en matière de financement et d'accès aux technologies, surtout en cette ère du numérique et de l'intelligence artificielle comme facteur décisif pour promouvoir le développement durable. Le Cameroun salue ces avancées, ainsi que les engagements pris lors de ces occasions pour la réforme de l'architecture financière internationale et la transition énergétique. Mon pays aspire ardemment à la concrétisation d'autres réformes longtemps attendues, notamment celle du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies, pour permettre à l'Afrique d'occuper la place qui lui revient conformément au consensus des Unies et à la déclaration de Seck. En matière de droits humains, le Cameroun se félicite de l'élaboration du pacte international sur le droit au développement. L'adoption éventuelle de cet important instrument marquera l'histoire de l'humanité en consacrant sans équivoque que le développement est un droit fondamental et non une faveur. Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, en ce moment particulier de l'histoire des nations, il nous revient d'agir et c'est une obligation impérative à laquelle nous ne saurions nous soustraire. Ceci passe, à mon avis, par le respect de nos engagements pour le financement du développement, la matérialisation de nos promesses en faveur de la paix et l'efficacité de nos choix en matière des droits humains et d'assistance humanitaire. Il nous appartient encore, pour les années à venir, de renforcer la fondation d'une paix durable ancrée dans la prévention, la résilience et la justice. Nous en avons les moyens, surtout en ce moment où la richesse globale en 2025 atteint des niveaux sans précédent et où le développement technologique permet d'améliorer de façon significative les conditions de vie de tous et de chacun. En conclusion, et en guise d'exhortation, nous devons donc faire mieux et davantage pour que l'Organisation des Nations Unies tienne ses promesses faites au peuple du monde et qu'elle devienne plus que jamais le moteur d'un multilatéralisme renforcé, d'une coopération juste et équitable et d'une solidarité repensée face à l'avancée inquiétante de la multipolarité. Je vous remercie de votre bien aimable attention.
Je remercie le ministre des Relations extérieures du Cameroun. Je donne à présent la parole à son Excellence, M. Espen Barth Eide, ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Norvège.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. 80 years ago, against the backdrop of the Second World War, world leaders gathered in San Francisco to sign the UN Charter, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. This once-in-a-generation moment brought the idea of the United Nations to life. Let us imagine for a moment that we are there in San Francisco in 1945 as the UN was negotiated. Participants who were at my age would have experienced the First World War, the short-lived Roaring Twenties, the Great Depression of the 1930s, fierce trade wars, the rise of fascism and Nazism, the Second World War, the Holocaust, and the nuclear bomb. And all of that in their own adult life. If events like these constitute your life experience, you do not believe that the world is a rose garden. Those who shaped the United Nations were not guided by naive idealism. Quite on the contrary, this was a deep realist recognition that mankind simply could not continue as before. Centuries of great power rivalry, competing spheres of interest, and imperialism had not forged peaceful coexistence. The founders, however, were indeed visionaries, as they believed that a better world was possible. Our founders realized that the world needed shared norms and principles in order to avoid yet another world war. They were adamant not to repeat the debacle of the interwar years. This noble insight shaped the United Nations Charter. Simply put, the Charter rests on three sets of principles. Peace and security should be achieved through recognizing the sovereign equality of states, the prohibition of the use of force, and through peaceful settlement of disputes. Economic and social development should be ensured through close international cooperation and through finding common solutions to common problems. The dignity and worth of all human beings should be established through mutual commitment to universal human rights. Our United Nations, imperfect as it is, has since provided an unrivaled global arena for seeking common solutions to common challenges. There is little doubt that the world would have been a more brutal and less prosperous place without the United Nations. Since 1945, interstate wars have been fewer and further apart. Former colonies gained independence and became sovereign states of their own. Hundreds of millions have been brought out of poverty. President, however, at 80, we find our United Nations in crisis. This crisis is both political and financial. Political, because core principles of the Charter are under threat. The world is more divided, more dangerous, and more unpredictable than it has been for decades. Respect for international law is eroding. Gross violations go unchecked. This, in turn, weakens the trust in our institutions. It is a vicious cycle. The crisis is also financial, because several member states are significantly reducing their economic contributions, and this, in turn, makes it difficult to accomplish the core mission of the United Nations. President, savage wars are raging in several corners of our world. In Sudan, civilians are facing the largest displacement and hunger crisis in the world today. The war in Sudan has been raging for almost 900 days. This is but one of the many horrific wars that receives way too little attention in the power centers of the world, even in this organization. In Ukraine, Russia has violated the most fundamental principles of international law. There is simply no other way of seeing it. Russia's invasion of the sovereign state of Ukraine is a blatant violation of Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. While Ukraine is in its full right to defend itself as affirmed by Article 51. Norway and so many other states stand firmly with Ukraine's fight for freedom and independence. We do so in solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people, but we also do so to uphold the respect for international law, an interest shared by all states, large and small. In Palestine, Israel is in clear violation of international law. Life in Gaza is living hell. For almost 2 years, we have witnessed extreme levels of death, starvation, forced displacement, and massive suffering. The fact that these atrocities continue is a disgrace to all humanity. In the West Bank, the illegal occupation, settlements, and settler violence continues unchecked. The Palestinian authorities are under massive stress, its finances strained, and its capacity to operate is severely restricted. The war must end now. Massive humanitarian aid must reach those in need now. The remaining hostages must be released now, and the illegal occupation must end now. But colleagues, there is an alternative to this never-ending cycle of violence. We have made important steps just these past few days. At the conference on Palestine in this hall on Monday, member states further developed the roadmap to a settlement to the deeper conflict between Israel and Palestine. By now, 159 member states have recognized the state of Palestine as a contribution to the realization of the two-state solution. However, the recognition of Palestine is only one of the elements needed to reach such a two-state solution. There are many pieces in this puzzle. Palestinian governance and economy must be strengthened. Hamas must be demobilized. We need security guarantees to both Israel and Palestine. And key Arab states aim to normalize their relation with Israel as part of a broader agreement. In order to put together these pieces of the puzzle, the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution was launched here in New York last year during the last UNGA. It continues to gather support for a comprehensive settlement. It is our firm conviction that both Israel and Palestine have the right to live in peace and security, side by side in two states. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, A world order based on international law is not a luxury, it's a necessity. When we condemn Russia's blatant violations of international law in Ukraine, we must also speak just as clearly against Israel's violation of the rules in Palestine. International law cannot be applied with double standards. It must be upheld universally, regardless of who commits the violations, and regardless of where they take place. This is not optional, this is fundamental. We must also defend the institutions that safeguard accountability, the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. Just as important as the sacrosanct integrity of borders and the sovereign equality of states is our mutual commitment to human rights. The UN Charter commits us to respect and promote these fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction to race, gender, language, or religion. Human rights are universal. They are our best hope for a world that rejects injustice, inequality, violence, and brutality. A more equal world where women and girls participate on equal footing with men and boys is a more peaceful and a more prosperous world. President, in these times of crisis, the United Nations must reposition itself to meet a new political and financial reality. The UN 80 initiative gives us a unique chance to turn this crisis into an opportunity and to build a United Nations that is not only stronger, but also smarter. As a country with an unwavering commitment to the United Nations, I can say this with conviction. It is time for some tough love. We want a UN that is stronger, yet leaner. A UN that is more efficient. A UN with structures optimized to deliver real impact where it matters most, on the ground, with the people we serve. We need a UN with sharper prioritization of resources, clearer mandates, and a UN that works smarter, not just harder. This is also a moment for self-reflections for all of us as member states and for our United Nations. As member states, we have contributed to a proliferation of mandates, long, complicated, overlapping, and burdened with endless reporting requirements. My country, Norway, is not exempt. We too are guilty as sin. The time has come to change this. We need bold and ambitious reform. We must stand firmly behind the Secretary General to drive this forward. We need a UN that can continue to uphold the rules and the principles that have underpinned our international order for the past 80 years. And we need a UN 80 process with a roadmap for the next Secretary General. When she assumes office in 15 months, she must be able to have the reformed UN fit for the next 80 years. President, we need a global convention on tax cooperation. States have the primary responsibility to provide essential service to their people. But then we must enable states to fulfill this duty. The capacity to tax both citizens and companies is paramount. It is the backbone of public service delivery, the engine of resource redistribution, and the cornerstone of sustainable development. We know what works, but we must assure that it can work for all. Colleagues, let there be no doubt. The climate crisis is real. It is here, it is man-made, and it's affecting the lives of millions of people around the world. As an Arctic nation, we experience some of the fastest paces of climate change anywhere on the planet, and we feel its impacts in our everyday life. The science is irrefutable. Observed warming is outpacing predictions. Curbing global warming and making peace with nature is the greatest collective challenge of mankind. We have no time to lose. Yet over the past decade, the world has achieved significant progress in this area. At COP28 in Dubai, nations united around the goal of phasing out fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. Today, countries, regional organizations, companies, and investors are beginning to recognize a fundamental truth. Embracing the technologies of the future, low on carbon, high on circularity, and responsible resource management, is not an obstacle to growth. It is an opportunity for growth, innovation, and a sustainable future. Now we must build on this momentum. COP30 in Belém presents a crucial opportunity to reconnect the climate, biodiversity, and pollution agendas into a coherent, integrated approach. President, as we mark the 80th anniversary of our United Nations, let us protect the foundations for peace, human rights, and development. The norms and the principles are not the problem. They are just as relevant for the world today as they were back then. What does deserve scrutiny is the system we have established to protect and enforce these norms and principles. And that is what the UN 80 is all about. Let us make sure that these principles apply for all people, everywhere, all the time, so that in another 80 years, future generations do not have to build a new version from the ashes of another devastating world war. It is up to us to find the answers that fit the 21st century. But when it comes to the core purpose, we should take the cue from our founders. We are, indeed, better together.
Je remercie le ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Norvège. Nous avons entendu la dernière intervention pour cette séance du débat général. Nous poursuivrons le débat général demain à 9 h dans cette salle. La séance est levée.